It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Yes, I come and go as you command, and it's fair.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is still morning indeed. You're watching DreamLeague Season 19, and I know what you're thinking. Like, wait a second, why is this stream playing in my background? They're not supposed to be live today. It's a day off. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's Tiebreaker Day. That's right. We have a full day for Tiebreakers because there is a chance that we'll be here for a very, very, very long time. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Of course, let me first welcome in my co-host, Jenkins. So happy to have you here.
Hello, Shiver. Good to be here. Just waiting for the camera to pan to me. Shout out to you guys for picking this up and watching the stream today. It's a very important day. We could be here until tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, we could indeed. We're joined by Effie and Purge as well. Good morning. Purge, how you doing? I'm
good. I mean, maybe if we're really lucky, the games will just never stop and the tournament won't ever end. The tiebreakers will just continue forever.
What?
You don't want to
Is there... There might be some caveat in the rules. I know that there is a scenario where at some point we might have a 1v1 mid.
Yes, there is.
I know that there's like very far down the line. Like
that's
nothing
a
else
list
can
of like
solve
20
it.
things. Option 15 is like they have to fist fight. 20 is 1v1.
That's
right.
It's a lot of things.
Maybe
like
if we had...
Fighting comes before 1v1.
Yeah, of course, because you gotta do it in real life. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything.
And
Sounds like Dota.
And the reason that we have something after the fist fight is because most Dota players, if they did get into a fist fight, they would both lose.
That's true. They would
Due to
just embarrass themselves.
The malnourishment and not eating and so forth.
The double KO.
That's right, the double KO. They had to stand up from their computer chair and they both passed out.
I, for one, believe that we will be done today.
Yeah.
And there will not be infinite tiebreakers because that's the ideal scenario. And I am manifesting it.
It's a bold claim.
It's a
He's
bold
hoping,
claim.
Wow.
Could
to
we get
be
a drum
honest-
roll and then the bold claim? Could we get a drum roll, please?
That was a really good drum roll.
What?
Do you guys want me to soundboard from my iPad?
I mean, I first want to address the elephant in the room because it's definitely not a panda. As quiet pandas today? Hello? Bob, Jens, Thomas? No. What?
Oh,
Guys,
they're using magic to play sounds from the band.
it would be very creepy if we saw the instruments move without people there. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
That'd be Ghost Shiver.
We got overslept alarm. You know what? Happens to the best of us.
Happens to me every day.
There you go. That happens sometimes. That happens. So there's no Jens.
Oh, good.
Thomas got a better gig. Okay,
Good
you
for
know
him.
what? Good for him. I agree.
Moving up in the world. Moving up in the world.
Moving
This
up in the
was
world.
not a good one.
Yeah. Bob. Extremely hungover, Bob.
Not a good excuse.
That's not a good excuse. No. That's disappointing.
That's weird because he was drinking the alcohol-free beer. So
Jenkins, if you're extremely hungover, what do you do? Just drink a Monster Energy?
I appreciate the drum roll.
yes, I would drink a fantastic product, Monster Energy Mango Loco version.
And that would wake you up?
I actually don't drink that one because it's not sugar-free. But I'll drink the white one, which I don't know what the name of it is, but
I don't either.
Everybody knows the white one.
It's just the white one.
But it's the white one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that people know it. That's for sure. What people also know is that there's potential for infinite tiebreakers, and that means it's three-way ties. That's what we're going to look at today. So let's take a look at how we got here today. Group A has got 3 teams that are sitting on 6 and 8, and this is all because TSM couldn't keep up their record with tying everybody. No, they had to get 0-2'd, and therefore they did not make it through to the top 4, but that is lucky for Execration and Aster because they are also in this tie, and that will mean that everybody will face each other once, and the first team to win 2 games moves forward. The rest, the other 2, get eliminated. It's a harsh world like that.
It is, but for the sake of regional representation, TSM had to take that grueling loss and give potentially either Execration or Aster a chance, because if both of these teams are out, then there are no Chinese teams in the tournament and there are no SEA teams in the tournament. So, whereas we do have Shopify representing the North American region.
That is true. Unfortunately, Talon, indeed, on the other side, got eliminated here already. But as you can see,
Purge, go ahead.
They have a coach and a player from North America.
That doesn't count.
Tundra?
Oh, that counts more than it usually counts for what we
that's
reach for.
More than Shopify has. No, Bulba. Never mind.
It's better than Gaming Gladiators, who is also an NA team.
That's
they
true.
have one NA player.
Shiva, are you hearing this?
Their org is paced.
Are you hearing that?
Oh, that's true.
This is the
NA org.
age-old argument. We let them have Shopify, even though the majority is European. For the longest part, it's been European. So they've had a Southeast Asian,
Canadian,
and Israeli.
Yeah, but he's Canadian. Come on.
That's 2 out of 5.
He's the most Vancouver guy that I've ever met in my life.
I don't know. What we did skip over is Group B, guys. You might have missed it, but Group B had a tie as well, and that's a 3-way tie. And all those people are going to play each other also in a round robin of 3 or best of 1s, and then everybody faces each other once until there is one team eliminated. So the moment that one team loses 2, that will be the end of the tiebreakers, because 2 teams move forward and 1 team will get eliminated. That will make our schedule look like this. We got ourselves, this is a very optimistic schedule, by the way, Aster Execration, best of 1. Then the winner of that will play TSM. And according to this schedule, they're assuming that whoever wins versus Aster Execration will also win versus TSM, because that means those tiebreakers are done. And then we'll move to the next tiebreakers. Don't worry, we'll have the 3rd game there as well. But then the next tiebreakers is between Spirit, OG, and Beastcoast, and they will play each other. And then yeah, well, you know the drill. It's just, there's a chance that everybody, keeps tying, and that's why there's a chance for infinite tiebreakers.
And fistfights. It could happen.
Okay. So I would be totally down for fistfights if in an ideal world. This is a very large area. You might not know this. I'm gonna ruin the immersion a little bit, but there's a very big area on that side of the building, and at the moment it's not being used, and that means we could be seating some players there. In an ideal world, we'll have all the players on site and we'll make them wrestle right here on the ground.
Yeah, a lot of different places to bleed in this room.
There's 2 more wrestling. I don't think there's bleeding in wrestling. I think it's UFC that you're watching.
I thought they were fighting each other.
You're watching slap fight, dude.
I mean, sure, whatever.
You are violent, Purge. I just learned this about you. God.
Only for fun.
You violated my senses for the last time. Shiver?
He's just advocating for violence and aggression. Hash it out through Dota, punch each other in the mid lane.
You can, yeah. But like we're 15 deep in a tiebreaker. Like some weird stuff happens. Sometimes it's like you woke up earlier than the other team, therefore you finally break the tie. Sometimes there's like a coin flip because you're like, God, we just don't want to do this
haven't
anymore.
even started the tiebreaker yet.
I'm just saying, if it goes infinitely,
Purge told
He's prepared.
Purge told me that he fought a lot of kids in high school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, just last week.
Barely talked to anyone in high school. You think I fought
Waiting for
anyone?
that one.
I mean, yeah, me and Jenkins fight all the time, but
That's right.
If you were to fight
Nobody.
in Dota 2, what's your winning strategy to play to win in Dota 2? if you can't 1v1 mid.
Let's see. Enchantress is very good right now. Very popular hero. High win rate. Beastmaster, also very popular. High win rate.
Effie?
Can get countered, still good.
That's your strategy for 1v1 mid?
No. So in winning pubs in general.
Oh, winning pubs?
Yeah.
Okay. Very easy.
Yes.
You pick a roaming 4.
Yes.
All right. You have to. Okay. It's a whole thing. It's a psychological battle. All right. You look first of all at the Steam name and avatar of the core players on the enemy team.
Okay.
If the carry has an anime avatar and a name something like, Dead Inside 321, or if the mid laner's got an avatar of like, Kaneki Ken from Tokyo Ghoul, and then his name is like depressed 14-year-old, right? If you've got those in your game, then you pick the roaming 4, all right? You select the one who has a more edgy username and a more edgy avatar, and then you camp them.
Ruin their game.
Right?
Yeah.
You pick your Spirit or your Clock. They're like an enemy Shadow Fiend or Invoker. You buy fucking 3 smokes, an Obs and a Sentry to make sure that they don't see you, and you sit there, and then you kill them, and then you wait for them to respawn, and then you kill them again, and then within 5 minutes, they've abandoned.
Actually, a good strat. Genuinely good strat. That works against Quinn as well, by the way.
It's a good strat. I'm not even kidding. Like
It's actually a good
if you
strat.
can consistently identify which
Who's the biggest baby?
yeah, who the most unstable player on the enemy team is, and you try to make their game a
It's
living
the mid or
hell.
the carry. To be clear, it's the mid or the carry.
One of
You're right
them will
about that.
grief.
It's one of them.
Very, 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 very off chance that the offlaner ever griefs
Well, on purpose.
on purpose.
They all do it by accident.
But there are other ways to get better at Dota. That's not my advice to you if you want to improve as a player. But if you want to exploit the psychological flaws in your enemies, this is the way.
This is good advice. I don't think that there's anything that can top that advice, but we're going to listen to what some of the pros are doing to win their pubs anyway.
My best tip for people out there to win their games and improve is first and foremost look at yourself and what you could have done better before blaming other people, and that will get you a long way.
Tips on how to win pubs. Use Dota buff or Dota 2 Pro Tracker and copy item and skill builds, and don't go high ground ever.
Ooh, not sure I'm very good at this right now. I've been losing a lot of games. It was easier to win the major than to win some raiding for me recently. But even when you think you're super good at this, then you're still gonna it's still gonna be rough. But just keep on working at it. Make sure to have some fun.
Pick strong meta heroes for your respective role, and also reduce your hero pool to a very small, focused pool of like only 3 or 4 heroes.
Best tip to win is probably, well, I guess it's 2. You need to make sure you're picking good healers. Just kind of look at the best meta heroes and just spam them until you're good with them. And the second one is probably just to mute everyone in the game, so you can only focus on yourself.
I would say to just like hold yourself accountable. I mean, it's very easy to just point at other people and just flame them, but there's probably a reason why you're stuck in 2K. I see you stuck in 2K and blaming others. So obvious. So yeah, hold each other or hold yourself accountable. And then I think some people they really like focus on like, I need to have a bigger MMR. How do I increase my MMR saber rate? It's not really about that. It's just you just improve. Focus on yourself and on improving, and the MMR is a reflection of that. You don't chase MMR. You chase skill, and the MMR comes after.
Chase skill and MMR comes. Wise words
Good
from
Lord.
Saber Chad.
That's too wise for Saberlight. Like, he's usually just memeing, dude. That was actually insanely wise. That is such good shit. Because we all focus too much on the number that represents the goal. You know what I mean? It's like, really, people just want to be good. So I can say, hey, Purge, you suck. I'm better than you, right? And the MMR is just what proves that. But it's like, if you're skilled, that's where that ability to be tower over somebody and say, yeah, Purge, stop talking about damage block for the 10th time. I'm sick of it. You can say that if you're skilled as well.
Beast came out.
Yeah, unleash the beast. It came at the right time.
I think you and I have talked about this before, but there is like player psychology that goes into MMR that actually makes you play worse. But the problem with MMR is if you've dedicated a lot of your years to Dota, it starts to become a representation of all that time that you put into the game. So
here we go.
What? Do we not want to have this conversation?
This is therapy. This is going to get into therapy. I know where this goes.
All right, we don't have to go there.
No, we can go there. Go ahead.
Do you guys want to go there?
I mean, I think I know what you're going to say because I've lived that as well. And at some point, I was able to let go and just focus on enjoying myself, which, by the way...
We have not been able to do that,
Well, there's a difference because for my job, I don't need to be good at the game. I just need to be able to enjoy it.
We talked about that too.
But yeah, we talked about that.
The justification of it because, it's your job, you're an analyst. It's the same thing. It's the same people saying, I put 7 years in. So my investment is hard. Sunk cost.
Yeah.
Sunk cost.
It's not even about that, right? Like, so I've been playing Dota since I was 14. I'm 27 now. So when I think about it, that's 13 years of my life. And when I look at my MMR, it's like, this is kind of the cultivation of those 13 years. So every plus or minus 30 means it's so painful because you think to yourself, if this is my visual representation of how well I'm doing, it just matters that much more to you, and it makes you play worse because you're not focusing on the right aspects of what you should do in the game. It makes you a worse person because your toxicity comes out when you don't want it to, and it also just makes you like less social. It makes you kind of stop partying. It's not a good thing for you.
It's a pressure. It's a pressure that's not the actual pressures of the game. There's an Ursa free farming. Maybe I need to go gank him with the smoke. It's there's 13 years of my life down the drain.
Exactly.
And my parents knew this entire time and kept reminding me what a waste of my fucking life
and I'm gonna
this
lose
is.
the points. As soon as something starts going bad, it just feels so awful.
And then on top of that, if you're one of those people who's been playing for a long time and haven't reached your MMR goals, and then you see people who have played for less and have reached those goals, it makes you feel so bad about yourself.
You see Mikey play here, he's like 17, he's crushing it.
It's like, what am I, like 60 IQ? Like this guy plays for a couple years and he's like twice my MMR? How dumb am I?
Well, there's like a couple things you have to accept. Number one, some people are just going to be way better than you at stuff, and you have to accept that. And number two, it's important to have identity outside of one hobby, because otherwise it further gets in your head that you're like, because even if you're a really good player, if you have a bad day where you lose like all your games, it literally affects you. You become depressed because you're like, this is the thing I'm good at, and today I'm not good at it. So it's important to have a good balance.
You know what's interesting?
What's interesting?
The interesting thing is, if you look at a lot of the top players, a lot of the really high MMR players, I would say that most of them actually have a pretty good attitude towards like this sort of thing. Like they're not feeling this burden. They're not feeling this like pressure on them. 13 years of my life. They're not thinking about this bullshit. Most of them, it's not conscious. Like they just happen to not think about it. Saberlight clearly thinks about it.
Yeah.
That's what's cool, is that he's like, I got this problem, but I'm forcing myself through discipline to hold myself accountable.
I have a different mental conundrum to throw in the mix.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it is hard, especially when you're on a losing streak. It just keeps going. It's terrible. But, and this is rumors, but the rumors are pretty strong right now, as there was a leak from their boss on a stream.
Leak. He just said it.
He literally just said it. Okay, so the mid laner of Aster. XWY. He got told. Well, no, he did not get told. He heard on someone else's stream, and maybe he got told already before this, but that this is gonna be his last event with the team, and he's actually gonna get replaced with someone for the major. And I've read some rumors that it might be Sumail, which I'm not sure about. But either way,
Sumail's always the rumor, dude. I'm so sick of it. Sumail to China. Come on.
Either way. XWY, he's playing today, of course. He's one of the teams stuck in this tiebreaker. But when you're talking about, being able to put stuff aside and play well anyway, how are you going to put something like that aside? Where, Purge, are you going to get, your drive from? How are you going to not think about that?
I mean, it just depends how much of this heat he's been feeling before this, because he has shown some shaky moments, like teamfight initiations. He kind of chokes it. He tries to force it anyways, dies. Like, there's been some embarrassing moments for him. There's been some good ones too. So if he knows ahead of time that like things are not going so good, then maybe this is just something that he knows is coming. Maybe it's also very possible they just didn't tell him about it because they didn't want to ruin his confidence or something. If it was an accidental leak and now it's public and everybody knows, that's going to affect his performance almost certainly.
Yeah.
So for clarification, he was not told directly by his team or his manager or boss that he was getting kicked. He found out indirectly through a Twitch stream.
That's what we assume, because we don't know for a fact. But yes.
So he found out he was getting kicked by watching someone else's stream.
Yeah, but or rather, probably not watching the stream itself because the stream happened literally last week or yesterday or something.
He saw it on Weibo, probably.
Yeah, he saw it on Weibo or Reddit or any other social media website.
Okay.
Twitter, Weibo.
That's actually miserable. Like that is a really miserable way to find out.
I have an
if you're getting
optimistic
hit.
way of looking at this. I think there are two ways you can take it. I think you can take it as, oh, this is worthless, it's a waste of time. These guys are assholes, whatever. There's also the, I'm gonna prove these fuckers wrong.
Yeah, I really hope he goes that way.
I'm gonna just try to get on the next team and prove that I'm a really good player by just being. I'm gonna be the best player in this game, and then they might actually win because of that.
Or today he steps it up, brings his best game possible. They actually play through DreamLeague and they think to themselves, "Wait, maybe this can actually work."
But that time the trust is already no longer there. I'd say from his perspective. He will try to find greener pastures, hopefully for him.
Yeah,
That
but go out on a high note.
Yeah.
Just beat into these teams, and then I'm done, guys. You guys, you want me? Whatever. I'm going to another team.
It's hard because his team already probably thinks that he's the problem. Like there's lots of sometimes just like a clash of personalities, a clash of strategy, and I think as observers we can see that he's making mistakes and he's not the best mid in the world. That's clear. But I just can't see how this doesn't affect him in some way. Even if he does get that like rage passion thing where he's like, I'm gonna show him. Like he still has to gel with his team, and if they're not doing that for whatever reason, whether it's emotional or Dota strategy, like I just feel like it's gonna make him.
There's a big part in terms of making a team gel, even when there's disagreements like that. The coach generally comes into play, and RTK I'm sure will do his best to make sure that is going pretty well for Aster. Execration, a team that's also in the tiebreakers here, they don't have a coach. They kicked March, or rather March left. We don't know exactly, but of course March is now the coach for Enigma Galaxy. But Execration has not replaced March. So they're playing without a coach as far as I'm aware. And I think especially in the group stages that we just had, it's very important to have a coach because there's so many games you need another brain to dissect through all the information. So maybe Effie, without a coach here for Execration, do you feel like in this tiebreaker, they're going to be better because they don't need to sift through all the information as it comes in from all the other streams going on at the same time?
I think you're definitely at a disadvantage if you don't have a coach, especially during group stages. Do we know if they still have their analyst? Because usually the analyst also crunches numbers and looks through these drafts.
I am not sure.
Because I feel if they still have their analyst, they should be okay for the most part. But come Berlin, I feel like they do want to find that substitute for March. But so what I know is Tino has been drafting for Execration from Tour 2, and that's why their drafting has looked a lot more stable, albeit a lot more boring. It has changed for the better. I'm not sure if they had the time to actually prepare for every team in this group stage, but I mean, if you're playing tiebreakers, you can at least prep for the two teams that you're playing today. I don't think they should struggle too much with that.
Do you think that they're going to do well here in this tiebreaker? There's only one team, Purge, that makes it through.
I think Execration has a good shot. Before the Aster news, I would have picked them as the slight favorite, but it's really close between all the teams. I think one of the weaknesses that Execration has is that their strats are a little bit more one-dimensional. It's like 30% of the games they do that Luna Visage thing, so I think that's a place where having a coach could really help them because it could allow them to like pivot rapidly rather than just saying, okay, keep playing your same thing.
Well, I was still going to say it was indeed very close during the entire Group A group stage because TSM tied everyone apart from one, which is why they're here. But we have no time for segues like that. We have no time to hear from Jenkins. And to be honest, who wants to hear from Jenkins anyway?
I don't.
Doesn't matter. What we do want to have is some Dota 2. And our first two teams playing in this three-way tie are Aster and Execration. So we're going to be back in just a little bit and show you the draft that they have in store for us.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's a three-way tie here. Two three-way ties here, DreamLeague Season 19, and we're going to play them all out today. It's Tiebreaker Day, and with three-way ties, it means we got best of ones on the menu, because all three teams need to play each other once, and for Group A, the tiebreaker that we're going to kick it off with, it means that we just need one team to get 2 wins, and they will move forward to the next group stage. The other 2 will be eliminated. So it's harsh reality here in the studio today, joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins, and we are straight into the draft of Execration and Aster. They're having the tie together with TSM. Whoever wins this will face them, see if they can make it happen. And yeah, we're kicking it off here. Purge, we got ourselves a Disruptor first pick. We got a Doom Rubik on the other side, and notes are being checked because this is serious business.
These are top heroes in the current patch. Beastmaster is preferred as an offlaner, but Doom is like second best. Very high win rate. His playstyle is a little bit more restrictive, but it totally works. And Disruptor, tons of success as a hero, as 4, as 5, really can do a lot. So yeah, just straight up normal opening here.
This is something where Execration kind of adapted in the last day. So typically Execration were always opening with their classic openers, like either their Nature's Prophet or their Mercy plus Spat or their like Visage, or they always had things like that in their opening. But yesterday they did open up with a Doom just because they realized how good it was by playing against other teams. And yeah, they didn't win, but at least they're willing to add some flexibility to their drafting and their playstyle when they realize something doesn't work. And I think that's an issue that a lot of the teams coming in here who excel in their region but kind of flop when they're playing internationally run into, which is they're not willing to change their heroes even though they're losing. But to see Execration have a different opener than their standard is a positive sign in my opinion.
I don't know how you guys feel about the new Doom build, but I really believe in it. Like, just Vanguard, sit in a lane. People like already don't want to walk to you in lane because you can Doom them, so they're always afraid of you. But then it's like really hard to gank him as a response to that. And then also sometimes people are going for like a Greaves rather than Phase Boots BKB. So it's like you kind of have like two paths that you can go down now compared to before. Because I feel like the Doom that we're seeing in this tournament is not the same one that we saw like a month ago. Yeah. Where it's pretty much like Phase Boots BKB every game, which was still good, by the way. People are still picking it. Yeah. But this is like, this feels like you can actually first phase it. And in every game, it will serve a purpose.
Jenkins, do you think it's good to go Vanguard on Doom when Devour naturally gives armor? Doesn't that make damage block a little bit worse?
That's correct. That is true.
I don't actually believe that point. I was just really trying to upset you.
I think the if somebody says damage block a single time, I'm gonna take one of these guitars and smash on the ground. Cheaper. It's all gonna be all guitar strings all over the place, all 10 of them.
You do have the hairstyle to match smashing a guitar right now.
Thank you. Speaking of guitars, Doom actually does have a guitar, and I'll pick it up on the other side. Death Prophet. We have not seen that much Death Prophet in this tournament compared to what I expected, which was this is the single best offlaner in the entire game, and it was sometimes getting through the first phase. With Disruptor, I love it. You anchor the fight, you pull people back into the Death Prophet spirits. It's exactly what she wants. The best way to beat Death Prophet is you run away from her. You can't do that against a Glimpse.
I think one thing that hurts her a lot is the draw matchup. It did get banned in second phase. Like, there's a lot of times where she just gets like mega zoned at level 1, level 2 by a Draw Ranger +1 because she's slowed so much and Spirit Siphon isn't good enough yet. So maybe we're seeing her less because people can't just be like, I'll open Death Prophet and everything is going to be fine. You actually have to protect it a little bit. Could be something like that.
No, I actually agree with what you just said there. I was going to mention, so Death Prophet I think is still a good hero, and a lot of teams are going for it, but similar to Lesh and how it was in the Lima Major, how most people preferred opening with one of these two heroes just so they could have that objective taker from their mid lane make the first rotation. I feel like now the Lesh and the Death Prophet only work when you have first pick, right? Because you'll start with your support and then you'll see what the enemy two that they pick afterwards are, and then you can close with your Death Prophet and then protect her. Right. But if you don't have first pick and you have second pick, which is what most teams are trying to go for, or the ones that have been winning recently, you can definitely counterpick Death Prophet in the first phase from your carry. And those carries tend to be things like Draw Ranger with their Hypothermia or TB with a Scotty, which they ban out too. So that's pretty much why it's kind of fallen off, because first pick in the Lima Major was a lot stronger when heroes like Lina were stronger. When heroes like Nature's Prophet were also more strong, and you could get away with first phasing them. But now that's not the case anymore.
It's just Brood. That's the first phase
it's
here.
It's literally just Brood, and she never gets through. So first pick is not desirable the way that it was during Lima. Now most teams are trying to go for second pick, and second pick does have the higher win rate. That's pretty much my assessment of it, but I think it's still a really solid hero. It just gives your team a lot. It gives your team clear objective to play around too. Like, it will simplify your game plan, where a lot of teams in this tournament like have struggled in that mid game. What do we do now? Death Prophet kind of just goes, well, I have Exo. You guys want to take a tower? You want to go to Roche? You want to go for a smoke gank? Like, it gives you something very clear to do.
What's your guys' favorite Death Prophet Ghost cosmetic?
Butterflies.
The butterflies are pretty cool, but you have the little, the ghosts that have the tablecloths on them.
There's so many ghost girls.
Tables?
No. The actual, if you were to dress up as a ghost somewhere, you would wear a tablecloth over your head. There is a ghost cosmetic that makes it look like all the little things have tablecloths on them, which I think is really nice.
Okay.
Very specific.
I feel like Aster might go for some SF or some Luna here with their ET, just some kind of mixed damage carry.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's where they've looked the best, in my opinion. XWY's SF looked really good against TSM's. a couple days ago. They played from safe lane as well. There's been a couple teams very comfortable playing that hero, and that's one of the reasons that we've seen Pango become less valuable generally, just because SF does really well against it in the mid lane. It's like doubling its TS consistently. So maybe a later staging, but you're right, it would fit really well with the ET.
It's quite a good hero at dealing with Doom, right? Like these SFs and Lunas traditionally have had good matchups versus him. They pair well with ET just in terms of lane synergy. Yeah, and there's the SF. But also, when you're playing against this Doom Rubik type of lane, this is a heavy kill threat lane, right? Because you have the lift back into Scorched Earth, into potentially the Phase Boots build, depending on how the lane goes. But SF kind of gives that security if you like already have a raise stack on the Doom. Him running into you is a little bit more dangerous, right? You can slow him, you can potentially go for a kill. But I've seen this kind of lane go both ways, to be honest, especially through this tournament. It kind of feels skill dependent on how the Rubik and the ET are going to deal with each other. If Rubik's going to give those openings for Doom to exploit SF. Otherwise, it's just an SF lane dominant type of thing going on here.
So Execration, they got their supports on the board, they got their offlane. They're going to need to pick up some cores. What do we like to see from them, Jenkins? Is there anything that comes to mind? Is there any, because now that there's going to be an SF mid, can they already pick up a counter that they want to play there?
I would say, I mean, I'm looking at carries. Like, they need to answer the Death Prophet, and it is kind of getting to the point where, like, you give Aster 2 more bans, and all of a sudden you've, like, a Death Prophet where, like, every counter is banned out. So, okay, so they go for the Nature's Prophet. That's probably the best one in lane versus DP, and it also does really well in the game. Versus DP, you can generally burst her before she, uses her ult and Spirit Siphons, and you can kite her, and then also you can literally just avoid her and split push when she pops her ult, which is always nice.
That sounds good. You just have to cover for this NP now, right? You have to take out like the Primal Beast, you have to take out the Bat Rider. Just make sure that the Prophet's gonna have a comfortable game, because those heroes still are in the pool.
You don't want to leave the bat, for sure.
But if you can cover these 2 heroes, because Aster are currently looking for like a flex offlane between mid. Okay, there goes bat. I'm pretty sure they have to take out.
Interesting, because Aster was the one that banned him too.
It's good. It's good for both teams. Like, neither team really has much to deal with the bat right now. They do ban out the Primal.
It is kind of interesting that they took out the Bat Rider, but like Jenkins said, it would have been good for Execration as well. And maybe it's not what they were looking for to tie their draft together on the side of Aster. Maybe they were just looking for something that buys auras a little bit better, and they weren't willing to flex that DP just yet. So maybe it's the safer route here.
Or flex the SF, also still possible.
I think Pango for Aster looks amazing. Am I crazy? It's not banned out, right?
That's a good point, yeah.
Why?
It's great against Nature's Prophet. You can no longer unleash him with the talent because it doesn't go through Magic Immunity. Dooming a Pango feels like trash because he's already going to be ulting and rolling in before the fight even starts. These 2 supports don't really do much versus a Pango. I mean, I'm sure Rubik can steal Rolling Thunder if the Pango's bad, right? If he doesn't immediately press Shield Crash. So it looks fun in pubs, but it's like the supports just do nothing to the Magic community of Pangolier. Oh, they actually ban it. Okay. They're just banning all the good picks for themselves.
Maybe that's indicative that they don't want to put SF mid.
It's for sure a safe lane SF because you pick it to deal with the Doom, right? Like flexing the SF to mid is just, it doesn't feel like a good idea at all.
But if there was a Pango there, maybe it'd be worth it, but yeah.
So we are seeing on the side of Execration, they're banning out the Primal Beast, they're banning out Timber, all heroes against Nature's Prophet. That does mean that if they put the SF safe lane, at the moment Execration is banning as if the Death Prophets will be the one going mid. And then they, on the side of Aster, need an offlaner, which I guess Enigma would be.
Good call. Into Rubik, which we saw a lot during the Lima Major, right? A lot of this Enigma into counters because it's like, oh, I'm going to get Greaves and, play around the summons. It's not about the black hole, but that did come back to bite a lot of teams in the Lima Major, is not having that ability to, like, actually get that spell off.
It also just amplifies their team fight incredibly well, right? Now they have like the Black Hole, the Requiem, the Earth Splitter, the Death Prophet ulti, they've got the Disruptor, Static Storm. Like their team fight looks absurd, but it's not absurd in a way where you look at a draft and you think to yourself, how do they play when their cooldowns are down? Because they still have good ways to play with cooldowns down. You have Enigma playing the side lanes with his Eidolons. You're going to have SF just farming. You're going to have Disruptor just like, dewarding. Death Prophet is fine not playing without her ulti also. So it doesn't look too bad. I also like the idea of 9th pick Enigma here because regardless of whatever matchup it may have been or whatever flexes Execration may have gone for, it's a hero that's always going to come out of his lane with Farmer just by nature of those Eidolons. It's also that aura builder that we talked about, means that maybe for the Death Prophet, they don't want to go with the full aura build. They might just do it on the Enigma here, which makes it more comfortable and less dependent on the black hole.
It's just easier for them to take towers as well. As a result of this, they've got summons now that can frontline for either SF or Death Prophet hitting. They don't have to require Exorcism necessarily to do those either. So
the Bob Ember comes out.
That's kind of insane.
He's good.
So he is good at Ember, but okay, you're playing into SF, you're playing into Static Storm by Disruptor, you're playing into an Enigma who could potentially catch you out later. I know that most of Bob's heroes that he excels at were not like left in the pool, but this is probably a comfort pick. It's a comfort pick here. I mean, I guess the good news is you can kind of control the backline. Maybe try to not let Disruptor get a good ult off. Maybe try to like zone the Enigma before he can get a good jump. But it's very risky because there are a lot of ways for this Ember to die. Like a lot of ways for this Ember to die.
They're really banking on Bob just being like a sick Ember player, because I feel like he shouldn't have a good lane in this game, and they're absolute last picking a hero that's into like a bad lane situation. I do feel like for the game, they definitely needed something like a Spirit, because their heroes are, there's a lot of +1 heroes. Rubik doesn't necessarily want to be that guy that goes in first. He doesn't do damage. A hero follows up. Nature's Prophet TP's in. Doom can jump people, but way later once he has like 4 items. You do need a hero like Ember to run around, do stuff early, but that might be hard if you're just picking into 2 losing lanes.
I get your point, but I think Bob can do it. And the replays that I watched last night of his, like he's a very individually skilled player. He's maybe not like completely smashing the game by himself, but I think he's going to be the guy that can jump in even in a bad situation and still come out affecting it well.
I see what you're saying. I think it's risky. For me, the only question mark in my head is Team Aster's synergy right now, because XWY, we know got kicked. We know there's like some bad blood between them right now, and they have to play together anyway. But if they can like set that apart, I do feel like Aster has so many ways with dealing with this Ember Spirit, and I just don't feel like it's the best win condition for them, but it's just the best hero that Bob had in his arsenal here. So for me, this one's going to be about team synergy. Like, are Aster mad at each other? Because if they're not mad at each other, I think Aster outdrafted here.
Well, we're going to have to find out. Of course, easy to execute might help Aster a little bit. You mentioned earlier that their lineup kind of, you can group up on your EXO. It's very straightforward, it's very simple. Maybe that's everything that Aster needs in order to do well. Or maybe Bob will just demolish Aster and will amplify the mental distress that Aster might be in. We're going to find out. It's just the best of one. Who gets the lead here in these tiebreakers? We're finding out together with Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, Aster versus Execration in these best of ones. Fogged, and what do you make of the drafts there? Execration, they end things up with the Ember Spirit, but it is a hero that you feel might have some struggles this game.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the reasoning, because we've seen these matchups a lot. The DP was picked as a counter versus the Ember so many times, even SF, if it wasn't the mid lane or anything like that, but just in general, it's a very strong hero throughout the game versus it. I think with auras and everything and the amount of team fight that Aster's drafted, it looks pretty advantageous for them. But I think for Execration, it's comfort, right? Just like Panel was talking about. I think Bob's looking, it's like, I really want to play this hero. It's one of my favorites, so wants to play that. And also, maybe it's about wanting to kick up the tempo a little bit here, because maybe there's this situation where Aster, cooldowns are down and stuff like that. This Ember can play around stuff like that, but I'm kind of reaching at straws here, because a 24 pick into these heroes feels just pretty damn difficult. So Bob, he's going to have to do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we'll see how well he fares in the mid matchup. Could be difficult for Bob.
Yeah. Because what we saw in particular was Chris Luck, right? When they were playing, they would pick this DP and he would destroy the Ember Spirits when we were watching at Lima over and over again. So
yeah, if you get any sort of lead, you're just able to kind of push the Ember off the wave.
Yep.
Step up on the high ground. Make it very difficult for the Ember to lane. We'll see how well Bob can do against XWY.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see. I'm going to be mostly looking at him, how he does in this lane matchup. Bottom, I feel like Paulo should be pretty decent. I mean, Nature's Prophet is pretty good down here. Of course, there's going to be these constant denies that come out from the Enigma, but overall, NP should have a pretty good laning setup. Top, I mean, they counterpicked this Doom. They put the SF. We've seen this matchup now quite a few times. Yes, there's definitely ways that Execration can punish it, though, if they can get that, lift. But the early lane, the first few levels, is pretty damn miserable, I would say, for this Doom.
Has to be so careful. If they're able to get in range to lay those razors down.
Yep.
Definite early kill potential for Aster and their safe lane duo.
And this, in my opinion, is one of Aster's best heroes when they do play with the Shadow Fiend. Monet and XWY very comfortable. Mostly Monet. Yeah, Shanks. He's almost just gonna die here. I think he might just be dead.
All right, they get him.
Uh-oh.
Just getting run down here by the Elder Titan.
And is Monet, I think he's going to be able to catch the wave as well, so he does. That is a brutal start here already for this Doom up top.
It's not going to be easy for Tino and Shanks to play the lane top.
No, and you could tell, like, that's why he immediately went for pulling, but they were prepared for this. That's why Pichu went for Windlace. He's got that movement speed. Shanks doesn't have boots, so easily just gets run down trying to pull the wave. Very good understanding coming out from Aster. Even just the having this ward on the high ground kind of area just to watch whenever he walks over to go for any type of pulls. They just have the information.
Obviously mid lane. Oh, XWY actually tanking quite a few tower hits there.
Lost his career to some creeps. Oh, this is gonna be sad. I feel so bad for Tino up here.
Well, this is just going to be one of those situations where we're going to have, we're supposed to see the SF have like full control of the lane.
Yeah.
And just start to rack up the denies.
I mean, we've seen Monet do that before. He has like 30 denies or something like that in these type of lane setups. So yeah, they're going to have to pull. They're going to have to do some type of lane shenanigans up here on the side of Execration, even more so. Bob, first few waves, holding his own. Progressively, of course, gets worse as those levels do come out. This is what Death Prophet can do. He's just now. I mean, now this is miserable. Bob is just getting sat on his hill. XWY is literally full out bullying him away from a wave.
I mean, yeah. What do you do as an Ember in this position? I mean, is there sort of the potential for any support to come and kind of help out, like to at least try and harass the Death Prophet, or is there just no way that you can harass a DP at this stage of the lane?
I honestly don't know, because they can't really leave their side lanes. Maybe the Jakiro or something can, but that's also, you know, not a great situation to do. Because Shanks, he can't leave top. Because then, I mean, the Doom is already effectively totally shut down, but if he starts moving too early, it's pain. And Bob just has to bring extra regen. So on top of having very low last hits, he has to bring like a Tango Salve in order to just play the lane versus XWY, who's just constantly spamming him, putting him low.
I mean, look at this as well. Baboka's coming in from the side. They're going to try and get that salve off him. They lay down a Thunder Strike and Bob, but he's not going to get the full benefit of the salve.
And they get the glimpse, but not really fully in position there. Oh, nice try there. Tries to dodge it.
That definitely hurts. Had to use the salve to try and return to the lane, but doesn't even get that back up top.
There we go.
And we'll be able to turn and take down Pichu. The two of them catching him a bit far from any sort of potential backup of Monet.
Maybe you do just actually ditch bottom. I think maybe Carlo has to start making the moves really early. And you just leave the NP now in a 1v1. You just get some stacks going, and you try to help out this Ember Spirit as much as possible, because this just probably feels pretty sad. And that's why, at least for me, I saw this Ember pick, and I'm like, what? He just picked it into the DP. This is going to be super struggling unless Bob just mega outplays.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the good mids were banned out, right?
That's true.
Towards the end, kind of the Bat was taken out, the Pango was taken out.
He just returned, and he's just getting walked down. Oh, my lord.
It's a rough matchup, and we're very much seeing that in action here. But as you say, a matchup that Bob did sign up for.
He sure did. And bottom now that the Nature's Prophet's been left alone. Baboka and XXS getting aggressive. Oh, man. Palos looking to perhaps go down here.
Nice path to hold back XXS, but indeed Palos.
Oh,
he's gonna live. He's gonna live. He's gonna be able to TP out as well there. So quite the bullet dodge there from Palos, and needed to as well. He was the one having the best start so far in Execration.
Honestly, if he dies there, the game almost feels over, right? Like the way lanes are going, it's absolutely miserable for them. Nice little cliff action, of course, from Shanks. And Ducey, of course, Palos, reason he lives is because of double Wraith Band, right? He has this big armor. So a cool little plan from him to deal with the Eidolon damage. TP in 2 seconds. There we go. 2K lead already coming out these lanes. Doom shut down, Ember completely shut down. And not even just about the lane, too, about the Ember, is there's a lot of silences, right? There's tons of different ways to deal with this Ember, even if he starts getting farm. And they're pushing tower. It's a level 6 Death Prophet, 6.5 versus a level 4 and change on the Ember.
I mean, Carlo's going to come over and see if he can help.
They might just dive him.
So if there's anything that the Jakiro could do to help Bob out, they're going to come in with further TPs. They've got the Ice Path to hold back XWY, but Bob, he's ticking down to the Thunderstrike and the Siphons. He's gone. Another kill here in this middle lane, and Aster able to put a fair bit of damage onto the tier 1.
They even glyph while they're diving too, so yeah, it keeps the wave alive even longer. This is devastating start here. Aster. The other day when they played together, Execration actually did fairly well in the lanes. Today, I mean, they set themselves up for a bit of a disaster, of course, with that last pick for how this is going to go out. So yeah, Palos, I think tons of weight on his shoulders this game to just make some unbelievable stuff happen with this Nature's Prophet at this point.
On top lane.
Tino.
I won't quite be able to get the setup with the stomp.
A top tower also.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure being put on this tower. Already down to half HP here.
No.
Got to be careful. A couple of razors connecting there from Monet.
Yeah, I mean, every single lane has a way to really push and threaten on the side of Aster. Mid easily can take the tower. Enigma can easily take bottom. SF with this type of advantage can easily pressure too. They're really killing it for the start here.
Bob's going to take his tower off. He's going to go for the deny, but yeah, indeed, 7 minutes and tier 1 being taken.
Level 5. XWY going to be approaching level 8. Has full rune control as well, an arcane rune. So he can look to make early rotations too. All right, Palos. I mean, you've got one of the harder games, it feels like, for you. But you got to make some magic happen.
Yeah. He's getting the farm.
Sure is.
Yeah, 38 and 17, and that's definitely not bad.
TPing top and ult.
Yes, it's good damage and good interruption there with the telekinesis.
Nice
puts a stop to the stomp from Pichu, so they can continue to focus down Monet. With the sprout onto Pichu, they should be able to take him as well. Palos.
There we go.
Coming in big.
Does he want to try to pressure this tower here? I mean, he's running into the jungle. I guess wants to see if there's any stacks and stuff to take him away. Thought he would just look to just hit tower there. But I guess he wants to make sure that Tino gets as many levels as possible. Probably doesn't want to sap any of that XP. Good move. A needed move. I think he has to play super active bottom.
They're looking for him. They know he's in here.
Carlo.
Not a lot to be done.
Farewell, my friend.
Wanted to sap some XP, but Aster, they'll take him out of this bottom lane. And with that, get the Eidolons out and pressure onto this tier 1 as well. As Bob, finally hits the 6. So we'll have at least some mechanism of escape.
He's pretty much the same net worth as the supports in this game. But as we said, did it to himself with the pick. XWY, on top of having Arcane Rune now, also has picked up a DD. And he is going to be going for the Yules build. So, cool way to set up more of these ganks, cancel TPs and stuff like that also.
Carlo's come down here again. It's a dangerous place.
He just really wants to try to hold on to this tower as long as possible, but... Okay, TP coming in. Next success.
All right, they're bringing Palos and Shanks. I'll catch him with the telekinesis, and then the 3 of them XXS, not standing a chance. So Execration, very much making sure that they don't lose any further tier 1s here super early.
Good moves so far from Palos. Nice little tornado. I love this Hurricane. I think this has quickly become my favorite creep on Doom.
Well, just for the jukes, up and down high ground and stuff.
It's the jukes, but also it's like most of the time when people get Doom, they run away. This just pulls them right back in over and over again.
Look at this. They're going for XWY. They've got the 4 of them here.
This is good stuff. Execration.
They're going to be able to block him off as well with the Sprout. We'll get another Siphon off, but surely with the 4 of them, the damage is done, and it is a slight fist from Bob. Takes down XWY. Execration getting some big kills here as Aster getting caught out a bit.
And they're getting the farm too for Tino. He's got his Midas. Starting to hit some jungle creeps. Pretty much caught back up here. So, yeah, very nice early aggression. Palos, we said he's got the work cut out for him, and so far he is delivering. 1-0-4 on this Nature's Prophet. Very active around the map.
And this rune as well for Bob.
Alrighty.
Want to go for anything aggressive with this mid lane. Baboka trying to pick up the levels.
Yeah, but Boca moving so much, he is a bit under-leveled, of course. Only level 4. He's got the tome, though, so we'll be okay. But yeah, those kills, they matter a lot for these Execration supports in general, too. Since they're having the rough lanes, getting these early kills on the over-farmed laning heroes, they're high level. Like Rubik, he's about to be 6. This Jakiro is already 6. And I think they do have... Yeah, the tome is even coming out, so the Rubik is going to be near level 7.
Can they go for this with Palos? Or not? XWY.
This is a bit of a tough one. Oh. Tries to hit the camp there, but actually maybe reveals the sentry. Good early moves to recover things from Execration. Tino even securing last hit on tower. And he is going to be going the mech build, so I actually do like this build quite a bit. We've seen Ace do it a couple times here now. Aster starting to farm these big stacks that they had going. Monet still farming very well. A pretty massive stack, actually. Bob still, of course, on the long road to recovery. Bottom of the cores by extremely significant margin.
They're trying to get into the jungle here and mess around with XWY, but he's got Baboka by his side. They'll get the glimpse back onto the Rubik. Shanks is gone. I mean, Tino, of course, has the ult ready to play with, and Bob is by his side. It's still kind of difficult to fight into this area, especially when Aster's got the ward coverage around their own jungle. Bob's trying to head in, but they have full vision on this.
Baboka just wanted the bounty.
They're really trying to get at them here, but it's hard for these two to make a play. And XWY is actually just going to pop the ghost. They try and go for Tino, but he's able to push his way out of the stomp, and, well,
whoops.
I mean, Execration's going to be happy with that one. That's an exorcism down the drain.
I'm telling you, man, this Hurricane. It's so good. No glimpse available this time for Baboka. And yeah, Ghost wasted. But Bob, I mean, he's looking to do something to get active because he's got his phase boots. Not going to be the Javelin, not into the Maelstrom for quite some time, of course. But he's got to get, I mean, he's not getting any farm. He has 40 last hits. 43 at 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, yeah, they've got to find action. They've got XWY.
Okay, good damage.
Chains into the macro pile. Have some time here with the self-heals, but Palos TP's in. XWY. He's got backup coming, but they can't save him from these four. That's a big kill there. They're shutting down this Death Prophet.
And Bob gets the last hit. The very important thing.
Very nicely there done from Bob. Dodges the glimpse with the sleight of fist. Gets the chains connection onto Baboka. This is exactly what Execration need to start climbing Bob back into the game.
Bob's like, no, Palos, you took my last hit. I needed that one from Baboka. But now with these kills, can definitely get some pressure going. Good punishing. When that DP ulti was used, they waited till it went down, immediately smoked, made the move, and now trying to get this tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
XWY's back up though, so Execration. Now think twice before trying to go for this push.
Still some very good moves to punish. Playing around those cooldowns nicely. XXS looks like now he's got the Greaves. Might be time for Aster to start grouping up. Monet also pretty strong. Of course, no BKB just yet, but still, he's got Dragonlance. He continues to stack up. He is quite massive still on this SF, but he is getting out-farmed by the NP and the Doom. Midas is definitely paying off for Tino. And he's close to his Greaves as well.
Do you think there's any chance that Aster will try and go for the Roshan with this sort of lineup?
Maybe when they have level 2 ghosts. That's what I would imagine. Yep. XWY, he's level 11, so probably wants to just farm 12, and then, yeah, they could more than likely just force a Roshan, which will be very difficult for Execration really to fight around, especially because the Ember is so far behind and the immense team fight that they have set themselves up with on Aster.
Yeah, 14 minutes in there. Very, very close, Aster. They want to try and get back that lead that they did build up in the early game. They'll come out with the 3-man smoke. Carlo's not necessarily the target, though. They want something bigger.
They want this Doom. They'll get the Glimpse.
They'll get the Glimpse back. Glimpse, Stomp's not quite set up. And Tino is going to be able to turn and drop the Doom down onto the Enigma, so there's no threat of a black hole, but the Ghosts are back up here from XWY. And with the Splitter as well, Tino will go down.
And XXS is just fine because he's got those Greaves. Just that regen that kicks in once he gets low should be more than enough. Bring in the numbers, Aster. But Paulo's still farming. The all-important man. Bob's going to have to take just... Yeah, he's going to have to go back foot. I like this. Like, even going just straight BKB. We've seen this a bunch of times when the Embers are super behind. Just let your Nature's Prophet get all the farm.
Well, the farm Pichu.
Good kill.
That's another one for Bob. The recovery continues.
Now onto mid tower. All these kills definitely matter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I guess Monet is just really waiting for his BKB before he gets involved whatsoever. And Execration, they want to punish. They're like, okay, Static Storm on cooldown, DP ult on cooldown also. They want XWY.
They're going to go for Palace bottom. Monet, oh, that was the combo there. Glimpse into the Requiem, very well done by Aster. Top lane though, indeed XWY. In a bit of trouble.
Shanks got the steal.
He's got a couple of siphons, but the Ice Path is down. We'll see if the heals are enough to save XWY. Still has the heals to play it, but now in fact he's out of mana. And with the Macropire down, another Slight Fish coming in from Bob. XWY will fall.
Bob's like, good job, guys. Coming in to secure the last hit. Good stuff from him.
He needs it. As the recovery does continue here for Bob. And, you know, maybe this was the plan all along. As you say, when you're picking the Ember Spirit into this sort of game, you know it's going to be tough. So, you know, very much so, Execration likely just thinking about the impact that the Ember could have outside of the early game, and even in a situation where the Ember would be having to play from behind.
Mm-hmm. Bob. Looks like he just wants to cut the wave. He has a Remnant up still. Yeah, he's just going to jump out. Execration definitely are going to be preparing, I'd imagine, for the inevitable Roshan that's probably going to be coming from Aster very soon. XWY has hit 12, so he's got Exorcism. They're about to hit quite a few item timings on Aster.
There we go. Execration's feeling strong. They've got the Doom back up. They want to look for a fight immediately.
They still have Siphons also. Shanks, I mean, this is the strong... I mean, of course, yeah, Black Hole, but this is one of the strongest spells you can get.
Oh,
ooh.
And they're going to be able to get Shanks in with the setup there, closes the gap, and that's going to be XXS in trouble. He'll try and stand his ground, but the Flame Guard ticks him down. Shanks finishes him off.
There we go.
And now they can go for more. Palos deeping in onto the high ground, showing off the escape of Pichu. 2 kills for Execration, and now they are the ones to take the lead.
The Hurricane, baby. Push the Rubik in so he gets the lift. It's a free 4-staff. That's some sick stuff. Love to see it.
Check it out again.
Oh, it's so pretty. Look at it. Phew. Beautiful stuff. I mean, they keep outnumbering. They're making really clean rotations.
Just a little bit sort of disjointed at this point in the game, Aster.
Yep.
They're getting caught out in these sort of situations where XXS is alone or XWY is alone.
Mm-hmm.
Execration doing a really good job of punishing this.
Soon BKB for XWY, so BKB's done on Monet, soon BKB on him. That, I'd imagine, would be the big timing for them to go for that Rosh. They're going to get the set up top, the Yules.
Into the Static Storm.
Bob's in trouble. Think straight to Rosh. They're going to know. So Execration immediately start pinging the Rosh. They're like, Aster's going to force it. How are they going to look to fight this?
They could probably go here with the 4 of them. Or I mean, how hard is it for Execration to fight 4v5?
It's pretty damn difficult versus all these ults. Carlo, he's going to just try to slow it down with the Macropire, but might get punished for this. Yeah, very likely to go down. A nice Tornado again, though.
And XXS, he's going to drop the Black Hole.
He just throws it on Shanks.
He's not going to do enough, and Shanks is able to get the steal.
Uh-oh.
He turns around with the Black Hole, catches the 3 of them. Palace in from the side with the BKB. They'll look towards XXS, but they will lose Shanks. See if Palace can get a clean up. He can't. He has to BKB TP out of there.
And Doom is used, and now straight to Rosh with a very useful Ghost.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird sort of start there with the Black Hole, but it worked out at the end of it all. Yeah. I mean, Shanks got to enjoy a sort of 3-man stolen Black Hole that he got to drop down, but wasn't enough to get the team fight back in Execration's favor. Palos, as strong as he is, on his own, he just doesn't deal enough right-click damage right now to kind of just be able to come in and delete heroes.
No, definitely not. And there is, I mean, yeah, the BKB is going to be useful versus some of these spells, but Aster has a great lineup for just mixed damage. They have the Ghost, they have the SF right-clicks that come in, so...
There we go. See what they can do now with the Aegis timing here. Monet.
Just farm it up.
Execration.
These Yules for a last hit? Wait, what? I think he did up top. Looking to punish. Arcane Rune on Bob.
That's very dead.
Can they get the big kill, though? Can they get XWY?
They get the connection with the Ice Path. Jump forward from Bob, but the BKB's there. BKB and a TP out from XWY will keep him safe. Also got a bit of a Siphon going as well. So more than enough HP to cover himself on the way out.
Still a fan of the way that they're making these moves. They see ultis used, they're trying to punish it constantly. They're trying to play fast to try to shut down Aster's massive team fight. And, I mean, so far, not bad.
Yeah, it feels like they are just doing that little bit more than Aster so far this game here at Execration.
But it's just Bob who's just still super far behind.
Trying to get the Seppa here from the side. And Shanks. They'll get the connection. XXS decently tanky. They'll turn with the Earth Splitter, but Bob, he's in on the front lines and they'll be able to take XXS down. Another solid kill here, but at the cost of both supports. Monet coming in for a bit of a cleanup, but unlikely to find more. Palos able to hold back XWY. XWY trying to chase.
He's going to have to probably use BKB soon. They're going to get vision for Glimpse. Yeah. So now Aster, I mean, no BKB on Nature's Prophet. They're probably going to be the ones looking to punish as well, too. It's these constant back and forths of these, you know, the cooldowns and whatnot. So Execration trying to make the most happen with a little, right? Especially Bob, since he still continues to be that bottom of the cores. He's still doing quite a bit of work anyway. So they're going to match the movement. They're going to go top, and they can push pretty quick.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, well, that's going to feel pretty good. Being able to get a tier 2 wash for the team that doesn't have the Aegis. Because Aster, they do get the trade down bottom. Monet and XXS ready for the defense. Execration, they won't look to push it any further top for now.
Cooldowns.
To 13. I mean, super close this game.
Yep. Cooldowns coming back up. Very difficult for Execration to fight into 5, but if they bring the numbers, they can definitely get this set up. Tino has BKB. So they're also, I mean, they're getting some pretty good item timings at the same time on Execration. Double BKB's ready. Bob, he did go a little greedier. He did go back, just go for the Maelstrom instead of just rushing BKB. He doesn't want to literally be unable to farm, so I understand that.
Yeah, it always feels rough because if you go straight BKB, you just do no damage.
Yeah, sometimes it's needed,
There's but no progression.
He wants to be able to try to scale.
Yep.
Because they do definitely need multi-scaling this game. So far, so good. Yeah, very even, like you're mentioning. Aster trying to punish, since they have absolutely every single cooldown. Get the push going. Monet, he's just going hard right click, so he's just going Daedalus next to bring down these targets during their BKBs. And Paulos, this is definitely a cool item build if he's able to get that Scotty as well. Very good versus all 3 cores. Triple range cores.
Oh, with the full pipe done now in XXS. So we'll be able to help the team out when they go for the group up push, and already being able to take that second tier 2. Only the tier 2 left standing in the mid lane here for Execration.
Keep seeing Bob trying to walk to some lanes and farm, and then his Nature's Prophet just TPs right in front of it and takes the farm. I mean, I can't blame him.
No, Palos,
he's got double the net worth of Bob.
He needs to carry hard here, Palos, yeah. He's taking that gold every time.
Don't blame him by any means. Shanks, the moment, has the Blink, has the Philly Stone. Very useful for the Rubik. He's playing versus Disruptor, so imagine this shard is going to be coming out soon to be able to save people out of the kinetic field and stuff like that.
And they want to get in the jungle here, Execration. They'll get the jump forward on towards the Disruptor. Static Storm will get thrown down in response. And see if any turnaround potentials here from Aster. XWY is already coming in with the Exorcism. XXS stepping forward.
He's just charging in.
I mean, he's trying to stay on top of Bob here. Bob, he's got another Remnant ready, though. So Bob, he's able to distance himself from this BKB to Exorcism Death Prophet. And they won't get anything else with this Aster. So they lose the support and a big ultimate expended. And Execration, they walk away, everybody alive.
Great disengage. Keeping it close.
Yeah, picking and choosing the fights well here, Execration.
Yep. Not overreacting, not overcommitting with those BKBs or anything too. Now, I mean, it's time to strike for Execration. No DP ult, no Static Storm. What can they find though? Because at the moment, they only really have, that one ward up on the top side right now, so some limited vision. I mean, they know where Aster is, but walking into high ground's a little bit difficult at this point.
Yeah, they want to at least get the Scotty done on Palos. He's so close right now. Just a few hundred gold.
And they have Blink on Tino. I mean, they definitely can make moves right now. Aster likely to stick together at least with Monet. Aegis is gone.
What is he about? Yes, about 500 gold off his full Daedalus Monet.
He's going to hit hard. He's getting close to 20 as well, so he's going to have that big timing from the 60 free damage. Shanks. Show the support top. Carlo and Shanks.
Well, he gets the glimpse. He's able to see just a bit of vision there of Carlo. I believe the Eidolon getting sent into the trees, spotting them out.
Nice little micro there from XXS. But it's just a 5 position, so back to farming, split it up on the side of Execration. Weren't able to punish the Static Storm being on cooldown or the DP ult yet. Still 30 seconds where they could perhaps versus this DP. Yeah, but just losing their 5, they're fine with. They're okay with that. It's his job.
Bob, he's got his eyes on him here, but not really a whole lot Bob can do.
No. They need like 3 heroes at the least to be able to bring down
even
XWY.
Palace joining doesn't do anything. I mean, they do have other members walking over to this area, but I imagine XWY won't stay around too long. And even if he did, he had the backup of Disruptor by his side.
Yeah, but Boca now has his force and his drums. Has ways to protect his buddies too. Monet, gonna go Satanic next, and about to hit 20. So Aster, I mean, back to looking for a fight perhaps, or maybe they just feel comfortable farming.
Dire are scanning.
Next Roche will probably be that next big timing of an actual big team fight, because Execration, they're it seems like they're feeling fine with just sitting back and farming. Even though Bob, of course, is still not really getting much farm, he is very close to his BKB. All right, Monet.
I mean, in a game this close, you know, which team would you imagine feels more comfortable right now?
I mean, I'm not really sure, because they have ways to counter versus this Enigma and stuff like that. I'm sure Aster's like, yeah, we have really good scaling and stuff like that because we have Enigma, but there is a multiple scaling cores on the side of Execration, and they have Doom versus what can sometimes end up being like a 4 Protect 1 when you're playing with that stuff like this.
Yeah, and so you get sort of to like the late game, you get like the Ags on Doom, right? You can kind of Ags yourself, blink in, and then you're never going to be able to black hole against that.
They have multiple different layers of being able to cover it.
Yeah.
Timing, hit Bob. He's got his BKB. Definitely a lot safer now. Triple BKB cores.
We'll see around the mid Aster. We've got to be careful how they show as Execration trying to lead in with the 3-man smoke. Bob and Tino ready to sort of front the charge.
Just got to be cautious walking into high grounds. He does take... I was going to say, this doesn't seem like a Sprout leash team. This is a 100% miss game. So now he's hit a timing also on Palos that could be pretty amazing versus Monet.
That is true. I mean, I guess you just got to bear in mind the Hurricane Pike, but indeed, if you catch him after that, it could make him pretty miserable in the team fights.
Yeah, this is definitely the better choice this game. Roche, 10 seconds. Both teams constantly scouting it out.
Yeah, whoever wins the next fight will take it down super quickly. You got Monet being able to shred it on one side and Palos on the other. Back in the punch right now.
Both teams having timings with items and levels and stuff like that. DP right now, XWY level 18, so level 3 EXO is online. Oh, they're setting up the trap. Palos.
He TP's in. He'll immediately get the BKB off and start to walk away. Gets the Nature's Wrath off on top of that as well.
Get the Doom, but it's just a Doom and a runaway.
And XWY is having to dive pretty deep for this. His own BKB's come to an end. Bob starting to tease around the disruption on the back lines. XWY.
He's a bit deep.
He's getting kited out. Now Tino's back in with the jump. Palos has got the damage. XWY's in trouble. He's gone.
He was completely separated from his team. Bob?
Oh
my God.
He gets a little bit close to the SF there. Monet, a couple of hits and Bob's gone.
Both mid laners maybe not getting the memo of the split up and disengage. I mean, that was very reckless from XWY. I think... like, Monet's probably saying, hey, I'm doomed. Like, wait, reset the fight for this doom to work. But XWY just charges in. It's a bit out of position there as... Whoa. Flashbang.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, with the fight ending as it did, neither team really with the capabilities to go into Roshan.
Nope. And they don't have... I mean, they're not going to have Exorcism now for 60 seconds on Aster. XXS, I saw he had like Wraith Pact and stuff queued up, but I feel like they need an easier form of initiation. Just a Blink Stun or something from him. And maybe, I mean, eventually, of course, if he's able to get this like Blink and Black Hole onto either Doom or Rubik, could be very useful, so... Now they actually have ways to start fight a bit better rather than just a glimpse and these guys BKB and disengage.
There we go. Aster looking for another fight. There's the jump. They'll go for the quick kill. I mean, Shank's getting destroyed there by 900 damage hit from Monet.
And they're going to get another one.
And Carlos will turn with a macro pyre, but Monet just walks straight through it, embracing the flames.
And now they can just, yeah, now they rush. And Monet, I mean, hitting ridiculous item timings. Yes, Palos is matching it, but they're going to have to buy back to try to contest this. He's got Satanic on Monet.
I mean, Aster, they're stepping up aggressively.
Okay.
They want to try and fight here. We'll see Tino head forward. He's on top of the Enigma. They'll be able to take XXS out of the fight. There's no buyback available from XXS, so he can't return for this.
And they get Monet.
Bob, he's not going to get quite caught in the static storm. Palos, he's focusing down Monet. Monet able to put the BKB to the right clicks from Palos. Take him out.
Oh, man, this is I mean, 76 seconds. He committed the gold.
I mean, Bob's going for more.
Execration.
He's able to jump in. He's closing the gap onto XWY and Pichu. They'll lose Baboka here to the damage of Tino. And Bob, he is sort of standing on XWY beyond the tower. They'll turn for the easy kill, go for the Pichu Elder Titan instead. That's 4 down on Aster. Execration and a fantastic call to make with those buybacks. They force the fight.
And Paulo, they can get Roche. They have 50 seconds. They have more than enough time. This Sprout talent definitely doing work. They control Monet long enough for him to get there. Sprouts him. Good luck, Satanic. Good luck getting any type of heals off of that one. Execration making it happen here with these very selective fights that they're taking. Really smart stuff.
Yeah, it's a close game, but the shot calling feels just that bit more tighter today from Execration.
Absolutely. The Dream Roche, Bob, he'd been wanting his shard. Now he gets handed it for free. And now Palos. Multiple different ways to stand.
There's Palos.
Uh-oh.
It's speeding up here, the lead. It's growing for Execration. Quick moves from Palos.
I mean, as you said, Aster they're absolutely feeling disconnected. They feel like they're scaling. They feel like they're getting all this good farm, but Execration just taking the better fights time and time again. 10K lead.
Yeah, super impressive here. I mean, yeah, Palos, it was his game to shine, and he's certainly shining right now.
They're doing so much. I mean, it's not even just him, though. It's these supports are doing excellent. Even though, like, yeah, 0-5 on Carlo, he's getting the ice pass that matters so that they can get that burst damage before these BKBs come out. Really killing it.
Yeah, I mean, on a Jakiro as well, a hero that, you know, a lot of the times can seem very underwhelming.
Yeah.
But some good play from Carlo.
Aster now heavily on the back foot inside the base. They buy a gem. I mean, Baboka feeling like they need it to be able to recover the map control, but Execration fully controlling everything here.
Radiant are scanning.
Next few fights feel ever important for Aster to get things together for themselves. I mean, it really does feel like they're starting to have every single answer as it progresses too. It's like how is Enigma now in this position going to be able to play versus all these different ways to cancel and stop Black Hole? And it feels like they are just really starting to need it. Monet cannot stand his ground and hit versus this NP with this talent.
No, not at all right now. Palos, I mean, what's their best means to sort of deal with the Nature's Prophet in the fight?
They just have to be together, really. Like, that's the biggest thing on Aster. They're just very split up with the way they're taking the fights. One person's charging in and, like, trying to initiate. The other ones are trying to run. It's, yeah, just, like you said, very disconnected stuff.
Another tier 2, the final tier 2 taken there by Execration. All lanes now open for pushing, so Aster got to be very, very cautious. Another lost team fight will almost certainly cost them at least a set of barracks.
Oh, and this is cool. If Bob actually does do this build, he's going Halberd. So I like more miss. Good luck hitting people, Monet. It feels like the whole game is up to Monet now at this point, and they're just getting multiple different answers to deal with this SF's damage too. Sprout miss, Halberd. Arcane Rune now also on Bob, and Palos, yeah, just keeping all these waves controlled so they can pick and choose their battles perfectly.
And they're going to try and bait it with Palos. He's going to begin pushing top, and the rest of Execration smoke up. Looks like Aster. They're not falling for the bait though. They're sticking around their own jungle.
Big timings, level 20 now in Doom, reduced cooldown. Also soon to have a Shiva, so more answers for this Satanic, for this DP heals.
Tino, he's stepping up. Ooh, get Thunderstrike as Bob. Catch eyes on XX there. Still pushing forward, but Palos just keeps in. They're ready to go.
He's got ages.
He's straight in on top of Monet. Monet has to Hurricane Pike away. They'll turn towards the Disruptor instead, but Boca in trouble.
Cannot get away. And Palos is 25 now already, so can keep all the lanes shoved in, join every single one of the team fights. He is really killing it this game. The absolute MVP for me.
So difficult for Aster to fight into this right now.
Yep.
Execration just full control of the map, and Aster struggling to just get out and start fighting on their own sort of accord. Amid, Monet's going to get doomed.
85 seconds.
And he's out. He hasn't got the buyback. He's 1,500 gold short. He calls it. He just presents himself mid. Tino gets the easiest doom in his life, and it's game over.
A completely disconnected game from
all
Aster.
over the place.
A beautiful game from Execration. I mean, that was super well played. Even though Bob is literally on the back foot the whole game, he's making so much happen with so little.
Yeah, what a legend, honestly. Like,
great teamwork.
Picking the Ember in such a difficult game. He don't care, Bob. He don't care what heroes you have. He'll still make a game out of it. He certainly does.
That's spectacular stuff.
And yeah, indeed, backing up, Palos, who just, he said, boys, I got this game on my shoulders. 9-1-12. 524 CS at the end of the game there on the Prophet. A pretty much perfect showing from him.
Yeah, literally. I mean, what, 970 XPM, 870 GPM? This man absolutely killed it. He had everything. I mean, he really was absolutely everywhere, leading the charge, initiating as a Nature's Prophet in some of these fights. Amazing stuff.
This is exactly sort of the performance you need to be bringing out in these best of ones. Game one, well, the first best of one at least here for Execration against Team Aster. Execration will take this victory.
They do indeed. They do indeed. And straight to looking at the replay as we saw there, because they are not done yet. They'll need to play straight away again against TSM this time. We're in a 3-team tiebreaker, and only one team makes it through. The first team to win 2 games makes it through to the next group stage, and Execration on the right path for that one as they beat down Aster, who now has to hope that they get another shot at another rotation of tiebreakers. We'll see, of course, later on. But let's be real, this performance from Aster did not inspire confidence that they'll have a shot regardless. At the other side, I want to start with an up note, because we started this game saying, well, the draft might not seem amazing for Execration, but if they are going to do with Purge, it's going to be on the back of Bob.
And Bob recovered. I mean, he had a rough early game. Aster just looked ahead, but a couple mistakes here and there kind of led to Execration just playing together. And some of those late game scenarios, it just felt a little bit harder for Aster to start team fights. They didn't really have like a jump stunner due to having offlane Enigma, and he also didn't go blink dagger, so there was never some like blink BKB black hole kill a guy. Even though SF was a strong carry, their initiation was weaker, so eventually Execration just picks him apart.
So my question is, did Bob recover or did XWY feed?
Bit of both?
Because
yes,
it feels like XWY fed. Like there's some really awful deaths, like inexcusable deaths, I would say. And we were talking about this pre-game, but we were wondering like what kind of mental state XWY would come into this game, how seriously he would take it after finding out he was kicked yesterday. And it didn't look good. I mean, they had perfect lane setups on the side of Aster. They had a really great draft. They had a good Greaves timing on Enigma. It felt like if they all just played around each other, like around minute 15, 20, there shouldn't have been counterplay by Execration.
Yeah.
They made it work, right? They found the pickoffs. They found the DP farming by herself a couple of times. Palos had a really great rotation on Furion early on when SF was completely dumpstering Doom. He just TPs in. They got the kill on the Doom. The kill on the SF, the kill on the ET. That was really good.
Yeah, he salvaged big time.
He salvaged a lot on the side of Furion. I think Furion was definitely the standout player here on Palos, but I really do have to highlight how badly Aster played this game, because they completely should have stomped.
Yeah, I don't want to like ignore the elephant in the room. Yeah. I do think like Execration, they played very well. I think the drafting is something they can go back and look at. Like we saw the issues, and I think that they're lucky that they're playing against a team that's completely disconnected. Like there's no way a team that is not disconnected takes an early game like that, where you have this like massive SF, and DP XWY was top net worth. He was top net worth with 2 kills.
3 levels ahead of Ember, too.
3 levels ahead of Ember. in the early game, and then ended up being the bottom net worth core in the game. And we talked about like the nature of that. I know Palos and Mane on the screen, which honestly both of these players did fairly well.
Yeah.
I would say both of these carries were very consistent, but I don't think that's where the issue lied in this game at all on either side. Like the XWI situation is also like, if you're playing with a team that doesn't have faith in you, then you're going to look bad because people are not going to come help you. They're not going to play around you. You're going to make a call. People are going to be slow to like trust the call. So I don't want to put it all on him because I think that's a situation a lot of Dota players have experienced. It even happens in pubs where you just do some stupid move and your team doesn't trust you. And then even if you actually make a good call that's like objectively good, you can't make it alone. And so he just looked like he was playing alone that game. And I think even if one player is disconnected, then the other 4 players will also be disconnected from each other because it takes all 5 players to really make a team.
And then you get more frustrated because you know that you made a good call here and there. And you had some mistakes too, but you always focus on the good things you did that they didn't back you up on.
Yeah,
which makes you further tilted and maybe leads to another death later.
It's a big snowball. And I think like as long as TSM does not completely disrespect Aster, that's the one issue, the one potential issue is like, oh, they look so disconnected, this will be easy.
Definitely.
You're still going to lose to this team. This is still a bunch of really incredibly high-skilled players. Like we saw Monet on the screen there. He actually had a really good game, barring the last death that we saw. But that's at the point where, like, there's clearly tilt.
Yeah,
there's clearly tilt happening.
It did not look good.
How can you not be? Because their game plan was so simple and it was so easy to accomplish after a laning stage like that. But they just couldn't. But now that we've like spoken about the elephant in the room, as Jenkins called it, we should talk about the good things that Execration did. I know I already mentioned Palos, but I think he played incredibly well. Like Palos, I think is probably right now top 3 SEA carries. He has always been so consistent. Even in Tour 1, when Execration were struggling on the lanes, he always like pulled off some magic. He made so many good rotations happen when it looked so bad for Execration, but somehow, like on the back of their Furion, he was able to give his Ember Spirit a game. He was able to set up for kills. He was at the top of the net worth, and even on his lane versus Enigma, he had some clutch plays, right? Like he TP'd out with like 10 HP at some point. That was a kill that they should have got on the side of Aster, and they didn't, and that was on the back of Palos outplaying. So yeah, kudos to him, and kudos to the rest of Execration for being able to like not be discouraged, and for this Ember Spirit, for like finding the farm where he could and finding the opportunities where he could.
The hard thing to do on Furion too. Like I think Furion is like, this hero is like on a tightrope whenever your team is behind. Just because like the hero, I remember some ages ago, Brax was casting, he said Furion is like a +1 hero. And I loved that idea where like if your team is doing really well, he's going to take every tower, he's going to show up in every fight, it's going to feel super oppressive. But if your team is doing poorly, Furion's not like, aha, I'm going to TP in and right-click you and carry the... There's not much skill outskilling.
You got to TP in and die, potentially.
Yeah, you'll TP in.
Or he's going to be expected and get killed on the lane.
You'll just TP in and feed more. So there is that first timing where it's like the ult does a lot of damage the moment you get it, that you can use that to get like a double kill and transition into a tower. And if you don't hit that, there's not much more comeback potential for Furion, especially because you don't have the greater treants anymore. So you can't do like the, aha, I'm split pushing and you're coming and chasing me and stuff. That's not as strong anymore.
Some players relied on that a little strongly, maybe more than they should have. But there's other good things about the hero.
I don't think anybody really relied on that strongly.
Well, there is one thing that can be said about this Nature's Prophet, because we've seen Execration pick it first phase quite a bit. You okay, Bert?
Yeah. Reveling.
He's fine.
Any opportunity to flame Jenkins.
Was that a flame?
Yes.
It was.
You said my Furion was strong, if I recall.
One aspect of it, you're very good at pressing your third skill repeatedly.
Jenkins, one of your pigtails is out.
Yeah, one of your pigtails is out.
No.
You probably picked it out yourself.
I'm taking one out
for
every tiebreaker.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Execration's next opponent, because that will be TSM. Now, if we're talking about elephants in the room, the TSM elephant in the room is that they're TSM and they generally lose game 1 before winning game 2. And there's only one game, so that's not good unless, don't you worry, guys. You can. I think there's a way for them to overcome this by just seeing it as an extension of the series that TSM and Execration played earlier, in which they tied, in which they lost game 1.
Of course.
Close the
won
BO3.
game 2, and then they closed the BO3 part. Surely they can do that.
that could work, but I think they're going to focus a little bit more on how Execration is playing a bit differently. You know, different heroes, like they didn't play their standard bread and butter. I think they're gonna have lots of. It's a one shot in my mind. They're gonna you have some like strat devised. You're not gonna like try anything out. You're gonna be like, this is our game that we need to win here. Otherwise, you go home. So they're gonna be focused on themselves, I think.
It's very simple right now. If Execration win the next game, the tiebreakers for Group A will be done. We're gonna find out if they can do that against TSM after a break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The tiebreakers continue with the winner of the first game, Execration, going up against a fresh team. It's TSM that is the other team next to Aster that is in this tiebreaker. And if Execration win this one game, they are through. TSM, of course, they want to win instead and then also win against Aster. And then they would be the one to make it through. The first team to get 2 wins makes it through to the next stage. We're finding out here in this best of 1 if it's going to be Execration or maybe TSM gets a shot. It is Dire side for TSM, Radiant for Execration, and I'm joined by Purge and Effie and Jenkins. And they're gonna say so many smart things. I want you to get your notebooks out and make sure you don't miss a single thing. Purge, you go first.
I like that Execration is just plain simple. Mirana plus stun, that's kills. And I like that TSM picked Ari Rubik. His Rubik is really freaking sick. He gets really good spell combos. He does a good job. I like both drafts. They're both gonna win.
Very smart.
I mean, it's kind of like It's kind of like an anti-zoo opening, right? Those are Kasame heroes. Kasane, that's what they usually go for in the first phase on the side of TSM. If his Beastmaster isn't there, he goes Lycan. There's the Lycan. But now that you have this Mirana and DK, like DK can Dragon Tail the creep initially, then you can just arrow it. You do need a setup since it does run around very fast. Arrowing a Lycan creep is not that easy. But yeah, it's their method of playing against Sid. I'm pretty sure they prepared this opener because TSM is very predictable in their first phase. Incredibly so. I would say more so than any other team in this tournament.
Yeah, and this is a totally different opener from last game too. And TSM, they ban out the Naga. We saw them have huge issues with that yesterday against Gaming Gladiators, I believe, where Kasane got kind of dumpstered by the Naga in lane. I really do like Lycan and Beastmaster on this 8th pick where you have the 3 block picks, because it really does feel like there are a couple of heroes that like really hurt your game plan, but not like a limitless amount of them, which is why it's such a summon heavy meta still, even after all the damn nerfs.
It just feels like it's always going to be a summon heavy meta unless they change something about the freaking economy, because if you can get your timing on the helm when you want it, you can just go and push things. Like it's way too easy to just do it.
Yeah, and people realized also that you can do the like Beastmaster thing where you take over like a zone of the map on your own with any summon hero. You just put the summons down a lane, use them to like scout up high grounds and stuff like that. And people do it with Brood, people do it with Beast, people do it with Lycan. Like Beast, they used to be, oh, you can do that with a Hawk. It's like a ward. It's a free ward. The Hawk is terrible. It's literally just about the summons now. So every summons hero does that.
Yeah, and the thing is about Beast is he used to like have these really bad lane matchups, but when people realized they could just get axes instead and farm Ancient stacks,
he has a nuke.
He stopped having awful lane matchups. Like he always has some way to recover in a game. The thing about Lycan is he doesn't have that kind of grace. If he gets completely shut down in lane, he doesn't recover as quickly. So this is a hero I think that needs to be picked overall 8th and block picked, like you mentioned.
You know what also helps that?
I feel like you can overall first to Beast.
You can, because of the Ancients.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that a big reason that you can take Ancients is because the third camp being removed, making it no longer the triangle. Instead, now it's just a line purge. Because if you take the third point out of a triangle,
I'm gonna call it the triangle. Is that
it's
okay?
still one line. It's just gonna be one line. The carries like they don't want that shit. They're in their own jungle. They're like, yeah, I want to secure my own jungle, especially on Dire. So offlaners are like more than welcome to go take the triangle. 33 did that a ton at TI, where he'd just be in his own try.
It's like you can have the line, I'll just have the pentagon in my jungle.
Right.
But unfortunately,
Pentagon.
I mean, how many camps are in Jungle 5?
Pentagram in the Dire jungle because it's evil. Beaver?
Sure. Can anyone follow up on the evil pentagram?
There's 4 jungle camps in the Radiant jungle.
Well,
not
or
counting the
6.
extra 2, right?
It's either 4
large,
or 6.
medium, large, medium. That's 4.
It depends
Plus
on
small,
if you.
large.
You've got
the
small,
whole
large near the lane.
Yeah.
Then you got on the opposite of the small. There's a medium.
And then there's another medium.
And then there's 2 other mediums. And then there's the one next to the
There's
lane.
a medium, there's a large on top, and then there's a large on the side.
Radiant.
That's 6.
Sounds like you guys are.
6.
You guys
I
are.
said 6.
You guys are sorting and counting
So
potatoes.
it's a hexagon, not a pentagon.
Huh?
It's a weird shape.
The jungle is a hexagon.
Really more of a parallelogram.
So it's
or
not
something.
it's not a pentagram anymore. It's
More
a
like a
hexagram.
rectangle.
Depends where you draw, how the farming patterns are, how you go between the camps, where the lines are drawn.
You're drawing different shapes then, but like
Yeah, and you have to cut the trees to make sure that the hexagram is complete.
It's like a.
If we're going off the farm and kill thing, you just go between the camps totally at random.
It definitely looks like a constellation, probably not a shape.
Like the big dipster or the small
yeah, it's
dipster?
something like that.
did you guys ever play like connect the dots on your chicken pox when you were kids?
That's disgusting. That's absolutely
Sounds like a really fun week.
I got a lot of birth.
You guys are not from a big family.
Never mind.
Let's just infect each other while we're
connect the
Well,
dots.
if you're in a big family, if one of you gets chicken pox, the rest
you
of you
all
do.
have it.
So you might as well enjoy each other's.
I mean, I remember
Tiny
having
little
chicken
box.
pox,
Enjoy
but I
your
don't remember.
the box.
I think we just
Come here,
watched.
stepbrother.
I think we just watched cartoons or something. I don't know.
All right, we were.
You know what's the best part of this conversation? In the meantime, nothing has happened in the draft because they're digging into their bonus time right now.
Just like Effie digs into her brother's box.
Let me get in there.
Draws on. Also, when we all got chicken pox, I was in kindergarten, which means my sister was in the 1st grade and my brother Fira was in preschool. So we were at an age where drawing on each other is acceptable.
I will allow it.
Okay, think about it.
Thinking
Funny.
about it.
Fun. It's funny.
And apparently,
Let's move on. I
it
hate this
resulted into
conversation.
a core entertainment memory, a good memory.
Yeah.
My brother would draw on me with paintballs. He would say dance piggy, and then pop 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 pop. Where's my parents?
Was he
He's
good?
babysitting me.
Was he a good artist? Was he an accurate artist?
I don't know. I
Or
couldn't
more-
see because it was on the back side of me. So
Oh, I see.
But it was mostly drawn in blue, then I would imagine.
well, and red. The welts.
pink.
The welts were red.
Yeah, blue bruises, red welts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What color was the pink?
Did your parents ever put socks on your hands?
What did you do
Why?
as a kid?
So you don't itch your chicken pox.
Oh.
So you don't draw on each other.
I have no chickenpox
All right.
memories.
Took an
You
oatmeal,
didn't have
oatmeal
chickenpox?
bath?
I don't know if
Any
I did.
oatmeal bathers?
You're in
What, any
danger.
what?
Oatmeal bathers.
No.
What?
What is
Water
what is
with-
No,
that?
we were
Oatmeal.
intentionally ignoring that, Purge, just to be very clear.
Okay.
So can you explain the logic?
It's not like
behind
when you
that?
get bit,
I'm
you
not
get
saying
bit by
that-
a skunk.
I'm not saying it's
and then-
medically sound. I'm just saying that in the year like 1998 or something, it was probably earlier, mid 90s, it was some wives' tale.
Yeah, they would clear. They would
Because if
solve it.
Because if you get bit by a
Something like
skunk,
that.
you have to get into a bath full of potatoes to clear up the smell.
Why?
Because it smells if you otherwise.
Okay.
You'll get
Wait.
bit by skunks. They smell like crap.
We have no skunks in Jordan, so we never had to
Lucky.
do that.
I don't. We don't. know. We also don't have any skunks, or at least not. I've never seen one in real life,
They
other than
smell
in the
like
zoo.
marijuana.
And
Can
they
you confirm or deny, Jenkins?
They do smell like marijuana. The good, the dank stuff. And they
what
also
then?
look like cats. And if you pet them, they'll squirt on you.
And you'll never
Fake-
get it out
factually
unless you
true.
take a bath of potatoes.
Wait, are we talking
Potato
about
bath.
skunks still?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why would anyone pet a skunk? You know they're dangerous.
They look
Well,
like
Not
cats,
dangerous, but they're gonna make you smell that.
and they look fluffy.
The
Yes.
scary thing is if your dog gets near them, because your dog doesn't know any better, and then you have to clean your dog somehow.
Don't you
And
just
for
put them
that,
into a
tomato
bath?
juice is what I was told. I don't know if that's real.
And speaking of dog, actually, Lycan picked up here from TSM
yeah,
about
I
30
mean, I heard
minutes ago
that.
in the draft.
Oh right, there's the
Feels
draft.
like 30 minutes of
Yeah, the
that
bound phase
conversation.
is over. We got an Undying and a Terrorblade up on TSM, and the Jakiro was picked up because dragons are cool, and they already had the Dragon Knight, and they got the Jakiro now as well.
3 dragons, 1 team.
I think Jakiro in general, like his stocks have gone up throughout this tournament. A lot of teams have been picking him more, and his win rate is actually pretty high. This hero excels at like AoE magic damage, which you do enjoy versus, I mean, potential illusion carries like Terrorblade, but mostly any kind of hero that pushes early, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster. Jakiro can just drop a Macro Pyre and like halt that for one wave and buy some time for his team. And if you have a setup stun like the DK, that's just a lot of follow-up damage coming through out of that. It's also just overall solid laning. Like this hero's tanky. It has good spells. It's capable of playing for kills or playing defensively. So I like that Execration have corrected how badly their lanes tended to go in Tour 1 by picking more solid and stable lane heroes like Mirana and DK.
And the other thing that he's good at, it's AoE magic damage, but it's also AoE attack speed slow. That's something that IceFrog's been consistently buffing over the last couple of years, giving people options to lower attack speed. Great against Lycan. Lycan units have tons of damage, but not that much attack speed.
The issue with Jakiro here, though, is he's playing against Ruvik. And Ruvik versus Jakiro, like, if Ruvik gets your Ice Path,
you're screwed.
That's like a few minutes of Ruvik just destroying every single fight. Like, you have to be a really good Jakiro player to make sure to never give it away. Like, there is risk in picking Jakiro here, even though there are benefits in it versus Lycan. It really makes Ruvik that much of a better hero. It's like when Ruvik has Light Strike Array or Fissure, like, the hero just transforms into something else entirely. So yeah, this Jakiro's got to be careful here. But we talked about lanes on Execration. Lanes on TSM are also very solid. You've got the Ruvik Lycan, which is going to do fine versus what we're seeing so far, and the Undying Terrorblade, which is also just a solid lane, right? You've got the semi-range plus melee combination. Yeah, Jenkins?
Am I crazy here? Like, Execration bans Huskar. Isn't this just so obviously
another Ember
Spirit? And then TSM's like, all right, go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, they're banning out offlaners, though.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
I mean, they'd have really bad disable on TSM side if they had to play against Ember.
So they're assuming, or TSM is assuming, that Dragon Knight is going to be the one that Bobs plays, and that there's still going to be a tanky offlaner on the side that will try to make Terrorblade's life a living hell.
We'll see with this ban. We'll see if Execration is setting up for the most obvious Ember pick in the world. Because I think Ember mid with a Mirana is still just as good as a DK. Chains into Arrow. Same thing, you know? You've got two places to roam to now.
They ban out the
Okay,
sword.
come on. Maybe TSM, they're like, all right, we'll take the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, all his counters are banned. Great Ember game right now. We know Brawl plays it too, so.
It's a fine Ember game. I would prefer something else coming out of TSM unless they really want to block pick it here.
5 seconds remaining.
At least they need to pick something that they know lane's fine against an Ember. That's it. And there's a lot of heroes.
Can you not just Pangolier here instead? It feels like a more sturdy and stable Ember for TSM.
Yeah, both teams that could use it.
Like I would definitely prefer that just because I feel like Ember, unless he goes Vessel, which they never do anymore, isn't going to give you the damage that you need early on when you're playing without your Terrorblade.
Ooh, a Puck.
And Execration picks Ember.
How does Puck lane against Ember?
Pretty well. I think Puck is
fine.
Good against Ember. Yeah, I mean, it's not a sick counter. It's like 55, 45. I don't know. But I think Puck does perfectly fine against Ember.
I really like Dream Coil with all the run at you that TSM has, though. Like, drop Tombstone, Dream Coil, Lycan sprinting at you. It's going to make it very easy for Ahri to sit in the back and steal good spells. And they have decent cover at this point for whoever Execration goes on.
Actually, I'm dumb. They're going to put DK mid now because it's the Puck. Like, that just seems...
Is there not another counter to Puck that they can put mid and put DK offline still? Ooh, they go for Ricky, actually. Well, that's a deep sigh. Is that a happy sigh or a disappointing sigh?
I just hate that.
Offlane Ricky.
I hate that people are not giving up on this hero. Just it had its time in the sun. Can we just not see it for a while?
But if it's offlane Ricky, the Meteor Hammer build's actually kind of cool on the hero, right? Like it's useful, and there's all this setup too. So and he'll be able to set up too. It gives him like two ways to set up Arrow now between DK and him. The Meteor Hammer will accelerate their towers. They won't need Bob to do it.
There's merit to this Ricky. Ricky is an incredibly high agi hero. Like his stats level 1 are really good for trading. So he's one of the heroes that can, and he has naturally high HP regen.
Yeah.
So he can actually do well on a lane versus Terrorblade, especially if
Undying though.
Yeah, if he has a support that can kind of distract or drag away the Undying, it should be okay versus TV. Also, the Cloud is going to be really useful early on, the Meteor Hammer build, I mean, later on, once you get the cooldown reduction, you can just keep spamming it on TB illusions. That's going to be nice. If you don't get Meteor Hammer, then you are entirely dependent on your Jakiro for tower pressure, and your Jakiro can easily be punished by a puck TP in, so it really just depends on how well TSM can play this top lane. I'm really not the biggest Ricky fan, but I can see the merits here, right? Because it's another setup for Mirana. You have like the dart into arrow. The cloud is probably the most important thing that they picked it for. It could also give Rubik another like priority steal, kind of taking away pressure from Jakiro to not cast Ice Path, because now you're trying to deal with the Riki as the Rubik, so that could be a thought. I'm just not the biggest Riki fan, but yeah, I can see what they're doing here. I can.
Do you believe in it? I will, for this game, ask every single one of the people sitting next to me who is going to take this game.
So I believe in Palos and his Morphling.
Okay.
I've seen Shanks and Palos dumpster lanes as Mirana Morphling, so I think that if Execration get a good start and they just play on the snowball, they play on this DK dragon timing, they got a good meteor hammer timing on the Riki, let's say they just don't lose that Riki lane, I feel like Execration might actually overwhelm TSM, but I think TSM have a very solid win condition as the game goes later with the Lycan and the Terrorblade.
All right, Purge.
Execration.
Ooh.
Do you need more words, or did Effie take them all?
No, there's
lots of time. Sick. I agree. I think if TSM has a really good laning stage, it might be very different. But I think Execration's gonna be able to connect all their pieces together really well, and lots of creative ways to get kills.
All right, Jenkins.
Ricky's gonna get raffle stomped in lane.
And then?
Lose.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll see if we're gonna have a, well, now that's a highlight from the draft. We don't care about that, we care about what happens in the game. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. Execration against TSM in this best of one. Fogged, what do you make of this all? TSM, you know, with the kind of the 2-0, well, the 2-game series that we've had from them, they typically lose the first one. This time around, you can't lose this first game. You're going up against an opponent, and you've got one game to prove it. Have they got the draft to do so? Do you think Execration's got their number?
Ooh, I'm a bit torn. I think both sides have some clear merits and clear advantages. I'm also like a little questioned about the Riki, of what he's going to be able to do.
Sure.
Yes, I can see, you know, of course, some of the answers and stuff like that. Just like as an offlaner, though, priority being moved up that high feels a little bit strange, perhaps. I think it could be a pretty difficult lane for him. We'll see what he's going to be able to get done. I think Execration, though, they're feeling good. It's a very fast-paced draft, looking to pressure. It's a pretty damn good Morphling game. Yes, the puck's there now for an answer, but besides that, there is no answer. So if he's able to avoid some of these coils and the setup from Bryle, this Morphling could just pop off. And Palos, honestly, he owned last game super hard.
Oh, yeah, he was super farmed. Super farmed on the Prophet. Very, very nicely played. Let's see if we can do that again on the Morph.
I mean, they made a lot happen with what I was feeling like a lot about the disadvantaged draft last game, and they were just crushing every single one of the fights, picking and choosing their battles perfectly. So if they can do similar, can absolutely see how this Morphling is set up for success. Good matchup versus the TB. He can play versus Undying, turn into Undying, drop tombstones and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff that can come out. And I love watching Morphling versus Rubik. It's just one of my favorites, because then you have the potential of these funny back and forth steals where, yeah, Rubik gets Ice Path, but then Morphling turns into Rubik, and then they have 2 Ice Paths on the side of Execration, so I love watching these good Morphling players for that.
Oh, Tino.
This is a tough lane. Oh.
I mean, look at the arrow connection, but of course, yeah, Tino doesn't want to jump back in right now.
I love the early game alt chat, by the way, in case you didn't see it. It was pretty funny. They were tipping Bryle and stuff like that. Then we have my idol, Bob the Builder, like all this kind of stuff. Of course, Whitemon versus his old friends.
Doing their best to just try and drag these creep waves. Top it, Tino. He's going to be able to jump in, and it's Timano's courier going down.
Cool.
Just trying to get himself some extra regen out. How much has he actually got on him? He's only got the stick to rely on, Tomato, now.
I mean, he's fine, though. Like, he's never going to get pressured from a Riki Mirana lane.
That's true. Yeah,
it's
super high armor.
Yeah. I mean, this Riki has 0 last hits right now. There we go. Okay, he's got 1. A slow start, as we expected for Tino. But the reason that they did this is because they wanted to move priority up for Bob, right? Now he's got the DK versus the Puck matchup, so he's going to do excellent in the laning phase, and they're always going to have, honestly, quite a bit of catch and control for Bryle. So that's the other thing, too, right? It's like, oh, Bryle's actually going to be able to get both runes. Nicely done. Yeah, they're going to be able to address this Puck in multiple different ways. So maybe that's also the avenue for Palos to just completely own the game as this Morphling. Because if the Puck's not doing well, then he's not able to catch Morph, and Morph has good matchups. Waves being met. Shank's doing a good job here of controlling that lane positioning for Tino to get a little bit of something. But it only is a little bit.
He's going to just look to grab the next wave. Tino. Oh,
and
get the courier.
Okay. He's putting his, doing his best Matthew impression here. Lane we haven't looked at or talked about. The bottom lane, I mean, right now we're seeing Bob, you know, he's doing great. But looking at the bottom lane, Palos starting to hold his own. But Kasani, he's also going to be able to have a very good free farm lane on this.
Top tomato.
Whoa.
That was a lot of damage there from Tino and Shanks. They nearly brought him down. They're going to look to try and turn Tomato with a metamorphosis. But Tino and Shanks, they keep their distance.
I mean, that's impressive stuff to at least put any pressure on the TB. He's actually getting slowed down in farm a little bit here because of all this creep pulling shenanigans.
Well, they're definitely, sufficiently messing with Tomato's lane top Execration.
Honestly, I really like watching this team. They're obviously a bit volatile, but they're very clever with the way that they do some type of unexpected things. Definitely is catching some teams off guard. And I'm looking forward to see what Bob can do now that he's actually given a game where he's going to have an amazing early game.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you imagine he'll be doing this game? Just going quick blink?
Yep.
Making setups?
Absolutely.
They've got pretty good follow-up, whether it's the damage of the Jakiro or the arrows coming in.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have tons of setup for that arrow. I think that's also, you know, this Ricky, the Cloud is super good, but he's also going to be able to eventually get started and stuff. Tino?
He's playing risky here. Oh my goodness. And I tell you what, the creep's done it. Yeah, Shanks, he's in.
Suicide.
Oh, off the mark with the arrow there. So nicely done from Whitemon. He'll be able to get the deny to the neutrals.
The instant tip. Oh, I love it. Good friends here. Honestly, Shanks, he's doing some incredible stuff just with his creep pulls. As I was saying, it's slowing down the TB's farm. Yeah, Tino's not getting absolutely everything, but he's getting some stuff up here. With that death, we'll fill up Bryle's bottle. But it's going to be a very slow game here for Bryle in this matchup.
Yeah, and top, Tino's pretty much got the Ring of Health gold, so at that stage, he's going to be feeling very safe. I mean, to the point where Shanks might have the ability to sort of head to other lanes, look for some ganks.
Yeah, they absolutely can, right, Bob? He is pretty much hitting 6 here, so if they do want to look to pressure Bryle even more, they could. And he's actually just going to hit 6, so he's going to be able to just Dragon Form and hit Bryle and probably just put a ton of pressure on this tower. They might have to react.
I mean, who can sort of afford to come over here?
I think Ahri has to.
Yeah.
He's the Fade Bolt, right? He's the one that can just like nuke the creep wave and slow some stuff down here. That means you give a lane, though. I mean, Palos already free farming, but they probably feel like they can't pressure him anyway. So, I mean, it's the appropriate move from Ahri.
A 6-minute power rune, it's going to go into the hands of Bob. Double damage.
The dream.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both supports rotating over. Difficult to punish Bob, though. 10 wand, super tanky. He's going for like the belt. Yeah, he's gone for belt and bracer, so...
They can't really kill him, but at the least, making sure that he doesn't get any more hits on the tower.
Yep. TSM's done this most of their games. I mean, most teams do, of course, checking the power runes, but they're always about helping Bryle in the mid lane. And he's definitely going to need that help. Slow start, 0-0. Execration probably feeling pretty damn good about how everything is going. With the fact that the Ricky hasn't died, he's able to get some farm, shutting down the puck.
That's the question. Who's going to be the first to die this game, you reckon?
It could be Bryle. I think Tino has just made it through the absolute hardest part of everything here.
Oh yeah, he's fine now.
He's chilling.
One charge isn't a ring of health. He doesn't die now.
Yep.
Not to these two, at least.
Bob, nice little stuff that he's doing in mid lane too. He's pulling the creep aggro away from the creeps to meet, so his creeps are actually tanking for him to get more tower damage.
This is going to be a good timing on this mid tower. Despite TSM's best efforts to push him off it, lots of damage being done already just with the first 2 rounds of the Elder Dragon form. They'll try and go on him.
He is unbelievably tanky and they missed. Whoops. I mean, I don't think it does. I don't think there's a chance of him getting killed there anyway.
And both supports coming in again. Whitemon and Ari. Well, Dreamcore used theirs, very little options to throw at Bob. Bob, he don't care.
And the Ruined spawns top too. Oh, Bryle's getting no luck this game. This is honestly dream start for Execration. Because the puck, as I was mentioning, the puck is really the only answer for this Morphling. So if he's just really slowed down this much, and they're going to have constant ways to disrupt him, either with the Blink DK stun or the Cloud that's going to be coming out, that's just going to set Palos up to carry just like he did last game.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing sort of the 2 supports come over to the mid to help out Bryle. Is it going to be the point with the next Dreamcore that you want to see Bryle try and make a rotation?
I think so. I think he should be making the move toward the Morphling pretty soon, but then you lose your tower, so choice he might be forced to make is bottom.
I've got Kasani trying to dive in with the ultimate.
Might get Carlo here.
Now Palos, he's going to bail out. He's going to go for the TP away, and indeed Carlo will get left behind. So first blood will be for Kasani on this bottom lane. And they can put some pressure onto the tier 1 down here as well, TSM.
This is very important that they have this type of start for Kasane. Because of everything else that's happening in these side lanes, this Lycan is definitely going to have to do some work. It's one of his best heroes. He's very good on these summons. So a good early tower here. But yeah, mid tower, it drops.
And Carlo.
He actually comes back now.
Playing around with them. I mean, there's backup on its way for Execration.
Oh, he's baiting them.
Yeah. Wait for him from Palos. See if Shanks can get the arrow. Can't quite get the connection, but the Starstorm comes crashing down onto Kasane. He's attempting to get around the tree line. A few more hits though, and he's gone. Execration, they'll take down the one of them. Whitemon, he'll be able to TP away safely.
Carlo's more than happy with that. It means the similar thing that he did last time, where he was just constantly going to the bottom lane. Kasane gets some nice courier snipes there. And a kill, but yep. Bob goes top. It's another tower. They're going to bully the TB out of lane. 2-1, but Execration definitely feeling incredible. Ricky has the meteor hammer. Like, this is actually remarkable stuff that he was able to have such a good lane.
Not sure. But could you feel this was sort of a matchup in which the Ricky could have suffered?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is they just pulled the lane, so they didn't play the lane. They didn't give TSM the opportunity to really punish him, and he really played perfectly with the way he danced around the Undying. That's why you saw him tipping Whitemon a couple times. And this is annoying now for TB. This is situations where he could just get set up on from a rotation with a meteor hammer and he dies as well. They got to slow down this Ricky or get some type of kills. Blink's already done. Like this game is feeling quite difficult at the moment for TSM.
A 3k lead already at 10 minutes. We saw last game Execration just playing a step ahead of Aster. Looks like they're able to bring the same so far in this second best of 1 against TSM.
Yeah. Loving it so far. Dino? I mean, you can just disengage. They don't really have... Their catch is just extremely limited.
Yeah, they need Bryle.
Yeah.
They need this puck to go.
Bob.
Oh, Bob's in. Are you going to jump forward straight away on top of the Undying? And with the Ice Path to follow up, Macropire as well. Whitemon's gone. Now, Hammer. It's there on a Tomato. He catches him. Tomato is able to turn with the Sunder.
He's still going down.
He looks to be in a lot of trouble here. The Breathe Fire comes out. Tomato ticking down. The last hit there from Bob takes him out. Dragon Tail's back up. They'll turn towards the Rubik. Execration. They're going to be able to take down 3 here by the looks of it. Ari, no further way out of this one.
That is the meta used. Immediately dies right afterwards. Tino will say absolutely worth it. Yeah, I think Kasani's he's gonna have to hard carry as this Lycan.
I mean, what's sort of the plan? Is he getting involved in the fights, or do you have to sort of go for the rat play and just try and farm it up, get super stacked on the Lycan?
I think he needs to get his Helm of Overlord ASAP, and then probably need to just join every single one of the fights, because game is very difficult for them to take pretty much any fight. Bob, there's no damage, and there's just limited control that's coming out from TSM.
I mean, it's so close as well to Tomato, like immediately dying in this fight.
Yep.
He was lucky to live a little longer.
And Bob just jumps in and gets a solo kill at the last second of his dragon form just now, too.
Yeah, Bob just massive this game. I mean, we saw how well Bob played when he was like massively behind in the first best of one on his Ember Spirit. You know, you can only imagine what this man's able to do when he's taken the lead already.
And Paulos is probably just like, thanks guys so much. You know, I already have a godly morph game set up for me versus all these heroes, and you're just making all the space. Yeah, this is incredible here for Execration. 5-3, one of the slower paced games, but a very impactful 5-3. This lead is more than it really says it is.
And they're going to keep it going now. That's the nice thing about Execration. Once they get a lead, they don't sit back.
And Shanks has a mech already. He has the same net worth as Bryle. So we saw limited damage already coming in from TSM. Good luck going through a mech now, too, from the Mirana. Execration's just playing hot today.
They know he's in it. They know he's in it. The smoke's going to dispel. Bob's in with the jump. They found Kasani. I mean, just identifying that right now, Kasani, he's the strong point for TSM.
Yep.
They want to shut this Lycan down, make sure that he doesn't have a game as well.
Feels like none of them are really going to have a game. TSM heavily on the back foot. Carlo doing what I've seen a couple times from these Jakiros. You just leave Ice Path level 1. You just go 2-1, and you're going to probably max Liquid Fire in your dual breath. Use that level 1 Ice Path, so even if Rubik steals it, not the biggest deal in the world. Super aggressive plays, being very quick around the map, too. Already invading triangle. Carlo's even... Carlo? I mean, he's farming... He's trying to farm the Ancients on Jakiro. Oh, that's funny. He just dual breathed it for no reason. It's pretty good.
Oh, Shanks.
Okay. Get a kill. And they save Coil. TSM. Stolen Moonlight.
Stolen Moonlight, yeah. Let's see if they can go for more. They're looking to Carlo, but no catch. He's out.
Just a support kill. Execration, they're chilling. Alright, Kasani. Helm of the Overlord's done. It's time to... sorry, 20 gold until it's done. So time for him to hopefully, for himself, find a Black Dragon or something like that so they can try to get some stuff going their way besides just a cheeky support kill. Bryle?
And they're trying to go for Tino.
He's tanky.
And he's got the hammer down onto Tomato.
He's very tanky.
He's going to get healed up as well. And he's out. They couldn't kill him. They couldn't kill him here with the two cores, the mid and the carry. Tomato and Bryle. It's at a point of the game where they can't kill the offlane Ricky.
This is a disaster. Bryle.
Oh, Bob.
Nice dodge.
He's in. Dragon Talons will get dodged. Also able to step out of the way of the Ice Path for the waning Rift. And they're trying to see if they can get back in on this Tomato. Able to dodge their hammer this time.
Oh my god. They just... There's no catch, Owen. It's all up to Coil, and there it was a Coil plus a meta, and as you said, they couldn't even kill the Ricky.
And against these cores, there's a Ricky and a Morph that's going to be sliding all over the place, incredibly mobile. And then the other one's a DK. You know, you got to have lockdown for him because he could just live for so long that he's just going to be able to walk out of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Coil, this time, should be able to finish him up.
I'll see if we can get anything more here.
That may have caught them off guard. I believe it was an arcane rune from earlier from Bryle, so that Coil maybe
quick,
caught up a bit. Yeah, came up a bit faster than they expected.
Okay, they get the tower. So a little bit of progress here for TSM around the mid.
Yeah, Kasani with his Helm of Overlord timing. Very important how much he's going to be able to get done here to try to make space. Tomato is still farming well, too. And he's going to try to be that answer. Of course, the Morph is good versus the TB in multiple different ways. But if he's able to get item ahead, then he's able to itemize to deal with him, going for Scotty and whatnot, which is going to be that first choice from him. But definitely a difficult position when this Morph is just absolutely free farming. And just all that limited catch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Told they fetch a reasonable price.
Tino, I think you maybe that thing where you just like, oh, you're doing so well, you're farming. He buys the Blade of Alacrity, and he's like, wait, I need the shard. Whoopsie. Let me go back for my shard to set up more kills for my team because this is a godly game for it. Playing versus the Puck, playing with the Mirana.
Yeah, it's going to be super annoying for some of TSM's heroes.
Yep. Shanks. I mean, he's just farming. Oh, no.
Not going to be able to get the catch here again, unfortunately, from Bryle. Dream Coil slightly off the mark.
Top tower is under attack.
Sad stuff. All those matter so much. Every time Coil's you, Palos can just play pretty aggressively wherever he wants to on the map. It's the only real setup for him.
Yeah, he's pretty much been under zero pressure the whole game, Palos.
Yep. Tomato has to be a little careful how he shows down here, too. And on the flip side, I mean, Bob. Okay, he'll just stun the Ancient. I mean, they're committing a lot for this Ancient. Can they get punished?
And Kasani wants to chase. See Bryle at the side. He'll get in with the jump onto Tino. Tino's just going to go for the TP out, and Tino's away. Bob, he might get left behind this time. 4 of them chasing him down. TSM, they'll be able to take down the DK.
Nicely done. I mean, they kind of asked for it there. They committed so much onto just killing the Ancient creep there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's without Coil. So Bryle, 8 seconds until he's going to have Coil available. They can keep punishing here. New Ancient creep going to be grabbed. And maybe they can force a Roche. Definitely potential for TSM with the Undying and Terrorblade.
Top tower is under attack.
Probably going to be a bit too difficult for Execration to contest this, too. This is a nice move.
I mean, maybe if Tino wants to kind of go in for a sneaky play.
They'll be ready for it, though.
They're pinging it. They know they're just going on.
I mean,
they could try and set up here. No, Tino's not going to be able to make the jump. They find him. They drop the Dream Core down on him. He's able to get the hammer out. But Tino will get burst here. The Fade Bolt flies through from Ari. They take down the Ricky.
Can they get more too, Bob? He showed up and he is looking to be in trouble.
I mean, Carlo's going to try and help out, lay down the macro pipe. Palos has also turned up to the fight. He's going to be in on the back lines, takes out Ari, but not before they lose the DK. Bob goes down.
I mean, Palos is in. He wants kills.
And Bryle, he's going to be able to finish off the Dragon, the Jakiro. Palos, I don't know if there's much more he can do here. He's a little low on mana, can't really re-enter into the fight. So TSM,
huge plays.
They get the Aegis and they take the team fight.
Big stuff. Great identification of that whole last 2 minutes, pretty much. They see them committing for this Ancient creep. Yeah, get these big kills and straight into Roche. Yeah, Bob, back-to-back deaths. There we go, TSM. Much needed stuff to recover.
Yeah, Palos incredibly farmed, but probably wants to get his Skadi done before they look to fight again. Especially into this Aegis on Bryle. It's a little trickier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Bob probably just wanting to finish BKB now before he turns up to another one of these fights too, because he's now absolutely able to die versus the damage that comes out with that Lycan.
Death's bounty.
Whoop. Dino. Very aggressive play again.
And they get the kill very quickly.
Palos is deep though.
And Bryle, he's in with the Dream Coil. He's caught the 2 of them. Tino's gone. They'll try for Palos as well. See him go for the TP out. He's getting covered by the Ice Path and the Macropire to block off the chase from TSM. So Palos will escape.
TSM's doing a good job of punishing these kind of over-aggressive plays now a few times from Execration. And yeah, Tomato, I mean, they're gonna have good timings. The Skadi is pretty much done, so extra ways to perhaps deal with this Morphling. He's also getting close to his, but the Tomato one feels amazing versus that DK versus the Morph. And yeah, with Aegis Bryle, he has the comfort now of being able to play a bit more aggressive and not being as scared of just getting instantly caught and killed. Fancy footwork.
Full Skadi on Tomato.
Nice dodge, Bryle.
And Bryle's going in. And as you say, he's not feeling scared at all with the second life he could play with.
I like that he's taking these risks. Tomato. They should see that Skadi now on him. So Palos probably identifying that. He's, as we said, just about to have his done too. Level 15 soon going to be hit too, so he can have level 2 Morph. TSM want to continue forcing the issue here with this Aegis. 10-8. Now Ricky does have the Diffu.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's see if they can make it down here. That's TSM, they're going for the tier 2. Execration.
They're considering fighting around here. How long on that Aegis? Minute 30.
We bathe in mist.
Yeah, they're looking for this fight. Bob, BKB, Palos, Scotty. Well, he actually takes the Morph Duration talent, so yeah, he's got that long duration Morph for the team fights as well, too. Definitely got to be careful walking into high ground, though, Execration.
They're going to try. I mean, Carlo's leading the way. Bryle,
vision.
He's going to make the jump first.
Okay. Bit of a commitment there from Whitemon, making a statement, just popping ult and Tombstone to kill this annoying Jakiro. And yeah, that should set them up to take the tower, too. Tino, though, on the flip side, is going to be able to Meteor Hammer top during this with all this information.
Top tower is under attack.
Can they get a catch on mid also? TSM. Just nuking the wave. Bryle was thinking about it, but not versus Bob.
I mean, what does Palos need next this game, do you feel? Does he need a BKB this game, or can he get away without it?
I mean, there's no reason not to. It's like he's pretty much unkillable if he does get that one, as long as he doesn't make like a super reckless play. For the most part, though, I would say it's like BKB and just a couple more levels, and I think they're still very, very keen to be able to fight into TSM. But TSM doing big things in these last few moments. These last, like, what, 6 minutes or so, 7 minutes, been pretty ideal for them to get that space for Tomato to get this farm. Bryle's age is gone, though. Now he has to be way more careful. Can just get killed from pretty much anything. So many different forms of catch.
Yeah, go fully aggressive with the build, of course, as well. The Witchblade into the Kaya. Lots of damage, but any sort of catch, and he could be in trouble. Limited ways for the team to save him. He's going to go for the Dream Coil. But the Cloud's there and the Dart as well. Tino should still die. But well, he's going to buy time in the air here with the Tricks of the Trade, but he gets lifted up. They'll take him out. Palos to turn up to the fight.
He's got an Arcane Rune as well on Palos.
They're going to look for Whitemon, and I think the rest of TSM, they'll decide they don't want to take this fight against this Morph right now.
Now they committed Coil, they committed Shapeshift and Tombstone. They got to disengage when Palos shows up. Again, though, getting a, pretty decent trade. They get the Ricky, they just lose their Undying. Immediately back to splitting up the map. Tomato, he wants BKB. So this, the timing for TSM, it'll be the BKB on the Tower Blade. Then they can look to force a bit more. They still have to be careful about these mistakes. Any mistake that they make, it's going to compound very quickly because of how good the game is for the Morph.
They're going again, Execration.
Oh, Tomato. Can he get away?
Look at the jump. They're in with the Dragon Tail. We'll see if they've got the damage. Backup's coming in from Ari. Will manage to telekinesis Bob. In fact, Tomato's thinking about turning. Palos in from the side. They're getting rid of the Ancient Creep. As Carlo will die to the summons. Bob having to back off with the BKB. Bryle's going to look to chase.
Palos?
It's kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward situation. Waveform up in a second. Manta to remove the silence, and he'll get down to the low ground. Palos will get away.
TSM want to chase. They popped meta. Execration, they want to try to disengage from this. Coil whiffs again.
He's going to miss.
Oh no, Bryle.
And now he's in trouble. The arrow.
And the arrow.
It connects onto Tomato. Bryle's gone. Not the extra catch they were hoping for there, TSM. The coil sort of just ends up slipping between the three of the members of Execration. Doesn't catch anyone. They'll still get Shanks.
Can they get Tino?
I mean, Tino's still got Palos by his side, and Bob's here. Bob's in with the stun on the Kastani. They've got the Macropire down as well onto the Lycan, and Kastani's got to back off. They'll lose Tino.
Kastani does back away.
And he just about able to live it. Kastani falling very low there to the efforts of Bob.
They tried to keep kiting. They got the catch on Bryle, but then, Tomato still has meta active, so he can still stand his ground and fight very nicely there. Palos shows himself top also. Can Ari get the catch on him?
He should be fine. He's got Manta up in a second, so...
Can he get the lift?
Oh, close. I mean, Palos, it's super chill there. It turns, gets a few hits in onto Whitemon, knows they can't kill him when the Manta's available.
He was pushing the limits. That was pretty close, though. Ari's almost able to get the snag on him. And Bryle back into the mix. What is that, like 3 coils, though, that he's unfortunately missed so far, but ended up not mattering the most. Sure, he dies, but they get some good cleanup kills.
Radiant's top tower.
Game's still very close.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, but what item does Bryle want to get in order to protect himself? It looks like it's going to be the Lincolns. I mean, no one likes to build the Yules anymore on the puck, but it definitely has some merits this game too, if he wants to.
Lincoln's is good here. He's got to protect himself against Bob. He's got to protect himself against Tino, setting up with the dart.
Oh, Roche respawns. I mean, super ideal timing for TSM.
All right, let's see if Execration can get over here in time.
I don't know if they can. I mean, it dies really quick to the AC of Kasani. They can get another one. TSM. Very solid last like 10 minutes.
They get the catch on Carlo. Carlo was trying to get over to the pit, but he'll get left behind.
Taking very good fights on TSM.
I mean, the Moonlight's shadowing here, but I don't know. Do Execration want to fight this? 4v5? They're going to try.
Bob's
in with the stun. They're trying to focus through to the Rubik, and with Palos waveforming forward, they'll take him out. Ari falls. They'll lose Tino in return as he's caught in the Dream Card. Palos, he's really pushing forward aggressively for this. He's looking to Whitemon.
Palos.
But he's kind of on his own now. He'll get the kill, and with the waveform BKB TP, Palos will get out. And a very aggressive move there from Execration, fighting into a TSM that just picked up the Aegis. They do get kills out of it though. Palos, he'll get a bit more money. He's keeping on par with the farmer Tomato.
Tomato now with DD. And that was meta force though. That was the meta. That was the coil. That was a lot expended there from TSM. But BKB on cooldown for Palos.
See if we can go DD in the ball for Tomato.
Palos is level 18.
He's going to jump, Bob. He's going to set things up here. They've got the ice path. Oh. Arrow's going to be a bit late though. Gives Tomato the chance to BKB turn around. Bob's in trouble. Bob's gone. Palos is looking for Bra, but the phase shift is back up. Bra's going to be able to jump out of this. Oh, I say that, no, Tino. He jumped back in on a Bra. Bra was not able to jump away.
TSM got to disengage. I mean, Tomato is still walking in like he's keen to fight.
And he feels strong with the DD. And of course, has got that Aegis.
Carlo. Getting body blocked.
Well, they don't have Bryle. Now get in under the tower, take down the Jakiro, and see if they can get the tower here as well. Tomato pushing forward with the rest of this DD.
Tomato standing his ground nicely, being very confident with the backup of his teammates. The Mac and the Soul Rip, he felt like he was strong enough, and he was.
He's got the full Hurricane Bite done as well now, Tomato, so pretty stacked here on the Terrorblade this game. Just 29 minutes now.
TSM, they're the ones taking some super nice fights. Ari, can he get away? He can't.
I mean, Tomato wants to get in on this. They're looking towards Palos. BKB's back up. Palos, he wants Whitemon.
He's getting hit. Getting hit hard.
Forward, Whitemon. He's hiding in the trees. They won't be able to finish off the Undying straight away. Now Bra's turned up from the side. Dream Core's back up. Palos is caught in the coil. The coil snaps. Kasani's getting in on top of them, but the Manta's back up. Palos on the retreat. The ice path from Carlo covers the escape.
How does he keep getting away?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
TSM, that's without meta pretty much that entire time, and Tomato just standing his ground and taking the fights, getting on top of the Morphling. Beautiful stuff. Palos is really pushing the limits of his hero, though. Like, he's just standing his ground fighting, but has to be cautious because of the Scotty slow. Very close to being brought down.
Super close to the end to dying, but Manta at the ready. Back in action, Bryle.
Bryle?
Should be fine here. They don't want to dive too far outside the base right now, Execration. They know how strong TSM is. It's not easy to fight out on the map right now.
And Bryle, he does switch it up, so he actually goes for the Aeon Disc this game, which I guess look around the timings. He's like, okay, we're strong now. I don't want to wait for a Lincoln's. It's going to take a very long time for him to build up for it, so it's like a pseudo one anyway. Does the same type of job to protect him for the initial go. And now Tomato, he does have meta. 90 seconds until Aegis also gets reclaimed. TSM feeling strong.
Let's see if they can push the base here, TSM.
Nicely done, Tomato.
Dire's top tower
Does not feel the easiest for them to break the high ground.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's Bob. Gonna have to BKB and TP. See what Execration looks to do with this. They're still trying to just, I mean, play farm game and outscale.
I'll almost certainly want to wait out this Aegis now.
I like
30 seconds.
I like Kasani's choice of items this game. The two very standard ones, of course, the AC and the Helm of Overman, but he goes back for a pipe on the Lycan. So pretty cool to play versus all this magic damage that is coming out from Execration.
I think he just picked up the gem as well.
Yep. Arrow. Whitemon.
And Bryle. He's looking at Tino. Tino, he's not going to be able to jump out in time. They'll lose the Ricky again. Execration.
Palos is soon to hit a very scary item timing, though. He's about to have Aghanims done versus this Terrorblade. He's going to be able to sap away just so much damage really from him in every single one of these fights and stand his ground much more effectively. Still feeling, I mean, even though TSM, they have this 3K lead, they're making the nice moves, I'm still feeling a bit afraid just because of how farmed Palos is.
Oh, Tomato.
Can he get this? I mean, this is cool. Palos just TP's out. Doesn't want to mess with him.
Oh, off to the side, Bob. He started to try and get a bit of a fight going. We'll pop the Eon Disc of Bryle.
That's a big deal. 90 seconds on cooldown. They could look to punish that. Palos, no BKB, but there it is. The Aghanims is done.
Let's have a look. Eon Disc on cooldown and Metamorphosis also on cooldown.
Palos, no BKB, but...
I mean, Bob just walks in.
He's just walking in.
He's just walking in it. Pops the BKB and the Dragon Form, he's CPing out. Doesn't want to be here anymore, Bob.
Palos.
Kasani, chase on. They get the Dream Coil down onto Carlo. They'll take down the Jakiro. They'll get both supports here. Double kill for Kasani.
Palos just, he can't stand his ground, actually.
He's going to try. It's the damage here enough to take down Whitemon, though. It's pretty tanky on the
dart
line.
On Palos.
As they follow, there is Browse in with the silence.
They got it. That's all it's gold.
He's out of the game for 70.
Oh, man. TSM, this is their window.
See if the rest of them can hold here. 3 versus 5.
The arrow does connect. Tomato.
Hammer as well.
Where's his help?
They forced him out to the side, but he might still take down. Do they have detection? He's just out of the sentry range. He's able to turn us thunder. Tomato back up to full HP.
Oh, baby. What was he, like 10 HP or something? 20 HP? They actually bail him out with the 4 staffs.
Very, very close. I mean, at the least for Execration, they do push back TSM. So
they do.
TSM won't be able to punish this window whilst Palos is down too hard.
But Ari got that was a gorgeous spell steal. The dart catches Palos completely off guard. TSM. 7K lead now. Tomato. Pretty much a full item now ahead of that Morphling, too. Still has to, of course, he's going to be getting turned into and getting all of his stats stolen, but how low does he... 9 HP!
They just didn't have any other damage they could throw the way of the Terrorblade.
Meta's back up. Palos is back. But he's definitely having trouble standing his ground versus all these summons and overwhelming damage. There's also, like... He has to use like BKB and Manta, of course, to dispel a lot of things, but there's this Fade Bolt damage reduction, there's this Howl damage reduction. It's actually all adding up pretty decently to just make Tomato quite unkillable. So some really cool stuff from TSM this game.
Still, we're seeing Palos. He's never afraid to go in, though.
No.
He's always the first one.
Top.
All good setup, but the disc is back up. So Bryle's fine.
Longer cooldown, though, every time they do pop it. So this one's 2 minutes.
Bottom. They got the setup on a Palos. But now, maybe Tomato's the one in trouble. They get the sleep dart. He has to put the BKB and run. Tino jumps forward. Tomato's able to turn with the Sunder aggressively back up to full HP. But they lose Whitemon here. Kasani did also pop the ult for this.
And there's the BKB, though, from Palos. Scary. I mean, it's very scary. Tomato, he's playing on Knife's Edge. This dart. Continuing to do work. Can they get Bob? He has BKB.
And with the Dream Core, they're going to drop this for Bob.
They've got the lift.
But he's going to get out to the side. The range here, of course, with that Hurricane Pike pushback, but not enough hits to come through to take Bob down.
But forced to pop the BKB. Low HP. Palos is in. Palos?
He should be fine. He's got Manta up. And he finally going to turn. Bro, he jumped in.
No Aeon Disc.
He's in trouble. He'll get the orb off. Oh my goodness, Bryle living on the edge himself there. Ghost Scepter's back up, will protect the Jakiro here. As Carlo able to get away from Tomato, but Bryle, that was a close one.
So many players just pushing the limits of their heroes. I mean, Tomato, Bryle, Palos, they're all really pushing it. Bob tried to hang on to his BKB. Like, everyone is really playing quite dangerous here. And now Bryle, after having the safety of the Aeon Disc, saving him a couple times now, he will have the Lincolns. So it does have that extra form of protection.
Yeah, much harder to catch this puck now.
Yep. And he can do a couple different things with it too. Not only protect himself, of course, versus initiations, but protect Bryle from getting all his stats stolen, right? So if he throws it on Bryle, Palos messes up with a morph or something like that, it's also a big deal. All these things are compounding. Still a super close game. And Roche, it's back up.
I mean, can Execration go for it, or they just don't do it quick enough?
Don't know. I don't think they do it quick enough. They don't have the Undying. They don't have all that big boost. TSM, they're looking for the wraparound.
They're trying it. They're trying it here, Execration.
Okay, this is a risky move.
I mean,
it is dropping. TSM doesn't expect this, it feels like, at all. Oh my god, they're actually going to be able to get this.
They're getting it. They're getting it. They're going to get the Refresher Shard, the Cheese, and the Aegis by the looks of it.
Oh, they
get it all.
That's a big deal. They Tombstone. But can't get anything here. Oh, Execration. That is absolutely massive.
Now they lose a couple of couriers, but indeed, yeah, at the moment, it's all on Palos. Do you think it will stay there, or is he going to pass any of this over?
Honestly, I think it's best on him.
Yeah.
Just for his double BKB, double Manta, Morph, etc. Like, it feels like he's just the ideal target for it. Give Bob the cheese so he can survive. That is huge there for Palos. I mean, he's, as we said, pushing the limits multiple times here on this Morph. Now, he can do it even more so with all this double BKB, Manta, Aegis, etc. And Tomato, he buys his own Lincolns. So same, similar concept of with that puck.
Oh, Bryle.
He's in.
That's a good dream coil. Is there any follow-up, though? Whitemon is coming in from the side. Not already, Tino's broke his way out of it. He's going to turn towards Bryle. They get the arrow connection. But the Eldest procs, Bryle, he'll be safe for now.
Ari gets deleted from Palos before the fight starts. 40 seconds, no Rubik. Bryle, his Aeon Disc is on cooldown. He's got to be a bit cautious how he plays.
I mean, yeah, we'll see as well. Do you think Palos, can he buy up the Daedalus because he has this Aegis, or do you still want to see him hold buyback gold in this sort of game?
I think he can finish it.
Yep.
He'll be very close to having the buyout anyway, so might as well. And this is this is all really big pickups for him too. Now, we'll maybe have the damage to deal with, but you do see the damage reduction. It is very significant. When he gets howled, losing like 147 damage every single time. So the howl, the Fade Bolt, yeah, all these things do matter. Bob? Holding on to BKB. Neutral items starting to get picked up. Yeah, they're feeling strong. This is a huge timing here for Execration.
Bob. He's going to get in onto the cliff. But TSM do have the ward down around it. They'll turn. Bryle gets the Dream Coil off. But they're pretty far away from them here, Execration. Keeping their distance. Bob's going to be focused first, but he gets healed up.
The cheese.
He's going to be saved. Palos. He's gone in super aggressively here with the BKB. He's trying to get in on top of Tomato. They get the Ice Path onto Tomato as well. But Palos, he's going to get burst down low the once. He pops the Manta. He's still alive here. But Bryle, he's taken out both the DK and the Mirana. Palos will get taken out the once.
Can they control him? No Manta, no BKB.
He's got a lot of strength, but the damage, it's too much. Tomato just tears through him.
He actually doesn't have the buyback. He does not have the gold after that fight.
He spent up for the Daedalus.
Oh, boy.
He spent up for the Daedalus thing, and they'll probably know it. TSM, they can push for a lot here.
TSM, they're really doing such a good job of picking their battles. Like, this time they have high ground advantage. Bryle gets a huge coil, and they know there's no buyback. They're committing. They might just be able to end.
I think they can. I think they can with a push of Tomato.
Cliff.
Let's have a look. I mean, what can the two of them do here? Tino trying to just slow them down with the hammers, with the smoke screens. Carlo as well. But he gets caught. They get the drag back. Carlo's gone. And there's a buyback available now for Bob.
Okay.
Bob's back in action.
Can he hold on?
The tier 4s are going.
I think they've got it.
There's a buyback available on Tino. 10 seconds until their Mirana in play, but with the Ancient exposed and this push coming in, TSM, they're looking to close up this game. As there's just nothing more to be done here from Execration. GG is called as TSM will take this best of 1.
I mean, Palos ends 10-2-4, but TSM, beautiful fights that they were able to take there. I feel like multiple times it's like they get this like high ground position advantage. Execration, they actually the ones who picked the fight. They're the ones who walked into it, and they end up getting smacked down. Palos unable to stand his ground. Refresher Shard, he tried to swap it in, but it still wasn't up when he did swap it into his backpack to get his BKB Manta to save himself. TSM, they've done it.
Absolutely. I mean, you said as well, Kassan, he had to sort of be the carry, and honestly, 10-2-17.
Pretty good stuff.
This was a really nice Lycan performance, and great with the build as well, picking up that pipe, and so it's definitely helped get TSM through some of the tougher times of this game against Execration.
Love the itemization.
Yep.
Right? I think Bryo knew that he had need to take the step back, go Aeon Disc and stuff like that.
No, he stepped up, Bryo.
7-2-15. He did not get caught much, so well done.
He really didn't. He lived on the edge, but those last 3 moves, fantastic stuff from Bryle, and with those late game dream calls. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. These tiebreakers, they're going to continue to get interesting now with TSM taking this best of 1 against Execration.
Thank you very much, Pixel and Fog. Then indeed, TSM winning this game means that the fate of Execration is now somewhere where they don't want it to be, because it's in the hands of Aster. Aster and TSM will be our next matchup. If TSM wins that, they will be the one team advancing here in this 3-way tie to the next group stages, and that would leave Aster and Execration behind. But if Aster wins, we'll run it back and we'll start all over again. So we'll see where we end up with that one. Of course, let's first break this game down, because it did seem like Execration had a good shot in this game. Later on in the game, as we said before we went into it, we knew that TSM was going to have a good showing based on their draft alone. But how did we get to this point? I'm here with Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. And Effie, the game ended the way you said. If the game goes late enough, TSM has got a lot of power with their Lycan and their Terrorblade, and that is what ended up happening.
Yeah, they had the scaling for sure. It looked a little bit dangerous for them, because I thought Execration played a lot of the lanes really well, especially that Ricky Mirana lane top. That should have been a complete stomp, but they had some really clever lane manipulation, and they hit their timings early on for their 5-manning. But I think on the shoulders of Kasane in the early game and how much farm he was able to get and some just really well-positioned fights, they fought their way into the late game and they delivered.
Yeah, they did. I really thought that the Lycan summon stuff really felt more overwhelming than I thought it would. I mean, they also had zombies too, so it was a lot harder for them to get like arrow combos.
TB illusions as well.
Yeah, TB illusions, arrow combos weren't going to be easy. Then they got the Aeon Disc on Puck as well to protect themselves, so it was just harder for them to like layer the disables that would have made their combos look like so clean. And the like they pointed out, the pipe choice on the Lycan, it's not very common on the hero, because usually you're more like a little bit more individualistic with auras, but defensive aura in that case, that also really helped to just make their stuff feel less cohesive to get kills. And then when it became more like run at your opponents and less of like going even in fights, it just felt more like TSM just got more and more advantage.
I agree. I remember the 15-minute mark, something like that, like the mid lane, and it was like 3k gold lead for Execration. I was like, oh man, like we're going home early today. Like Execration's got this. Like they dumpstered mid with the DK like they wanted to. The Puck versus DK matchup is not very good for Puck. Bryle had a rough start. And then Kasane shows up mid lane with Dom 2. And I'm like, what the hell? How does he have a Dom 2 already? And it doesn't really matter. You know, Jakiro, the Dragonite, like these heroes are fairly decent against the summons, I would say. DK is very tanky. Jakiro's got all this like AoE garbage you throw on the ground to deal with the summons, but I don't know, dude. You get a Dom 2 at 15 minutes. I feel like it doesn't matter what heroes you have, Naga, Siren, whatever. Like, this guy's going to take over the map. And from that mid push, they actually did. They did take over the map.
And with that map control, they were able to just force Execration to take unfavorable fights, right? Like they were often just in good areas with good vision, like ready to fight, and Execration would choose to go in because they felt strong. Their Morphling was strong. They had this Ricky Meteor Hammer dart cloud thing going on. He hit his timings, but they were taking these fights and they were losing just because TSM honestly out-executed them. And again, to praise Kasane, if it weren't for his early mid-game performance, I really feel like TSM would have just been rolled over. But that wasn't the case. I mean, a lot of people talk about how they've been studying Kasane's replays and how good he actually is. And he didn't really impress me during the Lima Major. It could have been nerves, But with performances like these and with stability like this, I can see him doing so much better at Berlin.
He did it really well. The whole team, of course, came together at the right time. At the end, I felt like it was a very unfortunate last team fight from Execration as well, because they did manage to get the Aegis, which was of course great for them. But then they, you know how they normally did choose to take the fight? This was not a fight that they chose. This was a fight where they really tried hard to get away from TSM, and they just couldn't purge. It was at that point, it was also too late, I guess.
Yeah, I think there was just too much stuff at that point and too many good itemizations. Like Morphling had such a good game over the course of it that eventually he's going to fall off a little bit. Like, it just felt like they were always running away from TSM when they started getting swarmed. So yeah, just good itemization, good play, and they let their late game stuff work out.
Yeah, and Tomato did choose to go for Scotty before he finished his Manta Style, so they were able to take some of the game-turning fights a couple of minutes earlier than they would have been able to. So just a lot of things really working out in the favor of TSM here.
Big damage difference
look
there.
At him go.
Yeah.
Massive damage difference indeed. I mean, Ricky versus Lycan is also not a very fair comparison, I guess.
Slightly, but it is an off-lane Ricky, and he goes Meteor Hammer, then they go Diffusal Blade. So he has some more physical damage options than we've seen from Ricky in like a year of play, because it's almost been exclusively support.
And Lycan has building damage as well.
That's true. Tino did do a great job avoiding deaths multiple times, but yeah, damage-wise, Kasani impacted way more.
But did he avoid deaths multiple times? Because he has 10 deaths, right? So my issue with offlane Ricky is I feel like you have to choose a style to play on this hero. Like, you get the Meteor Hammer, and that gives you tower damage, right? It gives you wave clear. It gives you, when you get the dart, a setup of your own. But then he goes for the diffusal. But then he just kind of doubles back to the old school Ricky setup guy, and he goes for the Ether Lens, and then he goes for the cast range item. And all of a sudden, you're playing this hybrid Ricky of core and support when the support Ricky already got super nerfed. And hey, that's me. Is that what you're pointing at?
No, the Fog walked by there.
Oh, okay.
I can point at you, though.
No, don't do that. Okay, but yeah, so it's just confusing when you start playing this hybrid style and you may need like more damage items or more survivability items, and it's just worse than it used to be, right? Because now Ricky has to, before the lens, he has to blink in to cast the dart, and then you're in danger. You blink in, you dart, and then you die afterwards. We saw that happen a few times, so I'm not sold on this new Ricky playstyle. It kind of works from the mid lane because they go full damage afterwards, but I don't like it on the offlane.
I mean, it didn't really work here, indeed. And if they're gonna have a shot of doing it again, it all depends on Aster. And I do want to talk a little bit about that upcoming match, because Aster is gonna play TSM. Of course, TSM now 1 win. The first team to get 2 wins makes it through. And I am gonna be very real here. That the Aster that we saw this morning, Purge, did not inspire confidence.
It didn't. I thought that they were gonna do well watching replays yesterday, but yeah, they played disconnected. I thought the thing that I noticed most about the replays was like Aster's team fighting is excellent. Like every time when they played against TSM in their matchup, it was like Beastmaster roars the BKB guy, they kill him instantly. They did that like 4 different games I watched. Really, really good execution, and they just couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it. We're gonna find out if Aster has found their feet a little bit in the upcoming game and forced out a second round of tiebreakers, where maybe TSM will take it and move forward in DreamLeague Season 19. Stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Could be the last game. Could be the start of a new adventure in our tiebreaker day here at DreamLeague Season 19. We are going to watch TSM versus Aster. If TSM wins, they will be the team to have broken the tie and be victorious and moved through to the next group stage round. If Aster wins, we're going again. We have swapped out Purge for Kezu. Good afternoon, Kezu. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good.
I had a bit of a look at the games backstage. I hope that going into this game that Aster won't have as much emotional damage going forward because it didn't look pretty. So yeah, I hope they had a bit of a talk. Maybe.
You know what does look pretty? I feel your socks are matched with your shirt.
You're very correct.
Is that intentional?
Well, halfway. I think so. I was looking, I was like, these socks look good, this shirt looks good. Let's go.
So unintentionally,
Yeah,
you already...
subconsciously I probably
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Very cool. Fashion
That's a long
sense.
way of saying, yeah, I didn't do it on purpose.
Shut up, Jenkins.
He didn't do it on purpose. Just like PYW did not on purpose have a tough, rough game with Aster because I believe...
Well, because he's not...
PYW?
Who's that, by the way?
PZG... I don't know, there's all sorts of letters,
Yeah,
dude.
PCG, ABC.
All sorts of letters.
Okay, so some people might have missed our pre-show, might have missed the internet. Doesn't matter. A quick summary. XWY, those are the letters that Jenkins was searching for. The mid laner of Aster. And it was leaked / spoiled on Reddit by his boss on a streamer's stream that he is going to get removed after this tournament. And before the Berlin Major. And it is noticeable that it is not sitting well with him and not sitting well with the team, and there was definitely disconnect that we talked about earlier, that it's working both ways, because obviously he might not be trying as much, but also his team doesn't trust his calls anymore and will not back him up, so plays that he makes might also look extra bad purely because there's no synergy, and the synergy was definitely lost in the first game, so I hope that RTK gave them a good talking to. We have got a draft, of course, already below me right here. We are going to have TSM on the Dire side, Aster Radiant side, opening up with an Enchantress, and then we had a Disruptor DP from TSM.
I feel like they should... I mean, it wouldn't hurt to go Draw Ranger here and just counter this DP. I know that Aster have been experimenting a little bit with picking their carries a little bit earlier, but I don't know if they're feeling confident enough today to do something like that.
How about Natures? Which one would you like more? I think they can both fit. But what would be your preference?
I would honestly prefer the Drow for Monet, because I've seen him just be so explosive on that hero, but I feel like Natures is just a more solid pick overall. And you also just don't know where this DP is going, right? You have to be more certain in it.
I like the Drow too on 8. It's maybe a little more exploitable, but if it works out early on, it's going to do better against DP later, whereas Nature's Prophet is going to be good against the DP, even if you don't lane against it, because you can rotate there. But yeah, just to go back to the pre-game a little bit, I hope that Aster are going to find a compromise. Dota is very much a game of problem solving, whether it's in the game and out of the game. So I hope they had a good talk, and moving forward, it's like, okay, this is the situation, but let's make it work. They start with their Eng. They've done this a lot in the Chinese DPC. They're very good with this hero. Now they have more tempo, so I'm looking forward to Aster just having a solid draft and then just try to play together. Dota is a team game.
Try to play together, you say.
It's hard, right? You think it's easy, but they didn't.
It's on paper very easy.
Yeah.
So the Drow gets banned out in this second banning phase, which obviously is going to happen if you're going for this DP. It just depends now on covering the Nature's Prophet on the side of Aster, but it doesn't really seem like they're that scared of anything. Well, they do have the direct pick afterwards, so, I mean... I don't know, I just feel like you have to take out at least the Primal Beast if you're Aster, right? And you have to think about the Spat Rider potentially coming out from TSM.
Most heroes that can either get on top of you or can play the map well, I think are very annoying for Nature's Prophet. That's why you already see Mirana a little bit for the Eng, but also Moonlight Shadow, Naga Siren, good core matchup, deals with the map. You mentioned the Bat and Primal, they also kind of do both of that, so wouldn't be too surprised if either of those get taken out, as, well, they don't care. I'm gonna take out the Ari Marcy, which I feel like has been very hit or miss, so they must be seeing something that I don't, because I wouldn't really have thought about banning Marcy in this slot.
I think Marcy has been pretty unsuccessful this tournament so far. Execration, another team that really enjoys playing her in their Tour 2 and in this tournament at the first few days. But it didn't succeed that well. I feel like this hero has been figured out, and it's very dependent on its lane matchups going well. Carry Marcy has a little bit of a better track record, but she's just way too slow for this zoo patch.
There are so many monitors behind Moon. There were like 6.
You need 6 monitors to prepare, perhaps.
I mean,
because he watches all the player perspectives of every one of his players
at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just so wild that they're just not banning this Primal Beast. Like, you
I
have
would
to
tend to agree.
you have to cover this profit. We talked about picking at least this Bat Rider, this Primal to cover, and they just go for it. I feel like their heart is not in this.
I was asking a couple days ago if anyone knew whether or not RTK was here with them, and I believe Avery said that he was not.
I've not seen him in the camera.
I've heard that he's not, and I've heard it's the assistant coach.
Because
Matt.
I feel like they're missing the... Guys, what the hell just happened in this last game? You can't do this. You guys need to step it up and like give them the pep talk that they're used to.
Yeah.
Including hand slap.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need that.
You know that this guy,
yeah.
he's going in with the hand motion, with the... That's okay, at least... I mean, SD, it doesn't inspire me too much with the heroes that they have, but the ult is good against Primal and you get like a pseudo save. I don't think that this hero is as good against DP as it used to be. It used to be very good back in the day because, we ult the DP, he can't use himself and like we can just kill him, but it's still very tanky. You just go BKB with the siphons. At least they do give themselves a lot of teamfight with the Pango. So I like the Pango. SD a bit in the open for me.
It's more so like DP is a very mobility-dependent hero, so if she gets purged by Shadow Demon, she can't really run in and make havoc in fights the way that she wants to, but that's kind of where the Disruptor covers her, right? Even if she's not moving, he can get the glimpse backs, he can get the kinetic fields. The Shadow Demon was definitely, so they left the Primal Beast in the pool on purpose so that they could pick this SD to counter
I think so too.
So they're confident in this strategy if that's what they did. And I can understand why, but if you're prioritizing ulting this this Primal Beast, then you still have not addressed the Death Prophet, honestly. I don't really see a solution for it quite yet, or in terms of how the team fights are going to go. Like, sure, there are solutions in the early tower defenses, there are solutions in like the rotations on her early on, but later on in the game, if the Shadow Demon doesn't get a lot of farm priority, you're going to have to be picking one of these 2 cores, and I don't know if that's a position you want to be in.
They're going to need heroes that deal like more damage. Usually when you play against DP, you want these high range damage heroes, which is why you want to Drow, that eventually when this DP wants to run in, there's just too much damage. That either you're forced to run away or you stand your ground with BKB and you die. Whereas TSM, they're going to abuse this a little bit with... They have some backline catch now. I was thinking maybe they could pick a Puck, put the Primal in the support role, which it looks like they might be doing. Whereas Puck Ember, you have good matchups against the Pango, you deal with the map against Nature's Prophet, and you're pretty annoying for the supports, at least in the mid game. Once you have like maybe Maelstrom, BKB, you can look around, you can play the map. So I'm okay with this Ember pick.
Look at those monitors.
Behind there.
I thought that was a bookshelf, is what I thought that was.
No. I see 7
This Ember
already.
pick also denies it from Aster's mid, who probably has his best performances on it and looks kind of underwhelming otherwise.
Was he surprised at the Morph ban or what? Moon just like, whoop. It's like he got surprised.
How did they know? I mean, they do have SD, which obviously is quite good against Morph. You steal the huge damage Morph illusions.
Aren't you looking to ban supports here on Aster? I mean, we see the Primal, we see the DP, we see the Ember. Like, I guess maybe you can play this 4 Primal Beast. Maybe they want to cover their bases.
You think it's a carry Ember?
It's 4 Primal, I think. I would say that TSM are going to look to pick a carry.
Why do you think that?
Because I would say it makes the most sense for their draft in terms of what they need. I would say DP is going to help Primal to get out of the lane. He's also good against Nature, so even if it's not the core-to-core matchup, he can still get on top of him. He can go and help his Ember later, who should likely do well in the lane. So you have another lane you can rotate on. And lastly, you just want... They need like another core matchup to the Natures. Their late game isn't yet secured. You have last pick. You have Tomato in your team. Give him the last pick. Make it easy.
Okay, you sold me on that, because I'm also thinking that because this Primal was baited and then countered, maybe shifting it to a support role would be better overall for the game. I wonder if Aster are thinking about going for another Enigma pick here. Enigma is traditionally the way that people used to deal with Death Prophet. Like, she's a hero that wants to run in frontline, and then she just... If you're frontlining, you're going to get block hold.
Yeah.
But you're not really covering. I mean, the overall second pick, you could go for some wild Enigma counter, like Silencer or something like that even. I know a lot of teams do experiment with that also.
Yeah, they surprised me a little bit earlier with one of their last picks. It was the Enigma. I think it would be okay. I'm trying to look at something that's better. I'm also trying to look at their bans if it tailors towards a specific hero, but I'm not really like getting too inspired by any hero that pops to my mind, at least.
Bloodseeker's still available here for TSM if they wanted to go that route against the Pangolier. I think it does fairly decent against Nature's Prophet too.
That's true. I think Doom also for Aster is still available, and that's a relatively safe 9th pick, right? It's something that you're not too worried about getting overall countered. And it gives you a way to play the game early on too. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Doom for Aster either.
I can see the Doom too. They're one of the better Doom teams, and I think they rely very nicely on like this scaling. And you also have good range +4s that are gonna lane with you to like kind of get you out of this laning phase. And with the different build that Dooms have gone for, with some Guardian Greaves, maybe a Halberd, a Vanguard, I think that stuff has been pretty good. So TSM think that it could be an offlane Prophet with a new carry, which sure, I can see that.
They'll go for the Dragon Knight. Keeping their options somewhat open. Do they flex that?
And that's definitely something you can play on the offense if you, because now they're waiting for the last pick from TSM, right? So depending on this carry, you have the choice between Nature's Prophet or DK. And DK can be played very well as carry. We've seen Tundra play it time and time again, and it scales well into the late game. So if you go for an option like this DK on 9, and you have something like a Prophet that's a strong laner overall, you're not too worried about this gotcha surprise last pick from TSM. So actually, it is a clever way to end your draft here.
I have not seen that much this week.
Okay. I would wanna... Okay, they're gonna put the Pango offlane. Upon seeing the PA, I would have actually liked the DK to go offlane, just because it would lower the pressure there. Sure, you do give up some mid pressure by not picking the DK against the Ember in that case, but that's something I would have liked. Aster will not opt to go for that. I'm a little surprised at the PA pick. Sure, you have some supports that you can feast off of if you have a good early game.
Yeah.
But
double break too. Like you can break the Enchantress and the DK.
Yeah, the DK break is very nice.
You know, normally I hate seeing PAs in drafts, but I actually think it kind of worked. Like, she has the attack speed to burst the end. She has the jump to get on the Nature's Prophet. She's not really affected by the Shadow Demon Purge because she has her Blink as her main mobility tool. She's a BKB buyer, so unless Pango is exceptionally good in the early game, if she hits her timings, she should be able to fight into him. And then there's the Fan of Knives for the DK. So on paper, it does make sense, but it will depend on TSM's lanes going well, because if your lanes go poorly and you have a PA, you're just playing from behind the entire time. And keep in mind, you're against Nature's, Enchantress, and DK, so that's a lot of map pressure. But Aster this morning did not inspire
anything at all,
faith or confidence. So if there is a time to get away with a PA that looks good on paper, it might be against this version of angry, upset Aster.
I will say, I actually think PA is an underrated hero.
Agreed.
The new blur range is insane. You're like 2 feet away from her and she's still invis.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of like a real invis now.
Cool.
Super underrated.
That actually sounds really cool, actually.
We're going to find out if it actually is cool enough to win indeed here, or if Aster can force another round of tiebreakers. Let's head over to a commentary duo. It's Cap and Fogged.
That's right, we're going to see if style trumps substance and whether this cool pick of Phantom Assassin is going to be able to bring down Aster and allow TSM to be able to get the 2-0. Fogged.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good, pretty good. It's been a little while since we casted together.
Yeah. I quite like it. I don't know. It looks
like casting with me. Is that what you're saying?
Casting with you as well, too.
Course,
That's also always amazing. I do miss you quite a lot. As Owen, of course, you could hear it toward the end there. A little bit of voice issue as, do they get a catch here on XXS?
40% damage reduction, but it is not enough. Too much in the tank for TSM. They get the first blood for Whitemon. Probably not the person they wanted to get the first blood, but hey, get it nonetheless.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, great start. Taking out the Pango. It's a risky pick sometimes to do in the offlane too. Can absolutely suffer versus high damage and versus, I mean, quite a bit of these heroes. Yeah, I like obviously casting with you, but also the last pick, PA. I actually think it looks pretty sweet. A hero that I also agree, I think is a bit underrated. And I think TSM, they're looking to play some like farmy type of game. Aster, they definitely got to kick tempo up this game. And they don't have the best ways of catching this Ember, this PA. It could be perhaps a bit difficult.
Yeah, and I think we heard Effie talk about on the panel how it was pretty important for TSM not to lose their lanes pretty hard. Otherwise, you know, you start falling behind with PA, can't do enough damage. And I feel like looking at their lanes, I'm pretty okay with what they've got, right? Death Prophet, Primal Beast is a really tough lane to be able to beat. A lot of kill power there. Disruptor. The other D hero in this game, I mean, that hero seems to just win lanes nonstop. I don't know if it's going to beat an Enchantress lane, but, you know, I'm sure it'll have at least enough impact that PA will get some farm.
No, definitely. I mean, Disruptor's been the king of these supports. He feels like he does the most damage now as a 5 position, which I don't think anybody would have expected. The glimpse change is actually just absurd.
Yeah, with the one ability that never did damage for the longest time, and all of a sudden you give it some damage and he's crazy good.
Yep. Aster,
reduced blur, vanish, dispel radius from 600 to 400. No wonder. I was like, what? How are these blurs just lasting forever? I didn't realize they changed that.
It's so crazy. Like you're literally like standing next to him and she doesn't reveal. It's always really cool. So Aster, for them, I mean, they also do, except for the top lane, I would say, like maybe they can, of course, with the Enchantress things, they also have strong lanes, and they need to have these strong lanes to set tempo. Because yeah, TSM, it's a greedy draft. And if they're able to get away with that greed, this PA, if he's able to get shard and everything like that, it looks good. Yeah, I mean, PA, like they're saying, underrated. Risky, but underrated.
I just realized this is the Death Prophet lane against double ranged. So that's definitely not as good as I initially thought.
No, definitely not. That was like, yeah, I mean, they went for this as the answer, right, to deal with it. That's why I guess they wanted to move these heroes around all over the place, just wanting Monet to play it. Yeah, interesting to see that TSM also, right, they switched up the draft a bit too with going for this with offlane DP instead of having that Primal Beast matchup that we see so much versus NP.
Right. Ari, a lot of stacks here, trying to juke it out, but the 4th one lands, the 5th one hits him as well, and that is the kill. Well played by Pichu.
I don't think I've seen a 5 Shadow Demon in ages. I feel like it's always played as 4 lately, but yeah, it did work. That was nicely done.
I mean, nowadays there's such a blurry line between the 4 and 5 position that I guess I don't really see a reason why not to put him as a 5, as Whitemon does get caught by the last bit of impetus damage there.
Yeah, no, definitely agreed. I mean, if you see a game where it's like, wow, the break is so godly, right? If you go for this Aghanims and stuff like that, then you want it to maybe get a bit more, but
yeah.
I mean, the break is pretty good this game versus the PA, but Boca, he wants to play the Enchantress. He's the greediest man alive.
Yeah, he is.
Literally turns into a core every game.
Well, some of the picks for him have been, I feel like, a little weird sometimes.
Yeah. I got to cover him so much during DPC. I missed when he was playing like his Coddle and stuff like that. He was literally became a 4th core or even a 3rd core. He took over XXS half the time. But Enchantress is definitely one of those that can do similar things of popping off. They're pressuring Whitemon, but I mean, Tomato's free farming up top.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well, and he always has that potential kill power too, with Whitemon doing so much damage. What do you think about the swap here between the Dragonite and the Pango? Like, instead of having a Pango mid or a Dragonite off lane? Because, like, Pango is not the best aura buyer for you. And I still think auras are pretty damn good.
Maybe just wanting XW1 a very stable hero since he has, you know, he has been struggling a bit. Maybe just wanting him to play this one that's a little more straightforward and stuff like that. XXS tends to be more of that like crazy playmaker, so kind of okay with it in that. And the priority of the stun is super important in this game from XWI, right? He is literally the only stun until they have Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
So, and then I guess it also synergizes well with the NP. It's all about like the timings. So if he gets really good timings on the DK, they can start pressuring, taking the map versus this bit of a greedy draft from TSM.
Yeah, I mean, the very first Dragon form, you couple that with some Treants on the mid tower, I can see this mid tower going down by like 6 minutes.
Absolutely.
Depending on what happens, especially what happens here in this bottom lane, is Monet is going to be saved? No, the disruption may have saved him from Ari, but Kastane was still able to output the damage required to get a 2nd kill on the board for them.
Big deal. I mean, Kasani's struggling in last hits, but if you're able to get any of these kills, it catches you right back up, especially if you get that last hit yourself. Yeah, beautiful. I like watching Ahri on his specialty heroes. You know, his Primal, his Marcy's and stuff like that. He's still one of the few that's doing it constantly. Very active player.
Yeah, talking to Moonmander, apparently he's been getting pretty comfortable with making calls for some of his heroes. In fact, he's trying to push that maybe a little bit more than Moon or the rest of the team is interested in. You know, he's saying, you know what, I'm a high MMR player, guys. Just trust in my heroes.
Oh my God, Monet almost drops. That's really cool because I mean, for those
Kasani's dead. Oh yeah.
Oh yep. All right. Nicely done. I love hearing that about Ahri though. Like hearing about these players who are fresher to the scene, fresher to Dota overall. Like I think he's only been playing Dota for what, 4 or 5 years, something like that. Maybe even less.
Like he is new to the professional scene, but he's also new to Dota. He's one of those guys that just skyrocketed into a high MMR position really quickly. It's crazy cool.
Mid rotation, Ahri.
Nice catch here. Glimpse back is going to be able to pull XWY in an awkward position where Bobica looks like nobody else is going to come help, but they don't need the extra help. They just ran out of damage on the side of TSM, but at least they secure the power rune.
Yep. Nice rotations, and it's going to stop maybe that pressure that's coming out from DK. Good dispel from Boboka. Gets rid of the Flame Guard. That was the big damage that was coming onto XWY. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. I mean, for a lot of people who don't know a lot about Ahri, right, he came from Heroes of the Storm. He was like the #1 Hero of the Storm player for a long time. And yeah, he's been definitely making a name for himself.
All right, here comes that mid lane push. 6.5 minutes in, Dragon Form out, Siege Wagon hitting the tower. And we'll see whether or not Aster wants to pull Monet in to keep this pressure. Seems like not.
I mean, Monet is absolutely now starting to struggle. Kasani actually has a pretty sizable level advantage in a matchup that should have been pretty good for Monet.
Yeah, how did he end up so far behind in experience?
I mean, having to TP out, I guess, and just, yeah. That one death really does make a difference. I mean, Kasani's going to be able to potentially be the one to get the first tower in this game since he's going to have such good levels. So definitely a big deal for TSM.
Which means now Aster are the ones who have to think about, okay, what do we do when Kasani pushes down this tower? What do they do if they dive the tower from Monet and they do get that kill?
Oh boy, this is brutal. Ichu gets another one.
XWI's over there. Well, at least it's not me, guys.
I can't be the scapegoat.
Look at the slow. Unfortunately, that slow, they even it out a little bit more, so it's not as an intense of a slow, and it couldn't break the Spirit Siphon, couldn't get away from those ghosts. Glimpse back, gonna be able to find another one, Bobica. So pretty much this entire Aster trio gets swamped here in the bottom lane, and they're probably still under threat of losing this tower. I don't think really Aster, the other cores, are interested in trying to save this.
No, Monet comes down and then he's like, wait a minute, I don't want to be here. I'm potentially just going to get killed again if I show. This is, I mean, TSM killing it with the early game. A PA free farming in this type of game.
Very dangerous.
Yep. XWY will be able to get significant tower damage at the least for them.
All right, so next Dragon Form, or maybe even the little tail bit of this one, can take the mid tower.
He's gonna try. Ahri's in the area though to try to punish it.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any backup. No supports are helping him out here.
And Bryle, with the DD, they may actually have the damage if XWY is not careful.
So he wisely backs off. I mean, these early towers are so important for both sides, right? Yep. Like, you take that mid tower, it opens up the triangle a bit more to threaten the PA's farm that she's going to be reliant on. Meanwhile, if, you know, they start taking some Death Prophet towers, then the whole world is open for the PA.
Oh, Monet again.
Yikes.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, TSM winning the early game with a PA.
Oh, dear. Monet is last in net worth of all the cores. By a sizable chunk. He is 700 behind this Ember Spirit.
And his core matchups, like, they're not easy to play. Versus Ember versus PA, they just get on top of you. You need to have the advantage as a Nature's Prophet to be able to really do much. At the least, right, XXS is having a pretty good time. They've got a lot of work cut out for them to bring Monet back in the game, though.
Yeah, they actually are the top 2 net worth cores because they just took their respective towers. So sizable chunk of team net worth going over to them right now. But
I mean, look at XXS's adaptation, right? He's like, okay, Arcane Boot, Vanguard. My Monet is struggling. I can't go Auras. I actually have to be a damage dealer in this game, or we're just going to fall off super hard. So I like if he does commit for this Diffusal because of how hard Monet's struggling.
And that'll help with the damage problem, because I think they're seriously limited on damage if the Furion is behind like this, right?
Damage and control, which, I mean, versus something like an Ember Spirit and a PA, these heroes that can jump in and out of fights, definitely could be problematic. Bottom.
This is an opportunity that turns around on him. Picho thought it was an opportunity to be able to kill Kasane, especially with the TP in, but it's actually Bryle and Whitemon who show up instead, and now that they've completely controlled the area, time to take that tower.
Kasane just I mean, his courier was dead before. He gets literally a full Arcane Boots and mech just delivered. An increase of like 3k net worth almost jumping into him. And they can't even punish him yet at that point. I mean, a solo play attempted there from Pichu. No help being given. Aster, they looked disjointed a bit in the series earlier with the way they ended up playing and everything. And honestly, TSM, they looked very coordinated in the last game they played. Concerns for Aster.
Maybe this is somewhat of the result of the Diffuser Blade build that he wants to go, but I would assume like Picho and XXS would want to be playing together, right? They're like kind of a killer duo.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe some miscommunication or something coming out from them, but Kasane.
He's finally tread just a bit too far. Okay. I was actually thinking, oh, that's a nice glimpse. He'll actually be able to be a part of this kill and stay in his lane, but the disruption actually keeps him here.
XSS is maybe like, wait, now I want to be top.
yeah, I want to go back. Send me back.
Because they definitely, okay, they're going to, I mean, Monet will take it, so that's probably better because he needs anything he can get at this point as the MP.
He's got the recovery Midas in play.
Oh, yeah. The leash is pretty decent this game, so of course, like that's one of the big reasons that most people do go, but I mean, mostly for recovery, it feels like this time.
Yeah.
For sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that leash is actually going to be really powerful this game. PA and Ember Spirit, if you can get to that point.
Could be dangerous, though, because also, you know, you're playing into, you know, going for scaling timing versus a PA, so the later and later it'll get, definitely concerns is, Tomato very close to having Battle Fury. And you can't always just cut him sway out at the end of the day.
I'll take that.
Whitemon, very low level this game. He's actually still level 5 on the Disruptor.
Doesn't even have Static Storm yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ari did one of those things that you should never do to your poor 5 position. You take the tome and you're like, I'm level 7, you're level 5.
Dire's bottom tower.
He was doing so much roaming earlier. He was probably like, you know what? I deserve this. 3-man smoke up from Aster. They're going to head into the triangle, see if they can find a pickoff on the PA. Tomato's not actually there. It seems they were aware that this movement was coming. Whitemon gives up his life. And TSM rotated to defend their area, but don't actually find an opportunity for catch.
Aster starting to get things nicely recovered for themselves. XWY should be able to get some good tower damage here, but TSM might be keen to fight. Disruptor respawning soon. They've got the numbers right now.
Tower getting low. Aster not sure if they want to stick around. They shouldn't be, yeah, they definitely need to make a decision one way or the other. Otherwise, they could get caught by the glimpse back.
I think that's why the Shadow Demon's like playing really far back, right? If he sees the glimpse, then he's just going to try to stop it. So covering their bases nicely. So TSM, they rotate bottom and don't get anything out, and Aster will reset away. Monet's like, oh, thank God this game is going like this a little bit now. I'm catching back up, almost level 9. Maelstrom on its way soon.
It's one of those times where the longer you go without saying somebody's name, the better it is for them.
Yeah,
you know?
Definitely.
He's just having a chill game, hitting neutrals, cleaning up lane creeps, and they push into towers and getting his recovery on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See if TSM looks to push the issue forward here a little bit. Got ults at the ready. Whitemon has hit level 6.
Gonna run into Bobica. Glimpse to back into the Pulverize. There is an opportunity. XXS stop at the Static Storm, and this is even better than just an Enchantress kill. They get the kill onto XXS, who thought about bailing out Bobica. 1 kill becomes 2, and hey, straight into the mid tower. This is perfect for TSM.
That was beautiful from Whitemon. Skame got the 6 a little late, but you know what? Making it super effective.
And they got the Greaves out for Kasane. Boy, they're gonna have some serious damage problems.
They really will. I mean, like TSM is really clever about how they choose like this, because even last game, they went for this like third item pipe on the Lycan. That was actually really cool. And then they had this Fade Bolt plus Howl damage reduction to deal with the Morph. Like, they do tend to cover their bases to be able to, I mean, this one's very standard, of course, but he's going to be going for Halberd afterwards, so looking to shut down and make Monet have a more miserable time. Yeah, Tomato.
God, how are they going to kill Bryle? Like, even if they can catch him, are they going to be able to output enough damage to be able to kill him? As you can see right now, he's coming in pretty aggressively to defend his supports and gets a double kill for his efforts. 2 supports on Aster go down. And Aster's not really doing much else in return.
No, they may be, you know, Monet may be recovering on gold and stuff like that, but this is never the game state entirely that Aster wants. Aster wants to be the one dictating pace, taking towers and stuff like that. It's less than 1K, but, you know, their draft, it wants to play with that big advantage versus this type of draft. This PA is just going to get out of control very quick. Tomato at the top. All 3 cores having pretty much perfect games on TSM.
Yeah, the way Aster is playing right now, I would almost want XWY to have gone a second item Midas or something. Instead, you know, like double Midas it up. If you're going to be playing like this anyway.
Big concerns for them definitely moving forward. Just feels like they're just going to farm and then just get outscaled.
Okay, TP back. XWY is going to join up with his supports here. They're going to... I thought they were going to smoke, but... They try and make a move. Kasane... Okay, failed initiation. That's a dragon form down. I mean, they could scramble to see if they could catch somebody else somewhere else on the map, but this is just another missing time.
I mean, Aster really, I feel like they just absolutely have to start forcing some crazy stuff because the game is, I mean, it feels like it's just completely falling apart for them.
Yeah, the more defensive that they play, the less pressure they put on TSM, the more active they can be, right? Like if you're out there like, you know, trying to kill the PA, then you force TP rotations or something. But as it is, Ari and Bryle are just free to run around going, where's Monet?
Yep. And Tomato's just like, okay, guys, you know, 001, I'll join later. I'll be ready to kill everybody when I get my BKB shard, Deso timing. They don't even need him. Can they get Kasane?
You need it bad. It's going to be hard to get this kill, but they do have the Rolling Thunder to be able to keep him controlled. Ari's going to come in, but you can see the damage. It is finally going to be enough. They get that kill, and Ari's committed pretty deeply here. In fact, Picho is going to be just fine. Disruption, finally. All right, so the defensive hold there from Aster, TSM actually stumble into a pretty bad engagement.
Much needed kills. Great Rolling Thunder. Gets it off before that static ends up clipping. But at the same time, still, it's good kills. But you need to start getting ready to find more out of it, because in the position of the map, too, it's like, where do you go from there?
Yeah.
Where do you want to get afterwards with it? The lanes are all just going to get shoved in. I like Bryle. I love his itemization this game. I mean, pretty standard, but the Boots of Travel in particular, he's just going to match the split push that's coming out from the Nature's Prophet constantly, and it's all space, space, space for Tomato.
Well, XWY does almost have his BKB.
Okay.
That has got to be a window. I think it is just gas from there. You got to hit him hard. You got to start, I don't know, get a good enough fight for you to be able to take Roshan for yourselves. Stuff like that.
Definitely not easy with their draft, though, to take that Rosh.
Yeah, seriously. They're going to have to, like, take 3 or 4 heroes off of TSM to make it a possible Rosh opportunity.
TSM is very close to just being able to jump into Rosh themselves, too. Kasane, he's just a sliver away from hitting 12. So level 2 Exorcism, it's usually that big call. Hey, just walk into Rosh, pop it, challenge them to come fight you. So I think Kasane, I think look to get that level 12, and then I think TSM can walk in there. But Aster, BKB timing, go, go, go. Try to find this PA.
Yeah, they're unfortunately heading to the wrong side of the map. Tomato pushed out that bottom lane, then TP'd over to mid, farm safe jungle areas.
Good read. Tomato, I mean, now 2 or 3 times, I feel like he's just had a perfect read of where Aster is looking to hit.
Yeah, seriously.
Really nice stuff.
I'm sure some of that is that aggressive vision. Yep. They got a really deep ward there at the bottom tier 2 area.
Smoke that's going to get nothing. The DK form is back up. He did pop it with an Arcane Rune, and he's, I mean, like we said, has BKB, so still, I feel like for them, definitely look for something here. But Kasani, he has hit 12. Let's see if they do just force a Rosh in a second here. Maybe trying to get a little more information first.
At the same time, I feel like TSM, like they definitely can and maybe should force that Roshan, but it also offers an opportunity for Aster to come back into the game. Like the current state of things, I think is just bad for them. Oh, there's the cleanse pickup for the Shadow Demon. And that frees up XWY to be able to get the initiation onto Kasane. They have a really good static storm. They went for the glimpse back onto the Nature's Prophet, so he's not going to be here, and the damage is lacking as a result. They cannot finish off Kasane quickly. He's getting a lot done in the meantime, allowing his team to be able to assault the back lines. The supports are in trouble. Both of them are going to die here as Kasane finally gets cleaned up. Ari's going to go for more. XXS controlled, and hey, Tomato's joining in this fight. Gets disarmed, sadly, but not like they really need the extra help, to be honest. Uh-oh. Well, that's the, that's your BKB reveal of the DK. You get the Death Prophet, but Bryle cleans up. Tomato also shows up for 1 kill too. Yeah, it was the reveal of Tomato's BKB too, except he just didn't have to use it. Yeah. And now, actually, this fight gives TSM that Rosh probably, right? Probably. Now DK forms down, Rolling Thunder's down. They didn't even use Exorcism. Kasani, he just survived with Siphons and just held on to it. Very good decision-making from him. I'm incredibly surprised they didn't go into the Rosh pit. Yeah. Me too. Maybe they're just going to wait for the Death Prophet to be back up. After all, she didn't use Exorcism for that fight, so... Hey, they're probably feeling, I guess, also just like, we don't have to force things super hard. We can patiently wait for the dream opportunity to walk into it. It is a chill time out here. Definitely. BKB soon for Monet, so that same exact scenario can't happen again where he TPs in and gets glimpsed back in the fight. TSM just really want to fight. Okay. Boboka. Tried to save him, but that was way too much damage. Disruption or cleanse really didn't matter. XWY? He's going to be forced to use the BKB. Now you Rosh. Okay. Yeah. So force the issue there. They tried to get some pickoffs. And Aster, you're stuck in a scenario like, okay, do we give them Roshan or do we take what is honestly looking like an impossible fight? All right, if they go, this will be a very challenging one to take without a BKB on the DK. See what they're able to do. They're going to try for it. Smoke is going to be revealed. TP coming in on the other side. Monet's going to go for the fast kill onto the Disruptor. Does manage to get it, but he is just being absolutely annihilated by Tomato. Way too much damage, way too quickly. Ari's disrupting the back line while they're chasing after XXS at the same time. Tomato should be able to get that one. XWY does fall. Boboka right next to him. And there you have it. TSM, this is what we were kind of talking about of that Roshan fight. I mean, I can't blame Aster. It's pretty much like lose now or lose later. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they do now at this point. Tomato, he has Shard. I mean, Monet, a super aggressive TP forward in the face of them. They're even looking for a potential like solo kill attempt here. Swashbuckle over the side. Ari out of mana. Can they get the glimpse? Almost in range. Is he going, he's going BKB next item for XXS, jeez. Desperation mode. Yeah. But while they're handling all the potential magic damage, the big physical damage hitter is here. Doesn't quite have the Deso yet, but pretty damn close to it. I mean, him and Bryle just literally doing whatever they want. Kasane, he's like, yeah, I've died 4 times, but I'm soaking everything. He's 6-4 and 10. He's doing his job. Bryle's just running away with the game. He has literally not died, and now he has Lincolns. So how the hell do you only have a DK stun and Rolling Thunder, and now he's super tanky? This is looking incredible. TSM looked so great last game, and again, they're just hitting on all cylinders. Yeah, proving why they deserve to be the team moving on in DreamLeague. For sure. It looks like smooth sailing for them now. A lead with a PA with this type of itemization. Boboka. See you later. Oh, Cap, it was nice casting with you. Yeah, it was great. Just the fact of the Boboka, the deer hero, literally getting run over by Primal Beast. Nature in action. I love it. Okay, well, Aster At this point in time, I think you really are just playing for like some crazy 50, 60-minute game.
Yeah.
Because you're not winning the game in the next 30 minutes, that's for sure.
XWY.
that other Remnant was so far away. And it actually took Bryle out of the combat there for a little bit.
I mean, yeah, if he didn't have... He maybe gets the kill, actually, if it's not so far, if it's that distance. Oh, man, I honestly don't know where Aster can go from here. Like you said, they just need to split push, hope they don't get picked off. But, I mean, Ari, he's always on the prowl. He's looking for these constant grabs.
Yeah, they have ways to stop this split push. The fact that Ari has solo kill potential on some of these heroes, BKB is going to be used late by Monet. Ari says, okay, I got that out of you, but he waited to do the Sprout after the trample was down. So very smart move by Monet, making the most out of, well, a pretty bad situation for him through and through, but gets a kill.
Gets a kill, getting close to top net worth. Small gains.
Small incremental gains turn to big gains, Fogged.
Let's hope
that's
for
what
Aster.
we can hope.
Yeah. It's just not easy. Not easy by any means. Tomato just continues to kill it. Almost level 18. Yeah, and just the shard is just, it's so damn good this game.
I mean, Ari has been pretty big for these team fights and killing the supports, so taking a team fight right now is not the worst idea for Aster. Couldn't stop Bryle TPing in, and they're having a hard time killing Kasane like you're talking about. Monet's just going to die to Tomato every single time. You could assume that's going to happen. BKB from XXS does get used under the Static Storm and allows him to get that finishing blow onto Kasane and also gets him out. Not the same to be said about Pichu, though.
Well, I mean, now it's Monet is given more gold because he did get the recovery killer. So he joins back in. Tomato's like, thank you very much. Take those Deso stacks. I don't blame them for taking the fight, though. It's right. It's desperation mode really across the board for Aster.
It's kind of the same as the Roshan fight.
Yeah.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Next WY is going to get picked off again. Ari and Bryle have the split push covered.
Bryle. I mean, he's making a statement in this series. Well, best of one game, but either way, he is massive. I mean, a game where he's playing versus like no stuns, he just has absolute free reign. Solo kill is so significant. He's level 20 on the Ember.
I like to see that. It makes me very hopeful for TSM because I always feel like Bryle, like I know Tomato's a beast.
Yeah,
I know he's going to be able to carry games. For me, it's a question whether or not Bryle, like, is his current play, is he able to do the same? Because sometimes I feel like he can. Other times I feel like, you know, he's a bit weaker. This is Bryle at, you know, pretty damn good form. Good disruption save there.
Yeah, Bryle has definitely proven multiple times where he can be the best player or perhaps maybe the exact opposite.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's had quite the growth over his career.
For sure. He's giving the dream opportunity this game on one of his best heroes, right? So,
you know what it is? It's like those those charts of progress where, you know, it goes up and then it goes down a little bit and it goes up, but like the trend overall has always been up for Bryle.
Absolutely, I agree. I like when he plays his special heroes. Like this is, like we said, like he's what, Grandmaster, or not quite Grandmaster, but Master tier at the least. Goes for the Gleipnir, more split push action. He can now catch, you know, double ways to cancel TPs if people are split pushing. Aster, can they punish? He's so tanky his Lincolns.
They just like are trying to take the outpost and Bryle's like, oh, you guys are there, huh? He just walks into them. He's like, yeah, I see you guys taking this outpost. You do not have the damage to kill me. He still had an illusion rune to be able to disjoin some stuff. He had so many things there.
He's toying with them at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, the long range impetus, max damage.
I didn't know Gleipnir would chase you too. That was pretty funny.
That is actually pretty cool. Never seen that before.
Yeah. I mean, Monet was a little late on it, but even if it hit, again, he would just pop the illusion rune and still jump away. Fully understanding his strength, or maybe fully understanding the weakness of Aster right now. Mm-hmm. XXS is like trying to go more damage, picks up a javelin.
It's full desperate mode. I'm really just enjoying the way the TSM has been playing. Lots of growth even just throughout this tournament, of course, we've called them TISM multiple different times, but this game, last game, they clearly have a great understanding of like who wants to tank, who wants to die, who wants to take the back foot in games. Like Kasani, he's 6-5 and 12, but his impact feels like amazing. It feels like all these deaths were pretty damn valuable for his team. Understands itemization, Greaves, Halberd, Casual Cloak. Now he's going for a heart. He's just like, yeah, they're just not going to be able to kill me at that point, so loving what I'm seeing. And for Aster, yeah, as we said, just disjointed. Absolutely disjointed in these last few games we've seen from them.
You know, the overall trend, I'm not going to say it's the Tundra trend, though obviously they're the biggest... they're the biggest proponents of building your lead more and more and more.
Hey.
Do you like that current state of Dota, or would you like to see that change? And if so, how would you even change that?
I mean, definitely the glyphs resetting and stuff like that make high ground a lot more difficult, right? I think that's one of the big ones that caused a lot of teams to play a little bit more farmy when they have an advantage.
Yeah.
But honestly, I know some people hate it. I like methodical Dota. I like when you see a team play just a super clean game and they're just like no mistakes around after they get a lead. I mean, yes, of course, the opposite is also incredibly entertaining, but something about just good Dota is a treat to watch.
Yeah, that's certainly what TSM are doing right now.
Can they get Bryle?
They're getting pickoffs, and Bryle stepped a little bit too far forward, but it wasn't enough. Even still, Bryle taunting his way back to base. Chase after them as his team cuts across with the smoke. I like that they just had a smoke in reserve maybe or something. Just made the fast move once Bryle saw all these heroes. And they do manage to catch Bobica. They gotten any more, then maybe they could have even gone high ground. But obviously right now they're just waiting for Roshan. Roshan for me is the big thing, right? It gives so much. There is such a potential down, like going high ground when Roshan could be up is such a game-losing move.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, what is actually the delete Roshan? There you go. Because then you have everybody stalling because they don't want to push without an Aegis or anything, right?
I mean, I love the idea that Roshan gives these Aghanim Scepters and shards and stuff, but it also means you're giving up such a huge net worth swing if you do, like, forsake Roshan in exchange for, you know, like, trying to go for a faster end on a game or something.
Definitely true. No, the addition of all of it is definitely very clever. This is just painful to watch for Aster.
Yeah.
Now they're trapped in the base. I believe, yeah, Tomato didn't call it out before, but he did go for the Ags, so he's perma-blurred. So you have Ari hunting on side lanes, you have Bryle forcing BKBs hunting side lanes, Tomato's pretty much invisible the entire time, catching any strays, catching anything he can. Aster. What can they get out of this one?
Once again, pushing out as a four-man squad and kind of just hoping that they run into the right hero because they don't have any vision to work with. The only vision they have is Treants, honestly.
And this is these are actually useful Treants, perhaps, as, the Roach just gonna spawn right afterwards. I was like, oh, Ari's just gonna get the actual scout because of it, but they're gonna know it's up soon. There's a 1.5 minute timer or so, so the max duration still is about 90 seconds or so, I believe. So they should be able to check it out soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What's Monet got? I haven't checked in with him. Almost has AC. That is pretty massive. He'll have the AC for this next fight. So maybe he won't just get like 4-shot by PA like has happened in pretty much every single fight. He's also almost level 20.
All the play-by-play classes seem so hopeful. Lyrical's always looking for the silver linings. Always.
You know why? Because all of you analysts are so pessimistic.
Hey. That's Avery mostly.
That is Avery, yeah.
But definitely true, I am too.
That's Avery, Thrascal before him. He had that.
True.
He had that vibe.
Bryle brings the high ground.
Okay, see if they can burst down Ari, not let him get off his BKB. They do manage to do so. Of course, Tomato is still the big bad boss of this team fight. And does that actually manage to finish off Bobica? I'm sure somebody else will collect it, because Sonic, nope, Bryle will take that kill instead. Beyond godlike for him, as he actually took both the kills away from Tomato.
And Monet's like, yeah, I'm not deeping in there, guys. Good luck. And he actually takes the mischance.
Well, look at Bryle. He's like, yeah, you guys got Roshan. He's already pushing in bottom lane. He's like not giving any space to Aster at all.
No. And Monet, he actually didn't go for the Sprout talent. Probably feeling that the game is in a pretty impossible space and he needs to Sprout himself so that the PA jumps and he has like that mist stuff that we've seen a couple people do.
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea.
Trying to pull out pretty much anything because the game's just been impossible as XWY. Farewell.
Bye.
Bryle show. 11, 0, and 9. 23. Going for Shivas now also. More armor. Unkillable. He's been unkillable even more so.
Okay, TSM got that Aegis. Who got the shard, by the way?
I think they ended up giving it to Kasani.
Okay, I was about to say, they already had the Fan of Knives, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, Kasani's got it now.
Bryle also had picked it up a bit earlier as well, too. Which I'm glad I'm seeing people do more on Ember also. I love this shard.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
It's like not only for the aggressive potential for all that, you know, for you just resetting your ability, but it's also when you die, right? You're able to just buy back, jump right back in the fight and stuff like that, too. Of course, didn't have to this game, but yeah, it's cool.
Doesn't apply to this game, but sometimes those Blink Dagger heroes...
Yep.
Just get screwed by that shard. So annoying.
Definitely true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Anyway, presumably this Aegis will be used to poke at the high ground, and we'll see what Aster does in response, how many buybacks they have to burn through in order to hold their high ground, or if they just crumble straight up.
Could be a situation where, I mean, it is their last hope, of course, so unlikely to just like GG out, but we did see like Monet earlier when he got like doomed. It just was like an instant GG out because they're just struggling.
Yeah.
All lanes forced in. Nowhere to go, Aster.
I mean, he completed the AC, and he's actually pretty close. It's about halfway to MKB, which is obviously extremely important against PA. Those two items, AC and MKB.
Small gains. Courier will get picked, but didn't actually have any items on it, so none of those components. TSM, I mean, they're being as... You might as well, at this point, just be as careful as possible. You're starting to get closer and closer to... I mean, they already have great item timings, but 25 Ember... What is it? PA has a near Satanic, so they're chilling. They know there's no need to really force issue. They can if it comes to them, but... They know they got this one in the bag.
And their supports can be super impactful scaling-wise as well. I mean, Whitemon is trying to build up an Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be a ways away, but... The Halberd? Oh, Tomato almost managed to snipe that one.
Gets away.
But we'll get back to Bulbika, so they will have one small answer to the PA. Bit by bit. Trying to build a wall.
The smallest baby steps I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, one baby step forward, 10 adult steps back.
Reminds me of when I'm walking with like Owen and Sheever. 10 of my steps is one of theirs, as I'm always struggling to keep up with them at any time.
I want to go for a walk. Oh god, it's like a jog. Yeah, I mean, they Radiance, why not? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Just keep having fun. Definitely doesn't need a Radiance, but sure, why the hell not?
Is he not building Aghanim Scepter because he's got to get it from next Roshan?
Hey, if they want to be that patient and torture everybody, especially Aster.
And what if it's a refresher shard? Then you have to wait for the next Roshan.
25, Arcane Rune. Think it's time to go. Tomato.
Glimpsed him back. Bulbika did have that Heaven's Halberd, so he was able to delay his death. The Sprout actually catches and gives Bulbika a little bit more life. The Disruption going down. Tomato's taking a decent amount of damage. They got to be aware of that Aegis, though. Get this one kill. All right, and let's see if they can reset a little bit. Caught inside the Static Storm, though. Two of their heroes. XWY does have the BKB, so... Oh, never mind.
See ya.
I was going to say he's able to get out, but never mind. Tomato now jumping to kill Monet as well. And all this time, Bryle is just racking up the damage in these fights. Yeah, Tomato's got the big, flashy, big crits going on, but Bryle is just constantly wearing him down.
And
Jump
Tomato?
away. They got him?
I think they got him.
All right.
There we go.
Hey, he doesn't have buyback. Go end the game.
Good luck, because Bryle, he's the real carry. Can they get more?
He's got 2 remnants. See if he can burn through his mana, maybe? Or he's going to run interference. He goes straight for Monet. Does actually have the pulverize on him, slamming him into the deck. Monet dies to Ahri. Bryle gets away at the same time. Okay, that is a dieback for Monet, so they can't end the game, sadly.
They get some decent kills, but yeah, it costs them pretty much everything. And Bryle, now he's going to come back. And Monet, he was really the only answer for Bryle.
This is optimistic. That they would be able to chain stun Bryle, and anybody would be able to output the damage, maybe.
I mean, Kasani has a heart. He's just standing there.
Yeah, Bryle goes back in. Kasani's like, all right, you guys done? Not my turn now.
Hello.
Spirit Siphon, Static Storm, XWY just had his BKB come off cooldown again. I mean, Aster keep playing this long enough, and they might be able to win it. Bryle stuck inside.
Do they got him?
They think they do.
Okay.
Oh, yay, that's another hero without buyback. Go win the game.
These are, I mean, XXS is becoming the carry, I guess. Okay. They've done, like we said, though, baby steps, right? Still small baby steps.
But production is currently, they accidentally hit the talkback. And currently, we jinxed it. yeah, you guys did jinx it indeed. Because Aster, they're going to be able to hold on to this game, and we're going to have to wait for another Roshan, likely.
It still was a baby step, though. You know, it was good. It's good stuff to be able to get these, because as you said, it was tons of buybacks, right? And it was TSM playing a little recklessly there.
Yeah.
Getting punished at the least. Aster, some small hopes for them.
Yeah, something to work with. I mean, what did the win percentage go to?
Shifted, like, I think it was 97 or something, so it shifted 7%.
Okay, not bad.
XXS, I mean, he got the most gold out of it, right? He got the kill streak, so he's got pretty much a full hex. And that maybe this, you do see the reason why TSM was being super careful.
Yeah. I mean, buybacks and all this other stuff, they're just so impactful. Granted, TSM was not careful on their second go, where both, it was just Kasane and Bryle versus 4 heroes, but
Bryle was really trying to push the limits because, you know, he ran out of remnants, so if he gets a kill, then he gets a remnant back, and then he can probably disengage and stuff like that, but will get punished for his efforts. Roche, 20 seconds. Aster still can't get their lanes too far out. And as we said, had to use so many buybacks, so if some of these heroes get caught, the game just abruptly ends in their face. So contesting the Roche still pretty unlikely. If they do go for it, and if they do see it when it spawns. And if it's a fast spawn. See how quick it's going to be, 5 seconds.
All right, smoke up, do the sweep, clear out any of these areas. Make sure you control, get some aggressive wards down, and when Roshan is up, go for it. It's going to be in a minute. Aster, doubtful that they're going to play for it because...
This setup, can they actually get Bryle, perhaps?
Oh, no way.
This would be pretty massive, but no. Ooh, hey, what a read. Cleared the wave, XXS uses the roll, and he's like, oh, damn. They seem aware. The sweep.
Oh, if they're not totally aware, they will be once this mid lane starts hitting the tier 3.
Aster do get at least one wave pushed out, and Monet will finish up that damage item.
I mean, they probably... Do they have all their neutrals? Probably not, I would assume, on Aster.
Don't believe they did, no.
Yeah, they're missing 2 of them still, so... Be nice for them to farm that ancient stack. There's the Scythe. Okay, so... I mean, your initiation, your single target control is pretty high if you can get that jump. A Scythe into Dragon Tail.
They've got to do it pretty much perfectly. TSM, they should go check the Roche. They should know that it's soon to be spawning, if not already. And which one is it? It's a refresher shard, so they do have to wait for Bryle's. I can name this one for the next one, just kidding. He's hunting.
XWY got found there. Hit him with Gleipnir, but XWY ran up, and they thought he was going to run down. Nice little move.
He pulled their attention away from Roche, so it's going to take him a little bit longer to walk back over there. Aster, they're going to try to reclaim their triangle area here.
Did they get the gem? I think Pisha was thinking about buying a gem. Yeah okay, so they're going to be able to check for all this area.
Oh, it's actually White Mons from earlier, so.
Oh, okay. TSM, of course, they feel very strong. They could just walk back up here, no problem. They're going to spot Bobica. Run him over real quickly. Bobica does manage to get away with the Ogre Steel Totem. That's pretty nice. Meanwhile, Bryle got caught by the side. They're going to try and Static Storm to stop this, but the damage is coming fast. Bryle is able to jump way over to the side, but the Purge finished him off. The Shadow Demon Purge killed him. He does have buyback. XXS, the rest of the team, they're all trying to get back to their base right now because Tomato is going on a rampage. He just ripped through that Dragon Knight.
Give it to him.
Oh my God, a rampage for Tomato, and the instant GG is called. Aster may have stalled and delayed this game, but TSM, they are inevitable. They are going to be staying in Dream League Season 19.
Very well deserved. The last game looked great, the way they were fighting back versus Execration. They definitely looked like the best one going into this one here as Bryle. It was the Bryle show for the most of the game. Tomato comes in, gets the rampage, and says, move over. It's my spotlight. Thank you very much. What a game. That was good stuff from TSM. Very clean.
Yeah, these two best ones that they played in this tiebreaker definitely proving that TSM are going to be a team to be feared as they're going to be staying in the Dream League group stage, the next one that we're going to, and that one's going to be a slower one as well. So, I mean, I feel like all of those teams are really going to benefit from the nice, like, slower slog of games, and that could be a real level up period for a lot of these teams, especially heading into the Berlin Major.
For sure.
All right, well, that brings our first tiebreaker to a close. I'm sure our panel wants to be able to talk about this game before we head to tiebreaker number 2.
We do want to talk about this tiebreaker and the finish of it. TSM winning here versus Aster. And I'm joined by Kesu, Effie, and Jenkins to do exactly that. This game was, well, in the end, quite a back and forth. It started out not really too happy for Aster. And let's start breaking the game down at that front, Kesu, because actually on paper, it should have been Aster that should be doing well, right?
Yeah, I mean, they also had a good start to the game. They have good heroes to go around in like the early mid game, but I would say after 10 minutes, I feel like from minute 10 to 20, they just didn't do anything. They're just like sitting mid, even though they have DK Blink, they can make moves, you have a Pango. Early on, Monet didn't have a good lane, so yeah, it's sure that maybe doesn't make things easier. But TSM, they're just chilling. They're pushing their side lanes with their Ember, you know, having fun, making space for the PA. He gets to farm as well, and at the same time, Aster, I feel like it's just very evident that something is wrong, because there's also a lot of itemization issues that I hate, and that's a strong word, but you can just tell that, sadly, something's off.
Yeah. Well,
by itemization issues, do you mean the fact that the Nature's Prophet, who should have got the Silver Edge, got the AC, and the DK got the Silver Edge when the PA had the Aegis?
Yeah, like...
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like Monet was forced to buy an AC when in reality it should be DK. The way that they should think about this game is DK shouldn't think of, oh, I need to kill Tomato and 1v5 this game. You should buy an AC to give your team the armor to actually stay alive in the fight, help your supports to maybe live longer than one dagger against your PA, and help your Nature's Prophet so he can actually be the carry. When instead they're all just buying items for themselves, and that's not how you win Dota at this level.
I agree that Silver Edge purchase on DK at the moment of the game where he got it, which was, I believe, around the first Aegis is when he started building it up. It felt like a big grief, because at that point, it's just your supports needed to build kite items, which they did later on, but like Force Staffs and Glimmers, and you as the DK, you needed to provide that armor for your team. And if the Silver Edge was going to come out, it would have been on the Prophet instead of the MKB, but it was just kind of all over the place, the itemization. But outside of that, I felt like PA's farm was completely uncontested.
It was. He was chilling. He was playing some farm mode game.
He was a ticking time bomb, man.
Yeah,
that entire game, we're just like, okay, maybe the net worth was like kind of close to even. Like TSM only had a 1K gold lead. But with the PA on this patch, or like honestly, the last few patches, if this hero's top net worth, at some point, that team's going to win.
Especially against these supports.
Yes.
Like against Shench, SD, bye.
And the cores also, right? But, I mean, it didn't even feel like there were any smoke threats on the PA, any kind of plays that Aster tried to make.
No, because they're just AFK mid. Why are you're not supposed to sit 4 people in the mid lane. You want to play the side lanes, but...
And how long were they mid for? Like 5 minutes just standing
too
mid?
long. At least
that was bizarre.
For TSM, they played well.
Yes.
They've stepped up their play from some of their other days, which I'm happy to see. Kasane on the DP, one of the better performances I've seen from this hero. So at least, you know, they did a lot of good things, and I'm looking forward to just see what they can do.
Ari as well played a great game, I would say. Very impressive. And his net worth was, I mean, he turned into a core towards the end too, and it felt like got a lot of key kills, enabled Kasane in that bot lane. They killed Monet 4 times. For the most part, On the side of Aster, I really feel like their heroes are heroes that are meant to play in that first 20 minutes of the game super aggressively.
Yeah.
Especially when your DK goes Link first, and you have the Nature's Prophet, and you have the Enchantress. Like, you are the ones who are supposed to be bringing the tempo. Like, yeah, there is counter tempo in the Death Prophet, but that's something that can be played around. It's cooldown dependent. It's not like a Beastmaster who sits on a lane forever. It's not like that at all, but they didn't even try to cross the river. It felt like TSM were just imposing themselves through the Ember, like on any lane that he wanted to. Tomato was just comfortably farming on his side of the map, and then whenever they felt like it, they took Roshan. Whenever they felt like it. Yep. They just want to fight.
And Whitemon was there too.
He was.
He was there.
I mean, as a disruptor playing from ahead, he had a good game.
He was chilling.
He did. No, I had nothing else to say. He did disruptor things.
He did disruptor
It was good
things.
for him. He had fun. At least he got to all chat.
Yeah, he did. Or rather,
in one of these games, in one of these series games, not in this one.
These are his SCA brethren, so he gets to slay his SCA brethren.
That's right.
He did a lot of things.
Phone call?
Yes. You know who also did things, but not during the game? It's Moon, the coach of TSM. Hey, Moon, congratulations on winning the tiebreakers.
Thank you. Hello, guys.
Hello. Okay, so I have a couple questions, and there's one question you're probably expecting at this point. Great group stages. Lovely 1-1s, and I want to know from your perspective, why did you guys tie basically all your series other than the one yesterday? Like, what happened? Is there any logic that you can find towards that result?
I think we were just trying to find our formula, trying to find our groove. Not all of us are at the boot camp. Imon's still in the States, and Kasane is still at home. So we were one-on-one games because some of these games are like sussy. We like threw them. But some of these games, like, we should have been 2-0, but we came back and won, so it's like really weird. And after yesterday's games, I kind of like look back at all my games and figure out like what I'm going to do moving forward with the team, and I was trying it out today, and it looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask, how did the group stage itself, like with playing that many games and with also having all the other teams playing that many games, prepare you for this tiebreak? But it looked like you did your homework for these games in particular and tried something out that worked?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes teams, they don't self-reflect. They're just trying to look at their opponents. I kind of like looking at my teammates more. I feel like the tiebreakers were a little nerve-wracking for me, but I told myself, like, you know what, we got 0-2'd, and luckily we're still in a tournament, because shout out to Dahak, Giga Chad, Nature's Prophet, and shout out to Chris Luck going ham on Primal Beast, and Matthew and those guys for going one-on-one. So we could survive and prove to the world that TSM still is the top 8 team in the world. We're not just in the top 4 rankings in DPC for nothing. But I want to say, I'm going to give a big shout out to Quinn Callahan. This motherfucker tried so hard yesterday in a match that did not matter. In the playoffs, come Quinn, I'm coming for your ass, you little punk.
Nice.
You stupid vegan captain. I'm gonna fuck you guys up. You tried so hard against your NA brethren. That was not cool.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that match, because there's definitely going to be a TSM Gaming Gladiators match. You heard laughing, Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins. They'll also love to ask you some questions.
Hi, Moon. I'll go first. You have very good speeches. I've heard them before. Did you give your boys a speech yesterday after the games or today before the games? If so, can I hear it again, please?
Okay, I'll give you the speech I gave them. I just watched this anime called Blue Lock, and I just saw a cool quotes there, and I quoted one of the quotes from the anime. After we got 0-2 yesterday, the room was really quiet, so I came in and I said, "Those who continue to fight in spite of their despair are bestowed with the power to achieve their dreams." That's what I told my team, and then we all started joking a little bit, and then everything's good again.
Beautiful. I love it.
Really?
Thank you.
They call it cringe, then they actually get motivated by it.
Yeah,
it's a classic. Yeah.
They're gamers.
That is.
It always actually motivates. It does.
Do you want me to ask?
I have stupid questions.
Okay. Hey, I mean, congratulations. I just wanted to ask, now that, so you've had Ari and Kasane for a while now, and they're newer to the tier 1 scene. My throat.
Hey, Big M, I'll take it.
No, I have to finish my question.
Here.
I have to finish my question. I cleared my throat. Okay, but I'm curious, for you as a captain, how have you seen them grow over these last few months? Like from Tour 1 to where they are now, like how have you seen them develop?
Ari especially, he's grown the most. At first, when he would feed, he would be like, "Why are they there?" I'm like, "Why would they not be there? Because it's campus, it's not a pub." And then Kasani says the same thing, like, "Why are they here?" And I'm like, "Bruh." But he grew a lot because Kasani used to hit a lot more neutral creeps than he hits today, and it's not like a pub anymore. I mean, they're slowly trying to figure out the limits on in competitive mode where they actually die, where they wouldn't die in a pub, stuff. So. It's been a tremendous leap in the talent for the past couple months, and I'm sure you guys can see from the start everyone was blaming them like, "Oh, this guy is a bot in the off lane, he does nothing. Oh man, this 4 just feeds." Look at them today. It's a big difference. So I'm really proud of how far they've come.
Can I just follow up on that quickly? Thank you for that answer. But so I'm just curious, like your position when you're kind of guiding these younger or less experienced players, like what kind of approach do you take? Is it more hands-on where you're telling them do this, do that, or do you kind of take a step back and let it happen?
Oh, I use memes to tackle problems. So, for example, we have a meme, right, where we refute every time TSM takes a team fight and we wipe the enemy in the group stage, right? We immediately die like 3 seconds after. So everyone starts calling it the TSM Classic. So I tell my team like, okay, you know what, guys? After we take a team fight, call this a cooldown, I'm gonna make a term called defensive formation. But nobody wanted to do it. Nobody could learn from it. So I said, all right, since you guys are such Effie sims, we're gonna change it to the Effie formation. So someone says Effie formation, everyone just runs to Effie, which is tomato. And then people started doing it. So I used that meme, and then my team got better.
There's no way that's real.
Yeah, it's real. It's on my Discord. Yeah.
I have no follow-up comments to that. Yeah.
Cool, thanks for the answer.
Awesome interview, Moon. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Congratulations. And of course, we'll see you again tomorrow because the second group stage is right around the corner for that. I can't wait to see you go up against Gaming Gladiators. That'll be a good one for sure. And congratulations again.
Thank you. See you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. I heckin' love the Effie formation.
I don't even know what to say. Well, Moon, you are the best.
I mean,
kind of awkward. Jenkins make a joke, so I don't feel awkward.
There's an Effie guild in Europe, and I said, how much power does this guild have? I talked to somebody from there because we were supposed to go to the gym the other night. She slept through it for the second time. And so I said, if you could somehow contact my friend that has ditched me for the second time.
Listen, I was exhausted.
The Effie formation would be not showing up to something.
Okay, what? First of all, the Effie guild, I did not make that guild. I do not want a guild.
I wasn't sure how much power they had.
In what way? I'm not in the guild.
Yeah, maybe you're the leader, maybe you're an officer in the guild with some power and...
Look, I don't even play as Effie in-game. My Steam name changes every day so that nobody knows who I am.
Yeah, I saw the cat image the other day.
Oh, God. Hey, Sheever. Hey, Sheever, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, Effie. Thank you very much. Kezu is doing great. Jenkins is doing great. And they're going to continue doing great. Effie is also doing great. But they're going to do great off-camera because Group A tie has been broken. And that means we have our 4 teams moving forward from that Group A. It's glorious. You're going to see them again tomorrow. But I know what you guys are all thinking. Wait a second. There was Group B. And there was a 3-way tie there as well. There's 3 teams. There's OG. There's Beastcoast, there's Spirit, and there's 2 teams of those 3 that will move forward. 1 team will be left behind, but who will it be? We'll have to find out as there is another round of tiebreakers. We'll see you in a bit for the first one of that one. It's Team Spirit versus OG.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Well, that's one round of tiebreakers here. Would you guys like to maybe do it again? Maybe have another round of tiebreakers? Because I got some heartbreakers here with me. Let me hear from the band, my panel. The band, my panel. Oh, guys, okay. Yeah, they're not here.
Oh. It's amazing how important that music is.
Yeah.
I was hard to get into the zone there.
Cooler.
I
was really feeling that
Did
one.
not have the same energy, I'm noticing.
Wow, really brought down the mood with that one, didn't we?
Shame. That's okay. The Dota will bring the energy that we need because we are getting into the second round of tiebreakers. Group A managed to resolve itself without an infinite cycle, and I am immensely disappointed. My name is Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through the second half of tiebreakers along with Trent, BSJ, and Sheepstick. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to potentially infinite tiebreakers. We fight for 2 slots. Group A was only fighting for 1 slot. Not sure if that really changes the equation, but I have high expectations that we never leave.
Are we putting bets on who gets knocked out?
I'm listening. I'll document it.
All right, okay. In in fashion, I think OG will not make it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you still bitter about the debate?
Yes.
That was easy.
I think the guaranteed team for me to go through is Spirit. I think I have a hard time believing they go 0-2 because that's what's required. One team has to lose to the other 2 teams. So I think OG is most likely, but since you chose them, I'm going to go with Beastcoast.
This is just all very confusing.
Not again.
Visual aid. That's what I feel.
Fine. If you're more of a eyes-forward learner, then I'll show you the numbers that are behind all of this. Group B standings. We currently have 2 yellow slots that need to be determined. Beastcoast and OG are tentatively sitting there, but you see that they have the same score as Team Spirit. All 3 of these teams will be fighting for the 3rd and the 4th spot, and as you heard from Brian, the team that will lose to both of the other teams will be eliminated, along with Talon, Nigma Galaxy, and Nouns. And you, Trent, are trying to somehow skirt the idea of doing a prediction. Which one is getting knocked out?
My pick for getting knocked out, honestly, I kind of think it might be OG, I meant to say, actually. I kind of have more faith in Team Spirit and Beastcoast to clutch up. I feel like OG have been a little inconsistent. I'm sure things have looked better for them over time, but I do think as a whole, they're the team that has been struggling the most. So yeah, I'm throwing them in the bottom. But anyone can win in this one. I do have faith in these teams to have a good peak. They just have to find it.
Do you not think the fact that OG played a tiebreaker for Tour 1 and Tour 2 of DPC, they lost the 3-way tiebreaker in Tour 1, but they won the tiebreaker to go to this major. So I feel like experience has to matter for something.
No, actually, it's a pattern. So they lost.
Win, lose, win,
then they won. Now they're going to lose again.
Oh, it's like if it was heads, then it's going to be tails.
Statistically speaking.
So then, obviously, the major will happen, and that means if there are tiebreakers there, they're guaranteed to win them. So it's like they're
getting it out of the way now.
They're setting themselves up, yes.
Oh, but we have another group stage after this one, so if they're on the border for that one, they have to tie break through that one.
They got to
that
not.
one.
If they hit that one, that's GG. That's just like a messed up plan.
Yeah, they already broke the cycle if they're in the next group stage.
That's true.
This is a whole other level of infinite tiebreakers.
I know.
Yeah.
For one team.
Even the conversation doesn't end about them.
No. And the gameplay may have like a slight bearing on the actual performance of these teams. As we get into our first of the tiebreakers, it's going to be Team Spirit versus OG. And the loser of this game will be playing the second series against Beastcoast. That way, we may not even... No, we would have to play the third series no matter what. No, we wouldn't have to play the third series because
There you go.
If the loser of this one loses the next game, they're out, and then we're
There you
good.
go. So, Spirit versus OG.
That would be the lose-lose situation.
Literally.
I don't understand.
Keepstick, which team would you like to talk about first, OG or Spirit?
Aw, I want to talk about Beastcoast.
You cannot talk about Beastcoast.
Next game.
Okay, let's talk about.
Mull it over.
I'm gonna choose OG.
Okay, let's talk about OG and what they've been up to. As you heard from Brian, they've done a great deal of tie-breaking already in the Western European DPC Division 1, narrowly making it to the Berlin Major and getting some valuable experience here in the process. Where are we now in DreamLeague? Is it still as Western European dominated as Reddit would have me to believe? Because if we look at Group A, 2 North American teams made it in, Brian. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, obviously.
Obviously.
Is this supposed to be an announcement?
I was not surprised.
Okay, just making sure. Because like usually news is like news flash. Surprise.
Alert.
Yes, but when it's all expected, it's like not much to say about it. But I think OG, if we're talking about them as a unique squad, I think the most notable thing is they're like the only team I've seen pick Tinker.
Yeah.
And I feel like we see BZM on much more farm-heavy mids compared to a lot of other teams. Like, I think a lot of other teams kind of have the formula of Playmaker mid, Terrorblade carry.
Yeah.
Or like Nature's Prophet carry, some guy that's going to hit a lot of creeps. And that's just not the case for this team. We usually see them pair like a Tinker with like a Slark, something more aggressive. So that's something to look out for because it works out for them sometimes, but it's definitely hit or miss.
They also have crazy greedy supports. I feel like compared to
True.
most teams. They really up that net worth at the bottom of the chart. I feel like they're a lot more squished compared to a lot of teams, especially, maybe someone like Team Spirit, for example. I'm never really expecting much from a Poshka.
Net worth wise.
Yeah, like
you're not saying he's trash.
Well, a little bit of both. No, obviously just net worth wise. If you give him like the Clockwork or something, he's not getting the eggs. He's not one of those position 5s. He's gonna play his Disruptor. Not gonna see an eggs there.
Might see a drums.
Maybe on a good day.
That drums is a big ask.
Yeah.
That could be Sentry money.
That's right.
And other signatures, I remember we saw DM play that offlane Undying. There's a lot of things that OG does that other teams simply don't have on the radar at all.
There's a Sand King in there too.
Really?
Let's bring. Yes, sir. There was a Sand King.
Did it win?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna assume it lost.
I can check that for you.
Verify it for me because I have no faith in that hero. Although DM is known to be able to bring these off-kilter heroes
They
to
lost.
to failure.
It was played against Tundra. Yeah, no, unlucky. I mean, he won the lane, though. He actually had a pretty good game. This game, I would say, they probably should have won. BZM was having a great Zeus game, too. But sometimes that's life. Sometimes you just don't win against Tundra because they extend the game for 10 years with a Naga Siren and win.
Sometimes. I think that's all the time if
all
I
the
watch
time.
Tundra games.
That is what happened in that game, too, yeah. I actually really like his Sand King, though, just to bring it back quickly. He used to play a lot more, but the hero really fell off. So I'm excited he brought it back in this tournament, because I think the hero is still pretty good. After they buffed the stun duration, they should just first pick it.
Yeah, the Meteor Hammer style.
They banned Anti-Mage. It's a bad matchup for Sand King. They're setting it up.
True. God, Yatoro, we didn't get to talk about Team Spirit. These guys first picked Anti-Mage yesterday, I want to say.
Yeah.
They lost, but it was freaking cool. He had a great lane.
They did discuss how it was very Nigma centric. Like it was with a lot of consideration about them, but that's still crazy now coming in that OG is just like, I don't want to deal with that. Let's just ban it.
Yeah, it seems like Collapse has been a Beast fan this tournament. Like, more than half his games have been Primal Beast or Beastmaster.
Okay.
Or at least the games where he looks good. I think Collapse...
I thought you were going to talk about Monster Energy and how much we should...
Oh, that's true. I mean, that Collapse is unleashing the Beast for them without even getting paid for it, so that's just free plug-in there. I would say, Collapse, out of all the players I've watched this tournament, probably one of the most disappointing when he's not on his comfort zone.
Yes.
Like when we saw him play Batrider the other day, it just isn't the same. But they've gone for the Beastmaster first round, so he's sitting pretty so far. They go for the Disruptor, which is a traditionally very good support right now. My issue is Rubik has the lift to get his teammates out of Static Storm once he buys the shard, and Disruptor generally struggles against summons guys because he wants to see the real hero, and the last thing he wants is units in his face threatening him when he's forced to glimpse
or just
hero.
Being found as well.
Yeah,
losing the
vision
vision game feels really bad when you're playing Disruptor.
That seems a bit forced to me.
It's a little sad as well because OG typically don't really give Tiger the Disruptor, or they have at this tournament, to my knowledge. It always goes to Chu. And I really like Pause 4 Disruptor, and I especially really like Pause 4 Disruptor with Doom. Like Tundra kind of showed it off a lot in the DPC, where you get 2 points in the Scorched Earth, and you, between the Disruptor Glimpse and that, you guys have like pretty high kill threat. Like I really like that lane, but I'm not sure we'll see it because, yeah, Tiger. I mean, sometimes Tiger and Chu lane swap, but
The merit of Disruptor, as you mentioned, not only in the laning phase, but in the game, is one of the best plays against Doom is to like force staff the guy that got doomed or just disengage from the Doom in general. And so any hero like Death Prophet Doom pairs really well with Disruptor because you're not running away from Glimpse.
Yatoro getting heavily targeted out in these bans by OG. The Anti-Mage, the Slark, the Drow Ranger all taken out. And meanwhile, Spirit banning out carries of their own. Sniper and Terrorblade removed from the pool.
I feel like you can't target these players, or you can't target carries in either of these teams. I feel like Yuragi and Yatoro both have made like a name for themselves at past tournaments for having picked like insane amounts of carries.
Okay, I only watched the scoreboard at the end, but did you cover the Yuragi Murana carry game?
I did not cover it, but I saw it.
Yeah. Who the hell is doing carry Murana?
Did they win that one?
They won it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah, it's such a counterintuitive carry because your damage, like, amplification is your leap, which you're a ranged hero, which puts you in the middle. I always thought that was like the most like counterproductive combo.
You made it successful, but yeah, I'm with
leaps.
you.
That's why you get 3, 1 in, 1 out.
Yeah. And another one.
Just in case, guys, you know.
But yeah, both these carries pools are immensely deep, so I'm surprised that they're wasting quote unquote bans on that role.
You take out the things that will be the most annoying for your lineup.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think both carries won't be feeling too pressured in terms of their hero pools. At least they'll pull something weird out.
Well, the Slark Drow specifically, I think you want to remove because they can cause issues for Doom in lane, but they also synergize really well with Beast. Like these two heroes love extra attack speed, % damage on their agility from like the Vlads. So I think it's something you kind of just have to get rid of, even if you know he's going to have other options. They're going to be, I think, significantly worse synergy with the Beastmaster.
Sure.
Just don't pick Ricky.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
We're out of that one.
No Ricky with the Beastmaster.
They are taking their time on this last ban here, though.
I'm thinking probably a DK for Laurel. That just seems like they've banned out the puck. Looking at the heroes they see, Beastmaster DK right now so far is 6-0 this tournament.
Really?
That combo.
Beastmaster DK?
Yeah,
not a
sometimes it's
traditional
DK carry.
I guess a lot of
sometimes
push.
it's DK mid.
Oh, okay.
I mean, DK just has damage issues, is the thing. So that kind of just gets solved by having a Beastmaster.
It takes away the pressure of the Beastmaster to initiate, too. Like, to use Roar in, like, suboptimal situations.
Sure.
You can, like, wait until the fight's developing and then just, like, Roar some BKB hero. Feels good.
Yeah, I really like it when teams pick the Snap DK. Because then you just have, like, the damage that follows every initiation you make.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Yatoro classic.
I thought
Big
that was
bear.
going to wait for 18. I thought they were going to wait for his hero, but he does see what is most likely his lane opponent, the Doom.
So the rule for Yatoro is that he has to pick a different carry every game unless it's Ursa, and he's allowed to just pick Ursa. That's been his rule, the rule in the DPC. That's what they just do.
Okay.
You know, they can like mix it up, but if the bear's there and it looks good,
Yeah, bear
the
time.
hair of the bear, baby. This guy doesn't hibernate in the winter.
Will we see some solar bear action with the Radiance?
I mean, you know, some have said that it sounds like a really good build.
Yeah, I mean, it
purely
sounds
based
cool.
off of the name.
Yeah. Nomenclature is very important in this kind of stuff.
What do you think? You're an Ursa player. Why you gonna bring out the solar bear? Maybe on the
he was more
cue it up.
I'm kind of inspired just by like how cute the pun is. But
You were more inspired by MC's off-lane build.
Yeah, the pipe. The pipe Ursa. He was smoking some pipe for that one. Sorry, I'm just kidding. They won that game. That was a good game. But yeah, Ursa, I think the Battle Fury is just too important, so they'll probably stick to that. The Tinker Invoker have been BZM's go-tos. Already looking like an incredibly greedy lineup for OG. You got the Doom off lane, probably going to buy a Midas. He might go like the Greaves Rush that we've seen people go, but I don't tend to like those builds against Ursa, like the Greaves or the Vanguard, because those builds are meant to kind of like sustain you through the damage. They can't finish you off, but if Ursa's hit you 6 times already, that 7th hit's now hitting for, 500 damage, so.
And this has kind of been the problem with OG a lot of times. They seem to be very greedy. Like in the games they lose, they sort of fall behind early because it feels like everyone's trying to build up to something. And so if you're in this situation again where he's going like, do Midas, and then it's an Invoker, so he needs some time. Carry players don't like to fight that early either.
I mean, the Invoker's okay, right? Because you just go the Meteor Hammer with Coswex. So as soon as you have that Meteor Hammer, you're kind of good to just go play. I mean, they have a pretty low damage support duo, but they do have a lot of playmaking potential with them. Like, I think Tiger on this Monkey King has been an absolute menace every time I've seen it. He'll end the game with like 20 deaths or something, but it's like he's playing on the other side of the map at all times. He's like split pushing these side lanes. He's setting up for your carries to come find kills. Like, I think he's a very proactive Monkey King player where even if he's dying, it's because he's looking for opportunities, and if he can give them to his team, it's a good time.
Does that mean they're saving a support for last pick on Team Spirit? Unless they do like 5 Rubik, 4 Tiny, I imagine that's going to be a Laurel Tiny. They see the opponent lane matchup already, so maybe they're valuing like, hey, we're going to counter the last pick carry with a support.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, it is a lot of flex too, as you said, because like they could also like 4 the Rubik too, pick a 5. They could 5 the Rubik, pick a 4, depending on how they feel. There's certainly some possibilities here. Laurel doesn't have the biggest hero pool as well, so I think this is just him straight up saying, this is a good tiny game. Like, I just want to play
I feel like it's like 80% mid Tiny 4 Rubik, right?
Yeah.
I would genuinely love a Shadow Demon that just got banned. Okay.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Double save.
Yeah,
Like telekinesis and...
that seems so nice.
Did we catch that? Did she say that before
No,
or after?
it showed up.
It was
I was.
You could have sold it to me like the infomercial.
Yeah, but it's like, I was battling inside of myself. Like, do I be super cringe and just like talk over them? No, that'd be horrible. So it's fine.
Okay, what are our, like, let's say it's a 5 and it's the 4 Rubik, because that does pair really nice. Well, I guess I could also go like a nice stacking hero like the Mirana or something. But let's say it's a 5. What are the deep cut 5s? Because we never get deep cut 5s anymore. We got AA, that's a deep cut 5, right?
Wait, what is it?
You don't see
I don't even know what you're
like in the
saying.
back, like the deep cut.
Oh,
like off
the
the
back.
side, the B side of the album.
Oh, I see.
The songs you don't hear that much, but are actually secretly really good, but you don't get to hear them because everyone just
So you
plays the
think AA is
hits. The
secretly really
deep
good?
cuts.
I got you.
Okay,
gotcha.
deep cut 5s.
But they're so deep cut, I don't remember them.
Is this a
I
Canadian
only
thing?
think of
Deep cut
Enchantress.
5, right?
I guess like a globally deep cut, but Spirit likes it. Maposhi's been playing Lich a fair
Deep
amount.
cut 5. We'll count it. That's pretty good.
I want to hear from Sheep why she thought
Shadow
Demon was a good band. Like, what are they looking for in the 5?
I thought they would want it just because it works against all of their heroes. Like, I think Doom wants to stick on someone, right? So you're able to just ult him and make it hard for him to just Doom and do this thing. Like, his Axe becomes less value if he wants to go that later. You're able to continuously Dispel with the Shard, which is nice. It like takes away the Cold Snap, the like Thunderstrike, like these things that want to give vision or like impede you. Obviously, if Monkey scales as well, it's pretty good. Like, all his spells just are good in some way against all these heroes. On top of providing an extra level of save against Doom, it just seemed like the best pick or a good pick.
Okay.
I like Phoenix too for the saving as well. I think the idea of like maybe we out heal or out save against Doom is like a nice way to play your fights.
So you want heroes that prolong.
All right, then. I have a deep cut that can go with that. Okay. Trent. Dazzle.
No.
That is a deep cut.
You take that back
That's
right
a
now.
big deep cut. Yeah, it's a little too deep.
You like delved into the really gross mud.
I know.
It's like, oh, some fossils down here.
And I
Oh,
did
some
not find-
bones. Oh, it's Dazzle.
Wasn't Dazzle getting picked like very prevalently like 2 months ago in like the D patch?
Get
I
him
feel
out
like
of
I feel like
there.
there was a window where Dazzle was really popular for like a week.
In the DPC or in pubs?
No, in the DPC.
Really?
I could have sworn there was like a week or two where we saw a ton of Dazzle.
I
and
think
he's just gone.
maybe a China game or two, but I wouldn't.
I'm
say
pretty sure Solo tried to bust it out in Eastern Europe a couple
that
games
may
as
be
well.
right.
Didn't go too well.
Venomancer against the Ursa. Is this carry Doom then or carry Monkey King?
I think it's Carry Doom and
Carry
DM's
Doom.
Venom.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you got to consider something like Oracle to just dispel the Ursa, like to give him the magic resistance.
Or they can flex the Tiny to support and pick a Laurel hero instead.
I think it's hard to play Tiny 4 into Veno because what you want to do is find the jump, right? And Veno just is really good against that.
With the Plague
Because maybe like a carry Tiny could go more into like Ags build and just pow pow.
Kind of like the Mirana if they wanted to shift stuff around.
I'm gonna be a baby raging carry player right now. You better pick me a dispel. Give me a bad and give me an Oracle.
That bad of a matchup. Venom.
Yeah, it's just it'll make my life 10 times easier. I'll just be like, I will enjoy this first 10 minutes far more. And I like as a carry player, you're naturally salty that they like swapped roles between the Doom and then put this hard counter against you. Thank you. Yeah.
That's a deep cut.
That's Yatoro picking that, by the way. That's not the fun.
He rushes over to the camera. You just see him on the draft screen.
Maposhi's like, I haven't played this in years. He's like, shut up.
Can you push Q on me when I get galed? Yes? Okay.
That's all I need. Simple pleasures. And that also goes in the theme of what Sheep you were asking for. You were wanting a save, an extender against these fights. against a Doom and a Veno. Veno wants long fights also.
I mean, these are like weird heroes. They don't really have a massive amount of like burst damage or some. It's just like very long. We want to use our Doom. We want to try and use the Doom to kill someone. We want to just do damage with our 100 spells.
What percentage of their damage is dots?
It's so
I feel like
much.
it's literally all of it.
It's so weird damage. Whereas Team Spirit's is going to be like, okay, we see you and we're going to, you're dead. It's on site. And they're going to use that Hulk vision so well to get like 100 jump. Like Tiny Ursa, like that's terrifying. You can just take a man down on OG like instantly to start any fight and it's going to look so good for you.
There's a lot of pressure on Miposhka this game to show that last picking your support can actually be valuable.
Yeah.
So we don't have to just first pick the 5s every game. Maybe that could translate to like pubs,
Okay.
you know, and maybe you're not forced to pick 5.
Did you not
first
just hear what
every
Brian
game
said?
and maybe have something interesting.
It was Yatoro who picked that last one. It was a carry last pick effectively.
Wait. So if this goes the other way, if Team Spirit lose, right, and Oracle has a bad game, then we make wards cost 400 gold.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And no wards full slot. Like,
No
get
more
that out of
10th
here.
picking support.
Yes,
Back to the dumpster of the first round for you guys. I will say, I think OG is not as good of a team as Team Spirit, but I think this Venomancer pick, despite the Oracle to like counteract it in the early game, I think they've got something good going. I think that all 3 cores from Team Spirit are suffering from a similar problem. None of them go through Veno wards to catch people, so I think that OG will be able to keep that distance, be able to buy a bunch of kite items, glimmer capes, force staffs, and their damage will come naturally from just their abilities. So I actually like OG's draft better here. I'm going to go for them for this one.
He's stupid and washed. This is an easy Spirit win.
Okay.
Wow. I just hope everyone has fun.
I hope
I win a
C
slacks. Yeah.
At ESL.gg/DHL?
Yeah. How did you know? That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's you and I. Same
Mind melded over there.
We know what's going on. I know someone else who has a good synergy as well. It's Cap and Fogged, but instead we have SVG.
Well, you know, fog can't be everywhere all the time, sadly. Why can't you be fogged?
Want me to leave?
No, because I need a co-caster.
That's not what you said earlier. You tried to hoodwink them into letting you solo cast. I saw that discussion. Ask for double the pay as well.
I would work.
Did you get it?
I could make a different voice.
Did you get the double pay?
Not quite double, but
useless.
I told them that you agreed that you would lower your pay.
I mean, you know why you were casting
so I
earlier?
could get more.
Who do you think messed up Owen's voice? The things I do for this duo. And meanwhile, all you do is give me shit for it.
Never mind. You're back on the team, Avery. Welcome back.
The team is dead. The team is dead, as one of these 3 teams is also going to be dead. And you just pray it's not you. Who do you like here? I like OG's draft, man, but I'm a Venomancer main, so I'm biased as hell.
I am a Venomancer main too, and that's why I don't think that OG is going to win this, because I think Venomancer is a bad hero right now.
There are 2 sides to the Veno coin.
Yeah. Okay.
Oddly enough, both sides of that coin end up in you getting reported. So.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're not that different.
I mean, I think that Veno, I understand, like, the Veno as a concept here seems pretty good. Like, not only is it going to win lane against the Ursa, the fact that you're matching up against 3 melee cores means you're going to get good Gales, good Novas. Your ward is going to be super annoying for, like, the Tiny and Ursa to be able to jump on heroes. That all sounds good. But then you're matched up against an Oracle and, like, 50% of your power just went out the window, if not more. Now I think you're just a ward.
I feel like Oracle's not that hard of a hero to deal with, though.
Yeah.
As long as you have some gap close mechanisms or you have overwhelming physical damage, this hero kind of suffers. I think this hero is pretty bad versus Exort Invoker, actually, because you don't really end up blocking much of his scaling ability. It's not that great versus the carry Doom if he can get online fast enough. Monkey gap close to you. I think this can be a deceptively rough Oracle game for a last pick Oracle.
Really?
I also feel like when you force a last pick Oracle, I don't know. I feel like I already won at some point in the draft. It's like
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely kind of agree with that.
You know, like, why last pick the Oracle when you last pick a better carry for your Toro, right? And maybe they just want this Ursa, but the thing is they had Beast, so I feel like they didn't necessarily need the things Ursa was giving them super early, but they like this Ursa Doom matchup. Very back and forth draft. Ultimately, I think it's pretty even, but I do think this OG draft, like, they got a Veno game into triple melee core. That's got to feel pretty.
Ooh, these axes are building up. Is Mira going to get this? Yeah, I think Chu is going to die to the Fate Bolt that comes up now. Mira gets the first blood and a second kill as well. I think Yuragi is just dead as well. He does have some stick charges. He is going to be okay, but they could keep running at him. They could just shove him out of range. He's not going to die to that axes, but he's not getting any CS.
He only has 3 here. Very rough start to this safe lane. He's dead.
He's dead.
Just like that.
With the creep wave pushing in too, so not only did he miss the gold for all of that, but now he's going to miss experience on a wave with 2 range creeps. Ooh, that feels really bad.
Should have died faster, actually.
Yeah, that legitimately, yes.
And then Collapse still denied both ranges against Chu, so there's a lot of XP missing off this OG safe lane. And this is not what you want to have happen in that Beast Doom carry matchup, because Doom can answer Beast if he gets to the level 15, he gets items on fast enough where he can fight the summons. But otherwise, he's not doing much in this matchup. And you're going to feel bad. Spirit are happy to pick that Beast into the Doom for a reason.
Sierra's dead. Yeah, he is going to die. Action just constantly on both of these side lanes, trying to keep up with the both. But, okay, so both the offlaners are winning.
And this is also the downside of Oracle versus Veno. I don't think Oracle really wins you the Veno lane.
No, not with your melee hero still chumping all the damage all the time.
Veno doesn't win lanes off of Gale. He wins them off Poison Sting.
Yeah.
And if he can just right-click you forever. This hero has the strongest right-click in the game for the first 10 minutes of Dota. It's a plus 200 damage nuke every time. So you can't really...
for CS, but yes.
Who cares about CS? You know that Seb quote. I've told you that one before.
No.
You never heard that one?
No.
Seb once said, you know, if I cared about CS, I'd be playing carry.
That is a great line.
I think there was some. Wow. I think there was a Naga in there too. It's like if I cared about CS, I'd be playing Naga in the offlane, or I'd be playing carry Naga or something. I don't even remember. This was years ago. But I always think about that because what is the offlaner's job? You know, it's not CS. It's to make the carry so miserable that he rage quits the game.
Yeah. That's currently, he's doing that. He's doing it very effectively. And he's hitting his CS too. He's 20-5.
And ironically, I feel like it was this OG team that actually kind of changed that offlane paradigm by making the offlaner the carry through Amar.
Yeah.
Which they then changed again to go back to the DM. Like, that was too much carry. Let's go back to an offlaner who is a bit more flexible, which DM is. This guy plays everything. He's also a Veno main. There was once upon a time where I played with DM for a brief period.
Yeah.
And this is his favorite offlaner in the game.
You guys went to a summit together, right?
We don't have to go back down terrible memory.
Oh, did you not?
We didn't do well at that.
Oh, sorry.
We didn't, and I kind of pseudo-kicked him, but that was a different...
Oh, no!
It was a mutual disagreement.
Oh, okay.
We parted ways in good spirits. And you know what? He got top 6 at that next TI, so...
Okay, yeah.
It all works out. But back to
not for you.
He's a Veno spammer. This guy is one of the best Veno laners in terms of understanding when to play for the Gale and the Poison Sting, when to play for the mass wards and just spam deny with the right-click control.
Okay.
And he also likes this hero only second to Phantom Lancer.
Wait, what? Okay, that I definitely never knew. He's a big PL fan?
DM's #1 played hero is Phantom Lancer.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
That's a good question.
Okay, well. Do you ever try and get you to play PL offline or anything?
Thank God, no.
Oh, okay.
But the whole point of the story is that when you thought Amar was disgusting, this guy is actually one of the most disgusting hero spammers of all. Who spams Phantom Lancer into Veno?
That is true.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, like if you're a Viper spammer, you could be forgiven. Venomancer PL, that's a derangement for sure.
But all of that Veno practice paying off because he's top of the network chart and has forced Yatoro into an early jungle here despite that Oracle pick. This is a level 3 Ursa at 5.5 minutes. This jungle is not very fast. And the thing is, Taiga is just, he's hunting him there too. And he's the same level, so he can't really fight this monkey back.
I will definitely say the best thing, Mira, gonna be pulled back in, shocked by the heartbeat, but... Are they going to... Oh, the strike! Never mind. Yuragi, he snagged it instead, but he is going to die in return. So this is totally fine for Team Spirit. At least this off-lane situation is totally fine. His Collapse is probably going to run down Chu as well.
No, he will for sure.
He's faster than Chu, so Chu would have to juke it out somehow. But...
Killing spree for Collapse. 3-0-2. Pushes him ahead of that Veno who had an empty lane. This is where you tell your safe lane, yo, chill out, boys.
Yeah, maybe emptying the lane would be better at this point in time. It seems the heroes are just more experienced.
That's just a product of how much XP got lost in those early trades for Yuragi up here.
Yeah.
And now that Collapse is level 6, he has Roar. You have to be careful. If you get chipped down on this Doom, you just get roared, you get killed again. This is a max axe build, so there's a lot of spam and a lot of damage coming out. The Doom does not have a regen item. I think he's dead again.
Yeah, pulled back in, telekinesis roar. The Sunstrike's gonna come in, but Collapse does manage to back out. Doesn't get hit by it, so he gets the kill without dying. And that also means Doom's gonna have to walk out to lane. And they taunt BZM for his missed Sunstrike. I feel like, do you really want to tip BZM for that? Is it better to tip Yuragi because he's
I mean, you're
1 in 3 right now.
You got to split the wickets, right? You're already destroying Yuragi with the axes, and then you're going to destroy BZM with the tips.
Sure, you physically destroy one and you mentally destroy the other. I gotcha.
The thing is, BZM has been having a really good tournament. And I was actually looking at the stats earlier.
Yeah.
Which I know you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
This is why you need me. Please don't replace me with Thor.
Okay.
Anyway, BZM has been the highest net worth mid at 10 minutes of the entire tournament so far.
Really? That's pretty cool.
And he's having another decently farmed game on this mid Invoker. I mean, these Silings are just an absolute train wreck for both teams respectively.
Is it better to have... I feel like it's better for OG in that regard because Doom is maybe a better hero to come back because he has a farm mechanism naturally. Whereas an Ursa that has his Battle Fury delayed is pretty sad. Does that make sense?
Kind of, but the problem is it's a carry Doom into a Beast Ursa lineup that's going to accelerate through the Roshes. I feel like Yuragi's impact is just going to be a lot slower to come online than Yuragi's. Or Yatoro's.
Yeah.
There's too many Ys. Because Yatoro at some point is just going to walk Roche Pit, and if your Doom isn't strong enough to contest it, he's still strong enough to kill Roche.
Well, there's another why.
Don't feel like that's favorable.
Choose asking, why is Laurel here? Well, he's coming to kill you with a Haste Rune. Bottom lane, Maposhka keeps on trying to snag experience and just sit in lane, but they keep on hunting him down. So good job by Taiga to make sure that no heroes are allowed to exist in this bottom lane.
It's another product of why Veno works for this OG team, because some of these greedy fours that Taiga likes to play, Veno's the best at enabling them. Maybe this Veno isn't good in the core-on-core matchups as strong as he used to be. You can kind of itemize and pick first, but what he does do is he enables melee fours. Better than almost any other.
BZM Yatoro, what is this rotation? Where did it come from? And it almost succeeded.
And where is it going?
But instead, he's gonna die. Oh, wait, Taiga. Oh, he cut him down for the tree. He's stunned.
Somebody stop him.
Oh, DM. Can they get the deny? Oh, no.
If he got denied there, just give him another Aegis.
Yeah, that was a sick sequence of movements there. Again, where... They just telekinesis Invoker back into the Ursa and almost got the
Yatoro's
kill?
been farming Ancients pretty early, so he was around mid, just trying to go for the cheeky kill on this XR Invoker who doesn't have the control to dissuade it. Nice idea if it worked. Unfortunately for him, OG were ready to respond because mid-bottom tower has just been taken for free effectively on the next wave. Allows DM to just converge into this jungle area, and a lot of heroes can respond to this. No pressure on bottom. Happy to TP in with everybody. I mean, that's our Veno TP, and he's slow. He didn't even get to contribute to that. The thing about this OG lineup is they know Invoker is the real carry here. It's not the Doom, it's not the Veno. It's the Exor Invoker. Especially the way they play around BZM's Invoker. He's the one who's going to power up the right click in the late game and just pop off in terms of getting the big KDA going late. So they want to make sure his early game does not get harassed too much here. He already has Midas online. This is a double Midas lineup for OG. Another reason why I feel like maybe they're not too concerned about this Beastmaster start. Just due to the fact that Ursa was shut down, maybe Spirit will get an early Roshan, but they're just going to out-farm him during that period. Like you said, that Ursa Battle Fury is going to be pretty mega delayed here. It's not like he's going to have a big Ancient stack to do with it even when he gets there, because he's been doing Ancient since level 5.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually maybe a good thing that top lane went so well that they didn't do the typical Ancient stacking thing, because then Ursa wouldn't have been able to farm it, because he would have been too weak to do so. Taiga trying to make a jump onto Laurel. Instead, Taiga will be the one to die as Team Spirit show up in force. Collapse sent back to the top lane.
I don't know if he minds that too much, though.
No.
I think he was done with that play. Thanks for the free teleport.
If anything, Yuraki kind of wishes that Collapse wasn't here anymore. He's going to be going for Mech and Pipe. Is he not completing the Greaves?
Looks like he's not.
Interesting.
I mean, I'd say it's a much better Pipe game than a Greaves game.
That is.
Playing into Veno.
Yeah.
Pipe just removes half of Veno from the game.
Yeah, and Oracle removes the other half, so.
Well, I wouldn't say that. 100%. He removes like another 1/8. Yeah. So you got, what is it, 3/8 left to play with? That's not too bad.
3/8 of a hero.
You also have to keep in mind the ward steal for Mirror this game. They're not super high level yet because DM just went for the lane dominance build, but if you end up in this scenario where you end up just stalled mid trying to push into plague wards for this OG lineup, it's pretty obnoxious for them. They don't have great natural gap closers.
Oposhka gonna try and delay his death here as long as possible. The Sunstrike off the mark.
What happened to the Sunstrikes these games? Usually BZM's a sniper. This is like the sniper's been blindfolded.
You can blame other people for that. He can get another glimpse. Man, Chu making good use of these glimpses as Mira is dead as well. All right. Well, if the 2 support's dead, maybe they could start putting a little pressure on mid tower.
Yeah, you have Crimson Guard in this Veno. An unusual first item purchase for a ranged non-strength hero, but hey, it's a pretty damn good Crimson game. It's going to negate a lot of the damage from Spirit here.
Do you like Crimson more than like a Hurricane Pike build against all these melee heroes? Particularly the Ursa?
I think it's okay since he's this rich, but it's you want to get something done with it. You want to force this fight if you go the Crimson over the Pike. You don't want to just keep farming.
Okay.
So I like they're making this move, but you kind of want to make this move work or get a fight out of it. This is kind of baiting Spirit in. Like OG can't really just kill the tower. They're more trying to get the engagement. If Spirit don't give him the engagement, then the Crimson feels a little worse. But honestly,
if they just sit back and spam axes, it's there's no push to be had.
Sure, but then Spirit's not pushing either, and you have double Midas going to town.
True. They do have Blink Dagger on Laurel that's flying out right now, so I would anticipate a smoke from Team Spirit, and they are going to try and make a move, and maybe that's where the Crimson Guard changes the tide of things.
Taiga's going to try and scout this. Maybe just insta-break it. Oposhka. Someone wants to say hello.
Where is he going to ward? Taiga.
There's so much info.
Probably spotting the Blink Dagger on Laurel. It's going for the rune. Oh, it got denied. Well played by DM. And they're like, well, he's got vision up here somewhere. Where is it? We have all these sentries down. I checked the high ground earlier.
I was just waiting for them to do something to
I thought surely he was going to throw a sentry up there or something.
He's just chilling.
No.
It's anticlimactic, but what can you do? The farm game continues. I do feel like this farm game favors OG. Not just because of the Midases, but I do think Exor Invoker is going to be really annoying in these late game fights. On top of the Veno wards that the Tiny's going to have trouble gap closing. Where Spirit...
All right, they caught him now. Enough of this shenanigans. Enough of these monkey games.
Monkey business, one might say. That took him a while, though. Now, I don't think OG mind too much.
No, they immediately smoke up, though, but there was a ward behind the tower, so OG should not be caught by this. We'll see. TM set up.
Yeah, he knows it's coming.
Yeah.
He's wanting to break on these Veno wards.
Knows.
He vacated a little bit, though. Spirit are going to have to jump if they want it. Or are they? Laurel.
Maybe they're being lured into the fight that is actually going to be OG favored. We'll see. TP coming in from BZM. Gonna get the toss away from the Venomancer. Static Storm to be able to zone everybody else out while they get the pick off onto Laurel. I think OG just kind of let them, Team Spirit, walk deep into their territory before they pounced on him.
It's an easy fight if that happens. Like, you have to chase into the Veno wards, into the Crimson under a tower. Yep. That's just a brutal team fight for Spirit. You can't take those types of engagements unless you have a very clean initiation off some high ground ward or some deep ward behind the tower. Now your Oracle, it's going to be wasted too.
Oh, he didn't have the healing salve in his inventory. He 100% lives if that was up.
I'm actually surprised he lived at all.
Yeah. Tiger's really going to go for it. He's going to pop the ultimate. That gives him the armor to stay alive here and does manage to get the kill, ever so barely. Meanwhile, this time, Mitoro does successfully kill BZM. He is doomed up, though, and he's definitely dead. Doomed and Nova'd.
Laurel can deny him.
Denies. Tried to go for it and does manage to get it. Laurel got the last hit. Clubbed him in the face.
The big tiny arm with the big swing.
Oh, and looks like Taiga tried to sneak in from behind, but they immediately spotted him, tossed him from the tree into the low ground. Mira's going to be spotted, though. How is he so tanky? Just not taking any damage. Laurel goes in, sees an opportunity, a 3-man avalanche with the toss together as well. The Axis, the Fate Bolt bounces over to DM, finishes off the Doom. Another round of Axes are not going to be enough.
And another whiff Sunstrike here. Oof, BZM just can't connect on these. Not that they're easy, but that's a lot of extra gold if you can land them. And the sustain, proving dividends for Spirit. Yeah, you lose your Ursa, but remember that fight started by Yatoro killing BZM in the mid lane just off a roar. And that pipe and Oracle heal went to work. Those long duration fights favor Spirit right now just based off the sustain.
Yeah.
Like Venno doesn't actually do that much damage in these engagements. It looks great, it looks pretty, but it's more about the stopping blinks with wards or controlling areas, kiting the Ursa. The actual damage output from this Venno, a little lackluster at this point in time. It really comes on later with some of the talents and level 3 ults. Even then, honestly, some of the Venno games I played are like...
I'm going to doubt that one, honestly.
I put Venno ult in the category of spells where every time I cast it, I think it's bugged.
Yeah, same.
I'm like, are these numbers actually real? I feel like
it's supposed to be doing max HP as damage, and it feels like it's just not.
This is a big Roche contest, though.
OG, they do not have a whole lot of their spells left. One of them is Static Storm, but they won't be able to stop the Roshan going down, and I don't think they're going to be able to get anything out of this. In fact, Taiga's going to die. They have to leave him behind.
Just no damage. Absolutely no damage, especially without that Doom.
And this is where the Ursa starts scaling up. You said, the Ursa's scale off of Roshan. They've got the first one of the game.
Yeah, that's Battle Fury into that Roche. That's where I said, I don't think it matters too much if Yatoro had a rough laning phase, because I think he will get the farm regardless. I don't think this OG lineup can pressure Spirit's side of the map into the early B-stores and Oracle too easily. But they can just keep split pushing the map between the Doom and Invoker and staying up in net worth, which is what they've done. They still have very farm net worth cores in this game.
Immediately gonna smoke. Killing Collapse would be a very big kill. He is 4-0-8. And he's been playing alone in this top area a lot.
Killing Collapse is no easy task, though.
Oh, he's gonna spot him, and the TP will be... Oh, no! Did he Thunderstrike him?
No.
No? Okay.
One does not simply kill Collapse, Cap.
I guess not. Great awareness. And all those heroes smoking up there meant Yatoro got a few swipes at that mid tower. It's almost dead.
He's played really aggressive in this mid lane for an Ursa.
Yeah, seriously.
Just does not have fear. I think Yatoro feels if the fight comes to them with the Ors and Oracle behind, he's going to live. Maybe putting it to the test here.
It's going to be a rough one. DN will stay alive. Team Spirit. Do they want to go back in?
I think you do. You just got Wukong and Poison over for free. And you're just healing everybody up.
Especially with this tower being so low. You could probably finish it off. You're able to combat wards with wards, too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but the enemy wards have the cosmetics, so kind of better.
You make a valid point. Okay, so you said that OG, like the chill out farm, favors them because they had the double Midas, but at this point in the game, now that you have Battle Fury Ursa and just generally going late, you probably favor Team Spirit, right? Just because you don't really have at least a physical damage carry on the side of OG.
Well, it's that Invoker. That's how I classify that. I've seen a lot of these ultra late games for OG with that Exort Invoker just carry the game. So I'm still putting some stock in that.
You really think he can out-carry the tiny Ursa Beastmaster?
I think he can, because they have kiting mechanisms. Like they have the Venno, they have a monkey who can become a pseudo fourth core. They can get the 4 staves up for this Invoker. I think that is a route to victory here for OG. I don't think it can be underestimated.
Taiga gets caught. Could jumped away to the tree fast enough.
Now, what I will say is I think the path to victory is much simpler for Spirit.
Okay,
like they just have easy jumps with the Tiny and Beast. If you get a good roar, if you get a good toss back, the Ursa just goes in and is going to shred somebody. There's no good save for OG. That type of fight is going to be completely one-sided.
Yeah, see hero, hit hero, kill hero.
But let me tell you something. As someone who has been eliminated from more tournaments than I can count by OG with this finessey bullshit lineups, to put it frank, that just dance you around in the late game, I no longer underestimate these Kaiju lineups. I
Okay.
just don't. There's a reason this team really likes these heroes like Dark Willow, for example, or Shadow Demon that they used to play a lot. It's because when you go late and these fights become prolonged and people get kited out, these supports with very low cooldown stuns, sometimes that go through BKB, become very annoying.
You know what the worst part of that is? Chu's like, oh, they have a ward on the high ground. No, that was the last 5 seconds of that ward. So if he does ever get a chance to try and de-ward that hill,
he won't.
The ward is he won't. Yeah, you're right. He's not going to be that
probably
deep on
for
the
the
map
best.
ever again.
And now you have a smoke up from Team Spirit.
Oh, they
Laurel.
found BCM the perfect target, but they didn't get the toss. Laurel. Or maybe Yatoro. I don't know who to blame for that situation, but now Yatoro is going to get kited a bit. He does, of course, have the Aegis, so it's not like OG can really threaten him.
Stolen Ice Wall. Not the best, but
no.
See if you can do anything. I like that Laurel went back for Midas here, actually, on this Tiny. This is a build we used to see a little while back. I think Thompson did it a couple times at the TI they played. Sometimes this just feels good because you know the game is going to slow down a bit and you can't force the early action with just a blink into Echo or something.
Yeah.
Which I think is the nature of this game. There's Veno wards, there's Forge Spirits, there's all this crap running around. You kind of want to just play to keep that scale up and become the second core for Yatoro because Collapse went all these auras.
Right.
Like this Beast is probably not going to be some BKB refresher kill you Beastmaster. He's supporting 2 other cores. So you want this Tiny to get to an Axe, you want him to get to a Daedalus, and then your late game feels a lot more comfortable. It's not just all on the bear.
Yeah, Melee heroes are being kited. Why not become a ranged hero? Just throw trees at people.
Exactly.
Nullifier as the 3rd item for Taiga. That is.
Or are we counting Orb of Corrosion as a full item now? I missed that.
I wasn't
memo.
sure which one to say, 2nd or 3rd item. I decided, you know what, I'll give Taiga the benefit.
2.5. I mean, he's pretty poor this game, but that's
and Nullifier is so far away.
Yeah.
But I mean, I point that up mostly because it just goes to show they're thinking about the long game, right?
They really are. This team always thinks about it, and this is a good smoke. Even just finding a free support here.
Mira. Buy out your Blink Dagger. 5 gold. That's all he needed. No! Doesn't get the Blink Dagger in time.
Oh, Yatoro got glimpsed mid on a TP.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
He's not at BKB here.
If they can doom him before the Enrage, but he got it off. Got it just outside of that Savage Storm. Nice Hurricane push back there. The Enrage is now down.
Another glimpse in 5. You definitely chase this.
Do they want to chase up to this high ground? He actually didn't go up to the high ground. He did manage to get a blink away.
The Sunstrike for the Vision?
The Vision and the Glimpse? Not there.
Wow, I can't believe Spirit got out of that. Oh, the tree cut.
Oh,
Poshka
nice
with
catch.
a quelling.
Poshka has a quelling blade. What a move. Damn, Taiga has been totally destroyed this game by Team Spirit. This is... Team Spirit know what Taiga's playstyle is like, and they have completely countered it.
They are ready for these monkey leaps.
Yeah.
The nice thing about the quelling on Maposhka is he has an Aether Lens too. It just makes that tree cut super easy.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So you have quelling on him, you have Battle Fury Blink on Yatoro, and you have axes on this Beastmaster. It's a lot of ways Taiga just gets insta cut down in these fights. Pretty obnoxious for him actually.
Yeah. And then you're gonna have the Ags on Tiny soon. That's
and the thing is, Taiga wants to be jumping aggressively to give vision for the glimpses, to be setting up with the stun so the rest of his team can gap close, to start a fight off so it doesn't have to just be some blind doom jump. His being on the front line is pretty important for this OG lineup. He can't really just play a backline safety monkey. That safety car. He can't hop in it. He has to be in the front, in the clown car. Making noise.
Honk, honk.
Go on me.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, he is at least getting some vision down. He's doing his duty, leading the way. Unfortunately, the rest of OG do not seem capable of following it up because Team Spirit is hitting a pretty nice window here. Mira's got his Blink Dagger. Yatoro has a BKB. Before that, he had the Aegis. Aghanim Scepter, by the way, 300 gold away for Laurel.
I still point to these net worths though, right? Like, this is just the nature of the game. Team Spirit are not going to get too far ahead just based on the amount of net worth OG can extract from these small areas, and the fact that Team Spirit, they have 2 backline supports that aren't that great at starting stuff, that don't offer much catch. So you can't really punish the split push too easily here if you're Team Spirit. Which means you just have to be confident in dealing with the OG net worth in the late game here.
For the life of me, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I can't see it. I can't actually see how OG are still okay in this game. I feel like it's super Team Spirit favored, and I
see. Normally, I would agree, but I'm telling you, this Exort Invoker does weird things in the late game, man. He really does. You think about all those games you've lost over the history of Dota, whether it was Miracle, Weehaw, BZM, playing these late game Exort Invokers that just carry games. That's what this hero is designed to do. You cannot underestimate it. I'm not saying OG's favorite right now, or that the game show is ideal for them, but I mean, this is how they view the hero. Like they view Exort Invoker as an ultimate late game beast who is gonna carry these games as an actual carry, and that's what they're playing around.
Yeah, and Dota Plus thinks it's a pretty close game too, so you're not wrong in that. Taiga instantly dies. They try and go for the initiation, but immediately gets countered by the Primal Roar. Once again, really tossed off the mark, though. And Yuragi, without that chain stun, will be able to get off his BKB and get away. Oh, Rubik does manage to jump away to a tree, but he's going to get glimpsed back to the tree that he hopped on originally. Mira is going to be saved. That's how much free room the Team Spirit have in this. They're able to use the Oracle Ultimate on the other support to save him because the cores didn't need it.
All about this vision control. DM just can't get in close enough to get any spells off. Yeah. He has Shard as well, so he has latent toxicity. He has that Nova. He has Venomous Gale, but only able to land Nova on the Tiny at the end. And again, the spell is not that high damage at this point in the game. Something else to keep in mind about this false promise that we saw in that fight is you throw it on any of these heroes, most of them have blink daggers. Rubik has a blink, Ursa has a blink, Tiny has a blink. You can guarantee blink out during this ult every time. And that just resets a lot of these fights for OG.
Do you know how latent toxicity works against Enrage?
I believe it procs, but it just gets status resistant.
Yeah, that's what I kind of assumed.
So it's not honestly that good. It's still an extra spell and an extra slow to throw around in the fight for pretty cheap mana or pretty cheap net worth cost.
Yeah.
But it's not anything to write home about.
Yeah, it's not the big counter it is to like BKB.
Definitely not. Especially when there's this Oracle sitting behind. All right, if you throw all these spells on Ursa, but he gets Fate's Edicted or something, I mean, is he actually taking any damage? Yeah. That's a big question mark. Right now, Spirit's still in control. Roshan does respawn here. Pretty big Rosh for them to get. They can throw the shard on Yatoro and try and end the game with this. Probably what they're looking to do.
Sunstrike checking out the pit. They know that they're in it. And they know they're pretty hard-pressed to get there in time. I would be surprised if OG really tries that hard. They are closing in, but... once again, dude, they just can't... Taiga is absolutely ruined in this game. Granted, a big part of it is playing up against Beastmaster and that Hawk vision, but... man, I don't know. Taiga's... I feel like he's not going to play Monkey King for a while after this game.
Some permanent mental damage.
Yeah, seriously.
He is definitely getting scarred. I didn't even think about this Tiny Axe being another easy tree cut in this game.
Yeah.
Just blink and start chucking them. And Laurel is getting to that late game Tiny territory. Honestly, I feel like he's pretty farmed, but somehow he's still at the bottom. The net worths in this game are very weird as Yuragi's going for a bold play.
They doomed the Tiny, and he stole the Doom! Oh no, that's really bad. He turns around, throws it on the Venomancer. He did manage to get out on the side of the Doom, it looks like.
I think they're all out.
Okay, everybody's good.
The lack of catch for the Spirit lineup. Can't underestimate it here. They can definitely get run around on the map and run around in these fights. It's the reason OG still hold the lead, technically.
Is it worth considering a Blink Dagger on Collapse after this Wraith Pact? Just to give yourself a little bit more assured catch?
I think he didn't want to go the Blink because of the Plague Wards and all this stuff, and maybe he felt like they're just going to ball with the auras and go high ground at some point. But the catch on the map it's definitely frustrating. You feel it in these games. You feel like you should be more ahead than you are based on the fact that OG don't want to 5v5 you, or the 5v5s haven't been successful. I just don't know if the Blink on Beast really changes anything. Is he actually going to catch a hero with it? Probably not. Can maybe get a better roar in the fight, but that's not guaranteed to not backfire on you as well in an overextension, because he's all their auras.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's okay because it also helps catch the Monkey King more.
Do they need help with that?
Well, they have been doing that pretty well. But
I don't know, this monkey. I feel like this monkey's been caught. He's been permanently caught.
If he doesn't go that, what would you suggest instead? Maybe, perhaps the drums of Shalom? Perhaps?
No.
You consider that? No, not even
you could
for
go. You could go Divine Suicide and eventually get it back on Yatoro.
That's
the old transfer of wealth.
That is a common North American strategy, I believe. I've seen it a number of times.
Eternal Envy, it does it all the time.
Yeah. He's an innovator.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whole time, BZM. He's just split pushing you.
He's got a ward behind Team Spirit. Can OG use that ward at all? They don't want to fight.
I just don't see the easy initiation for OG in these engagements.
Yeah.
Especially when you have Aegis on Ursa. You can't even doom him.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh, they got a ward up into the high ground? Are they? Okay. That would be pretty crazy to jump into the enemy base.
I mean, big thing is they have Doom coming back up on Mira in 15 seconds. So Team Spirit might also be waiting a little bit for that. Just take a fight with this stolen Doom. Throw it on any of these OG heroes. It's a free kill pretty much.
Yeah. Well, if they have the catch behind it.
Well, if you lift somebody into a Doom here, Yatoro's going to go in because Yatoro still has Aegis. He wants to use it. The bear is mad.
He hungers.
Hungers for monkey flesh.
Who'd you take? Grizzly versus Gorilla?
Gorilla every time. Are you kidding me? It's not even a question.
Well, I guess it's a good thing
There's the Doom.
Taiga is not a Gorilla. There's the Doom. Stolen Doom with a Primal Roar as well. So they got the stun combination with the Doom to ensure a kill. Now, there is buyback on the Doom, so it's possible OG can still take this fight, and they're going to go for it now. The TP, that could cancel, but is that on a creep? Either way, the Tiny still needs some help. He's still stuck here. Does manage to blink out finally thanks to the false promise, but of course the glimpse is going to be able to bring him right back in. He is doing a lot of damage. All these OG heroes are so low, but he couldn't quite finish off any of them because the Doom with the buyback was forced onto the Ursa. The stolen ice wall is actually going to work. Slows down Chu, gets that kill. The Doom is about to wrap up on the Ursa, and he's getting lots and lots of heals, so OG will not be able to pursue, not confidently.
Still has Aegis for 30. Didn't even burn this Ursa life once.
I'm surprised he even used the Doom on him.
It is the correct target in this game, but they've just not been able to answer this Oracle at all. I don't think Maposhka's been threatened in any of these fights, and if Oracle is not threatened, he tends to win these types of engagements.
Yeah, that was my biggest thing about this game, is I felt like they did not have a way to get on top of Oracle.
I felt like it was supposed to be the monkey, but Taiga's game just got shot down completely.
Yeah, that is true. That's a good point.
He just can't play as aggressive as he wants. They're going to look for Yatoro again. Aegis out in 3 seconds.
They're going to wait it out. Have the scythe on him. Okay, blow him up. Very nice. OG, can they get one more? Yep, the tornado is going to stop Maposhka's TP. Okay, OG back in business now, taking advantage of a little bit of a slip up there. Sloppy play from Team Spirit, not protecting the Aegis expiration timer.
That's just a beautiful smoke, too. Timings-wise, you get that DD bait in the river. Yatoro says, come on, man. Really, you're going to bait me with that DD at the end of an Aegis?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, do you like tickets, Cap?
Tickets to what?
To what might become the BZM show in a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll take a ticket to that.
Free admission. This is the time.
It's a bit of a light show, right?
It's been light so far.
No, I meant like flashing lights.
The heavy metal show comes later. I'm just saying, if there's a time where Invoker is going to step up and start to take this game over, it's around now. When you get to this Hex, and suddenly those initiations and the goes are a bit more clear for OG.
Okay, you're hyping me up. I'm ready for it now.
I'm hyping it up because I feel like this has been the game plan, right? There's a reason this game has felt very slow and clunky for them. They've had to push through this period where Collapse had their ores, and the Team Spirit group up is really strong.
He's got the nullifier.
He does indeed have it. He eventually got there. That's a pretty big nullifier. Can remove a lot of these buffs.
For you.
Yeah, no heals. That said, Laurel has also gotten to his Daedalus on this Tiny. So the trees are hitting hard. Plus that 20 talent. Whew. Somebody's getting smacked.
Oh, they got him. Nice play from Mira. Dropped the ward, immediately saw the monkey flying through the air, blinks, grabs him midair with the telekinesis, and throws him down on the ground. Now he can hop around in the trees.
Yeah, now he can get caught out and slain from a tree line. He has Gem here, too. This is not a kill you want to give up. Dude, imagine how fun this would be in real life.
I'm afraid of heights, so it would not be fun for me.
Well, it was not fun for BZM. As he has jumped on, bashed, found, and revealed.
Now he's got Ghost Walk instead on Rubik, so even more scouting potential.
Hags for DM. This is the late game Veno territory where you start to feel like you're going to do damage. I mean, you still don't, but you start to feel like you do.
I feel like he hasn't done any teamfight damage.
I'd actually be interested to see the overall damage stats for this game, if we can bring it up. I don't know how easy that is. 26k. So he has done the most, but I feel like Veno always does the most, right?
Yeah,
it's
that's like saying a Zeus has done the most.
But the fact he's done 26k and Rubik's done 18 is a little worrying for me.
Rubik has done 18?
Yeah.
Oh, he almost hit the toss back there. The BKB goes off instead. Laurel needs some help, and of course, Maposhka's ready to use it anytime.
That's a good
beautiful stun that goes down, gives DM a little bit of a window of time to get the Static Storm Kinetic Field on the two of them. There is still this Tiny who needs some help, and he's still getting it from Maposhka. They have not answered this Oracle yet, but now that the Ursa is gone, they're going to be able to chase after these heroes. They try and catch Taiga, but Taiga
missed the tree cut
ahead. Twice now they tried to bring down this Monkey King, but couldn't quite get him. Now Laurel with the Nullifier on him is definitely got to be dead. Surely. No, we had another False Promise ready to go. Maposhka saves the Tiny. He's going to be able to blink over to the side. Does he have a TP? He has a TP, but he dies in the fountain. That was so close.
If only he TP'd a little faster.
Yeah, seriously, like 1 second in the fountain is a huge amount of regen when you have False Promise on you.
That aggressive fight just does not go Spirit's way. That Boundless Strike was absolutely sick from Taiga. Sets up that two-man static field that forces early BKBs out from Spirit. And then you're in a position where you're just getting chased down with the glimpses, all this long-range damage going to work for OG.
Do you think that Utoro had to TP there? Because once he TPs there, then it's free game, right?
Yeah, it was looking pretty murky for him. He does find the high ground.
Okay, once again, Taiga tries to get some vision. The Doom is back up
to the cliff.
Onto the high ground. Telekinesis back down, though.
Oh.
The plays and counterplays are ever constant here in Spirit versus OG. And they get a gem out of it, too. Taiga had the gem on him. So big pickup for Team Spirit as they head into the Roshan pit.
All I know is if that was Arteezy, the game could have ended right there. He would have been stuck on that cliff. This is Utoro. The cliffs mean nothing to this man.
It's like a player debuff. Can't pull him down from trees.
That's what I'm saying. It just always works out like that. And now you don't have Doom for this Roche contest.
Oh, this is scary. They're trying to finish it up. They go for it, but the timing's slightly off there. Taiga is going to be caught before he could jump away. They get that kill, and with the Aegis, Team Spirit is plenty strong. OG will not pursue.
That is a very big missed window for OG there, because they won that fight and Roche was up, and they just didn't feel confident enough to force it there. Instead, that weird high ground exchange goes well for Spirit, and Utoro feels confident enough to force that Roche. And suddenly you have an Ags on this Ursa. It's just so much extra net worth for Utoro that is going to prove dividends in these fights.
Yeah.
He is big. He is bad. This ult is pretty damn low cooldown.
So this
Between
game,
the Earthshock, the Ags, and Rage, good luck.
The win percentage followed kind of exactly what you're talking about. It was like a 60-40 game for the longest time, and then you see this dip downwards where you're talking about, okay, this is the timing for OG, and it was actually their game favored, obviously, after that
This is an
fight.
aggressive go again. These are the type of fights that can be good for OG.
Yeah, especially if they don't actually kill the target they try and jump on. DM survives through it. That means Team Spirit, I'm surprised if they're going to keep it going. Look at the preemptive cast.
This high ground is so obnoxious for Utoro. He's getting like 2 or 3 hits in every time and just getting spammed with long-range spells he can't interact with.
Telekinesis, they can throw it back a little bit this time. Okay. DM dies.
That's how you break it. Just remove the spells from the game.
He's waiting for his initiation. Taiga's almost back, and they have the buyback on DM as well.
Oracle.
He goes for the Oracle. They're going to kill that Oracle right away. They used a lot for it, but if they can kite around Utoro, it's all fine. He pops the BKB. This is a dangerous point for OG. They've got to be able to disengage away from this Ursa, but he's going for the kill and does manage to get it onto Iragi.
He has buy.
He does have buy. They're going to come back and kill him once and probably twice. He is stuck inside of Wukong's command with 5 heroes surrounding him. Tornado instantly to remove the Blink Dagger opportunity. And Utoro I mean, at best, maybe he can kill a support. That's not going to happen. Way too many disables.
The bear was caged indeed for 2 lives, and that jump for the Oracle was really nice by Yuragi. I like that, because Miposhka cannot get back to this fight. Even though he buys, there's just no way to get there. And that opens up the entire fight for all your long-range poke, all your spell damage. These tree volleys have also just not been landing from Laurel. Like, that one in that fight was just off the mark a little bit, and suddenly you forced to have to Doom once, none of those trees hit. Does cost OG some buybacks, but I think they're happy to exchange these buybacks for an Aegis fight there, especially with double Ursa kill. A lot of XP going their way.
Yeah, especially if they can force a buyback out of the Ursa, which is entirely possible depending on what OG does here.
Yuragi just has to be very careful now, because you're not going to get anything out of this Ursa death, and now you used your buyback, so
yeah,
this Doom goes down. This fight's just become impossible. He's the one backline jump I feel that can actually take that Oracle out of the fight. And maybe if you're Spirit, you start thinking about these jumps a bit more now, like playing around your vision, not letting Miposhka get found like that. That was a little too easy in my opinion. You want to make it a bit harder. You don't have ways to really bail him out if he gets jump doomed. Even if he lives, he's doomed for so long. You might be able to take the fight here if you're OG anyway.
Collapse. He went Lotus Orb after the Wraith Pact, and now he's going to go Blink Dagger. AC for Yuragi. That is a tremendous pickup when this Ursa's burst damage is such a big threat.
Oh, it's huge. So much EHP just went their way. And of course, the true carry, BZM, does get Timeless Relic. Couldn't ask for anything better for this Invoker.
Perfect. Oh, the Hawk. Already see Taiga. They can pull him back down from the trees. Hit him with that Avalanche. Laurel. Okay, the Force Staff protects him for that one. Again, Laurel just a little slow on that. Feels like the Avalanche was kind of unnecessary. They caught the hero. He just needed to put the damage in right away.
Yeah, that type of go should be a death right there.
Yeah.
There's only one real Force Staff on the, I mean, there's 2 on this OG side because Chu has one, but I don't think Chu can be in an aggressive position to Force Staff someone like that if they get caught. So you're really only thinking about this Veno Force Staff, and even then it's pretty
Yuragi,
slow.
I was about to say, he's forming up like he wants to go in, and he immediately jumps in, and he gets the Doom onto the Beastmaster. I'm not sure if that's who he wants. Taiga immediately dies, he tries to go in. DM following Yuragi in to be able to chase away Team Spirit. Right now, Team Spirit, they're like, okay, it's a Beastmaster death in exchange for the Doom.
Jump.
Oh yeah, Yotaro sees DM has gone out pretty far, and that's going to be a dieback if they can get him. But he's getting away with the Poison Nova, Force Staff away to the side, and Yotoro's BKB is running out. So he has got to be able to reset. They got the buyback out of Collapse for that too. So this was actually very good for OG as they have completely disengaged. And Mira, no. He's not getting anything out of that. Stole the wards though.
Huge win for OG. You have to remember, that Yuragi jump comes with no buyback. If he misses that stun, misses the Doom, gets caught first instead with a Lift or Roar, you might just be getting raxed here. That is a very bold go by this young man.
What's Yuragi doing?
He is playing really aggressive in this period.
Yeah, he's out here by himself, and all of Team Spirit have actually made their way this direction. I didn't see any indication that they knew he was here, but
this is not an easy game for him to play. In theory, Spirit always should have more vision with the Hawks and perhaps Stolen Plague Wards, and he still has to be the guy that goes in first, finds the jumps, and finds it with multiple spells and doesn't get caught first with a lift or the counter initiation like we were saying. These are tough fights to play. You got to find the right opening. Got to make sure you have some vision to play around with, either on the lanes, maybe send some Forge Spirits in, let DM frontline like he was doing there. DM did a decent job just running in and zoning heroes. I honestly don't think his spells are that scary, but he's making them look like they are.
All right, so we went for the 3x Quaswex Exort passive effects, so those spells are hitting very hard now. We have the Infernal Blade damage for the Doom, so that is doing a lot more as well. And I think the Team Spirit side, have any of them? Yeah, none of them have hit their level 25s yet. Good save with the telekinesis from Mira, but there is always that glimpse back to pull him out of position. Sunstrike lands there. They have the false promise. Meanwhile, Yutoro deep go for the kill onto Taiga. Collapse is going to TP out, but there is always disables. A lot of them coming in as Chaos Meteor is going to land. That should finish him off. Collapse is going to die here. DM took a lot of damage, but the Meteor damage actually hit the Ursa as well. He gets low. He's going to be brought back by the Glimpse again. No BKB. Telekinesis gets him out of that kinetic field, though. Super important, but Laurel, he died to Yuragi. And look at DM still trying to get a vision. BZM even thinking about following that. There's no buyback on those two heroes.
Lands the tornado as well. There's a stolen Nova here for Mira. Could be interesting. Like I said, this is just turning into the Invoker show. They can't gap close him, and he is destroying them with the high damage Exort.
He might need to use that Poison Nova, honestly. I mean, they don't know that Tiny doesn't have buyback because it's based off of gold. He needed 140 to get it. The Beastmaster, that was a dieback.
Yeah, and remember, Yuragi still doesn't have his for 2 minutes. You don't want to just throw all this momentum back this Team Spirit's way. BZM's just going to frontline here, does have his, and the right clicks are substantial. Along with
it's low. The buyback is now up for Laurel. He got the gold now. Looks like the creeps are actually pushing into bottom lane, so it's a good time for OG to back out. Get the mid lane.
I mean, you really want the next Roshan here for OG. If you can throw an Aegis on this Doom, even the Invoker, get another Ags on your team. Remember, there's still a lot of Ags upgrades that can come through for this OG lineup.
Sure.
You get one on the Doom, those fights look very different.
Refresher for BZM would be, that's 100-0, surely.
Yeah, you know this guy can click the buttons.
Yeah, yeah. So he's got the overpower attacks. This is just, this is that power spike where Yutoro has even more capacity to be able to just 100-0 somebody.
Yeah, but who can he jump? At this point, it's really hard to find the target.
Yeah, with these Force Staffs and stuff. Okay.
Yuragi just runs into him.
Yuragi just gave him the target. He needed one more swipe, and he's not quite getting it. Okay, finally he does.
Okay.
Gets the die back. He's gone for 2 minutes, and now it's gone on top. BZM, a super important kill. They got the side, they got the meters, and the meters are doing too much damage. BZM, there was no other follow-up. He had like 300 HP, but Laurel wasn't there.
But there's no fatal.
He actually going down to 1 HP from the Rubik stolen Poison Nova, but again, no damage. Nobody else.
You wish you had a single DOT there.
Yeah.
Anything for the one tick.
What a massive kill that would have been. Especially with Roshan about to spawn. It's up in 45 seconds, so most of these heroes will be alive again.
What a good turnaround for BZM, though. Those turnarounds are not often that easy to just stand your ground in the clutch. BKB Hex turn 100-0 this Ursa.
Yeah.
And did Yuragi just not see Yutoro there?
I don't know.
They had vision, right? That's just an awkward run-in. Yeah, he can tank a lot, he can bait a lot, but again, the Force Staffs are too far behind to bail him out on a go.
They've got the double armor items now. The Shiva's almost done for DM. Just needs to pick it up. Laurel blinking away just in time, but the Scythe is still going to be able to catch up. BZM hits him with the meteors. They have the false promise. Static Storm goes out. Laurel pops his BKB, starts throwing some damage around. DM's decently tanky, though. And the Beastmaster is not nearly as tanky as Laurel, who almost got hit by that tornado. Will be able to TP away. Okay, that means a 4 versus 5 for Roshan, potentially, for OG. They know he doesn't have buybacks, so perfect window.
Are you happy I gave you those tickets earlier?
Yeah, kinda. I'm enjoying it. It's a good show.
I love these late game Invoker games. They're just so stylish. Carl with the cape. Can't ask for a higher class hero.
And he's going to think about buying a Refresher, but they can get one for free from this Roshan alongside an Aghanim Scepter. They do actually try and interrupt it, but immediately Taiga puts a stop to that one. They do have the false promise. Yutoro goes in for the kill onto the Monkey King, and they finally get it, but they're using so much of their time. He finally dies, yes, but the BKB and the Enrage are wearing out, and now he's just going to be caught with DM using the false promise or the Nova there as well. The damage over time is immense. Yuragi's taking a lot of damage in return. He's got to be careful here. The club is going in. Tiny, can he finish him off? They do manage to take away that Aegis. DM slips away, sliver of HP, while the Oracle dies. BZM once again survives ever so barely. The last couple of swipes from Yutoro are not enough.
He cleaned up the whole backline during that exchange.
And all the items are still in the pit.
Of course they are. He's going back for him. Takes that shard so someone else can have the Ags. That's for you, brother. I can only carry so much.
He has done a lot of carrying this
He
game.
has carried the hell out of this.
Holy crap.
And I think that you're at the point now where OG are very comfortable closing this one out because you're just too tanky. The Yatoro jumps are not what they used to be.
No.
Even this Taiga Monkey is not a free kill.
Yeah,
It
what
takes
happened?
a long time.
I think it was the blast rig.
He got disarmed by something, then he got doomed. So you're not getting these Fury overpower swipes off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's just so slow. You can keep the bear alive, but the bear is not killing as much as he used to. He's been defanged. Do bears have fangs? I don't even know. Not this one.
You got me thinking about that now.
Well, Spirit are thinking about how they can win this game still.
It's got to be through buybacks. But they're trying to hold on to their buybacks. I'm pretty sure OG is just going to force Megas.
The problem is so much of Spirit's net worth is in these auras and these utility support items that just aren't keeping pace anymore.
No.
Like, does BZM care you have a Wraith-packed pipe? No. He does not care. He is slicing and dicing you through it. And that's the issue. That's why Light Game Invoker is so terrifying. Because it's really hard to itemize against this hero. His spells often just have way better cooldowns than yours do. He can cycle through them all. It's 3 heroes in 1.
Yeah, I was looking at it, I was like, okay, what is Beastmaster's 25 talents? I don't even know. I feel like most Beastmaster games end one way or the other before he hits 25. Minus 30-second Primal Roar cooldown or minus 5 seconds Wild Axis cooldown. I don't think either one of those is going to be a big game changer.
Maybe if you had the old axe where you could spam the axes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a route to victory.
But the drums of Sloam.
Toro out of the base.
He just keeps going for it, and these kills are not happening quickly. Once again, the Force Staff gets him out of the tiny range, and the armor prevents them from dying immediately to Yatoro. Now he's going to be glimpsed out. He jumped that far, and he's going to stay that far outside of the base. He does have a buyback, and he's immediately going to use it. OG do a 180. Try and head out. Primal Roar is going to hit him here, and it looks like they'll get the kill on the Taiga. Not a massive one, but if they can get a little bit more, maybe DM as well with the toss back, that's pretty nice. Force Staff forward.
Oh, what a hoof stomp.
Beautiful hoof stomp from Yuragi, and now comes the meteors. An apocalypse rains down on Team Spirit's head with the Doom. Oh, Ursa's going back into this one. They really want to take this fight still with the False Promise healing him up. He does manage to finish him up DM, but of course OG have buybacks as well. And they're trying to get out, but this ice wall is slowing him down so much. Collapse. He's stuck here. He turns around. They throw the damage. Yuragi gets a little bit low, but once again, the sight.
Yes,
it runs interference over and over again. Stunned up, Yuragi, just a sliver of HP once again. Yatoro cannot finish up these heroes. Mira manages to do it. A tornado, no! Ursa was hitting him. That was his opportunity to be able to kill BCM. Maybe he still can. He jumps forward. The Hex comes back up into play, and Yatoro cannot keep his claws sunk into that BCM Invoker.
Still looking. He gets the blink. BCM lives through the Yatoro jump yet again. That tornado backfired for sure.
Oh, the False Promise. It managed to bail out Mira, and Taiga's going to die. That is going to be another dieback on the side of OG. Somehow, some way, Team Spirit just slammed their head through that brick wall of OG enough times that the brick wall gave way. They finally win a fight.
I'll tell you what it was. It was Yatoro still had a cheese in that. How did he still have a cheese?
Didn't get to use it in so many other times.
This is the biggest lesson of all time and why you do not leave that cheese in the pit. Because that was a full second life and mana for Yatoro. He was completely out of that fight. In fact, Mira threw him out of there, and Yatoro's like, no. Put me back in, coach. Put me back in.
You're no bell. Going in.
Absolutely monster fight from him, and still the BZM is just outplaying the hell out of them in these engagements. Lives off of blink on blink abyssal action from Yatoro, not fast enough. If you got that Invoker kill, you're looking at a different push here still. Like you said, 2 heroes for OG dead. No buys on Doom or Monkey here. Can you end the game? You might not get another chance if you don't end it here.
Yeah, seriously. But how do you end the game against these constant onslaught of spells coming in from OG? You got to be able to get that jump, and that's what Laurel hoped to be able to do.
Lift on BZM.
But it's denied. There it is. The telekinesis throwback. The Primal Roars on him, and there he goes.
Life
BZM,
one.
life number 1. Team Spirit, can you do it again?
I think you go for the end game here. You have to. I don't think you're going to get another opportunity. You have to force this BZM buyback.
They're not going for it. Team Spirit, they're going to try and get out, but they are being held into place. This kinetic field is lasting forever. My God.
You know they don't feel good if they just leave, though. Like, Yatoro feels as he's staying around. Guys, we have to fight. Daedalus flown in.
They got to get the buyback at least out of BZM.
It's just so risky, right? Because you don't have buys yourself, but it's Yatoro's call. Whatever his decision here is, you have to live with it.
Yeah.
And he says, we do not have enough, guys. We have to go back.
Okay.
So they survive. No Invoker buyback forced out here. That was getting scary, though. From a position where I felt like OG were closing out this game to suddenly, is this Ursa somehow just juggernauting his way through the 1,000 brick walls head first? It's just so much to fight through, and you might not have that cheese to bail you out like you did that last fight.
Yeah, that cheese, that was in Laurel's backpack for a long time.
That was from the earlier Roche, right?
Yeah, and so I think he finally was like, I'm not using this.
That paid huge dividends.
Yeah. I wonder when exactly he decided to pass it over to the Ursa. But yeah, 8 heroes without buyback in this game now. Mira and BZM are the 2 heroes who do have buyback, so OG obviously have the advantage.
The 2 carries, you know, Rubik and Invoker.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Mira has been doing some serious work in this game.
He's destroyed this game.
Can we bring up the damage numbers again?
I don't think he's as close anymore.
No, there's no way. But that Poison Nova had to have done a ton of damage when he stole it earlier. Yeah, he's 3rd on his team. Not that far behind Laurel, who's supposed to be doing all this damage with his Aghanim Scepter, but OG's making this Ags look terrible. This tree volley is just not done much.
It's not connected. Honestly, I'll also say I feel like Laurel has not paid his RNG subscription because he is not getting the crits off these trees. Yeah. A lot of these volleys have just not hit on the Daedalus. And that's unfortunate.
The double damage for... I guess double damages don't really mean that much to OG. They don't really have a physical damage.
Right, there are some very key items for them. The 2 I'm going to point out are, 1, you have a full Wind Waker on Chu.
Okay.
That is huge. You can save from the roar, you can save from the jump, and that's really important. Like we saw that last fight, if BZM gets lifted into a roar, Yatoro jumps him, you Wind Waker your own Invoker, that fight's completely reset because it guarantees the BKB when he comes down. And the other big item here for OG is that refresher on BZM.
Yeah.
He now has 2 of everything, but most importantly, if you still have this buyback, you can come in off of bots. He has Boots of Travel too. He's still holding that Timeless Relic. This is a full slotted Invoker at this point who can insta-join the fight even if he gets initiated on.
You have the refresher on the Ursa as well, but I don't think that means nearly as much as the double Scythe 100 to 0 possibility. Because Yatoro, I mean, he's just gearing up to be able to hit as many Enrages and, you know, slam through those brick walls over and over again.
Maybe this False Promise can help him. This is a level 20 talent False Promise with Octarine on Miposhka. 30-second cooldown on this ult. That's enough to get 2 off in a fight if the bear can live long enough.
That's something.
I mean, you just got to make sure your hero can do as much as you can. Every little thing matters. You never know. Maybe that fight lasts 30 seconds and you get a second ult on Yatoro.
Wait, what is this telling? Oracle has instant Fortune's End? Is that any good?
No.
What is the point of that?
I mean, it is pretty good, but not in these late game fights that are dictated by spell.
All right, well, apparently he never wins if he gets 25, so...
Well, he never gets to 25. That's the bigger stat there.
All right, 60-minute items. What are we going to be getting? Giant's Ring, Stygian Desolator, and Ex Machina. Big pickups here, but I think Mirror Shield would be the most impactful for Team Spirit.
I don't know, Giant's Ring tiny? That's pretty damn menacing.
I mean, that is menacing, but isn't the biggest problem
that's a big club.
Yatoro's Scythe of Ice?
No, Cap, big club. Big club. Big club smash. Smork. Me smork.
Me smork, me smash. Go face.
Who need mirror when men have big bone? I am the mountain. Tree throw me. Don't you wish you could gobble spit this tiny into the fire right now?
Oh my god, yes.
If this thing just landed on you. All right, I've enjoyed my Giant's Ring. We should talk about some of the items. Ex Machina for Yatoro. That is pretty damn nice. Can't really ask for anything better here. Even the armors is pretty good.
Force boots.
A triple BKB. That'll keep you in the engagement. Anything else spicy here? What are OG in?
God, there's so much to the... I mean...
Well, they got an Ex Machina as well.
Yeah, when you put it that way, like triple BKB, it's so much about the initiation, right? Like, if Yutaro gets caught with triple BKB, doesn't matter at all. But if he gets the opportunity to initiate, then...
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds of BKB.
Yeah, 18 seconds of BKB is insane.
It's absolutely nasty. This is just Roche going to OG, though.
Oh, we went in for it! And he does manage to burst down. Taiga's the first one down, and immediately with the Giants ring can just walk outside of the pit. They're still going to be able to get that Roshan, though. All the items flowing into OG. They got to buy back out of Taiga.
Who can even take this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if these items really matter that much.
I guess Ags went to BZM. I cannot believe they didn't give it to Chu.
Yeah, what, like...
There's no way you don't give Disruptor Ags here.
Bruh.
Bruh. I mean, especially...
BCM can buy his own goddamn Ags.
Yeah, he can. Now he's sitting here with 9,000 gold going, what do I do with this? If I were Chu, I'd be raging so hard right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, guys, what the goddamn hell? Because you can just blink Hex and then blink in and insta throw that.
Yeah, you get the Static Storm onto the Ursa.
It's a guaranteed kill.
GG.
You're going to have to fight through buybacks here too, so...
I mean, maybe he thinks that, like, the telekinesis and false promises make the Static Storm, like, not as impactful.
Yeah, there is that. You can throw the guy out of it. You can save him during the duration. So, okay, maybe OG know what they're doing.
I mean, they're okay. They're okay at Dota. We'll give them...
Redeemed.
Give them a little bit of credit.
Still, I don't know what BCM's going to do with all his gold.
Oh, Taiga, this is a dieback for him. He tried to approach that ward spot, and it's just not working for him. Laurel, big bad Laurel. They're trying to go onto him right now. Where did the Oracle come from? We got glimpsed back into all of that one. They do manage to get the telekinesis over the side to Laurel, and he will eventually fall. Yeah, that was a false promise wearing out there.
Buybacks for Spirit, they gotta re-engage here.
The Primal Roar used onto Yuragi. Refresher being popped, and they keep the Abyssal Blade onto him. That's gonna be life number 1 of the Doom.
This is the last Ursa BKB. He's used everything.
They have to be able to keep him here. They have to be able to burst him down right now, but Yuragi has some protection. They get the disarm onto Yutaro. Now the damage being thrown out from Laurel, but he's not getting any of those crits. The Wind Waker goes out, and Yuragi's able to disengage. Mira chases forward, Blink Tower. He does manage to get the lift, throws back DM. DM gets the opportunity to get off the BKB. BZM terrorizing the back line here.
And Necro units running in saying, we can help too, guys. As they stand there uselessly.
We can feed some gold to the enemy. Don't forget about us.
So what is that? Double buy forced out from Spirit there. And that's it. 40,000 gold lead for OG, but they are still the victors in that engagement.
Okay, so they got all the tier 5s on the side of OG, and it looks like the last one finally came in for Team Spirit. It's actually a really good one. I think this is one of the times, I mean, I think I would still prefer Mirror Shield, but Book of Shadows, that is a pretty massive pickup when your whole thread is like BZM bursting somebody down.
Maybe the save just comes in clutch. Maybe you'd rather have Book of Shadows over Book of Garbage. I still hate this item so much, dude.
It's like Beastmaster's like, oh, I've got more summons.
I'm just watching this fight. There's just a tornado that comes through and it lifts like 3 Necro units in the air. It's like, yeah, just wait till I come down and I'll purge you. It does help with some map pressure. This item is definitely useful. You can also use it and swap it out. That's like the biggest perk of this thing.
I mean, apparently Maposhka doesn't even want the Book of Shadows. He wants the Ninja Gear.
You can swap Ninja Gear too.
Yeah, I'm weirded out by that. But I think he wants the constant Ninja Gear. He doesn't want it to like ever be on cooldown.
His biggest deal is just not getting killed.
Yeah.
He already has a save. And what's 2 saves, you know?
I guess so. Especially when he doesn't have buyback. Taiga spotted, but they made the jump first onto the Beastmaster. Immediately saved by the false promise. Telekinesis away. Yutaro did manage to go in, and he almost managed to finish up, but the Wind Waker goes down. That is going to be able to save Yuragi. Gets off a cheese as a result, and he gets forced out to the high ground. Yutaro's initiation is ruined, and now he's trying to get away, but the glimpse will pull him right back in. That's going to be the first life of him. Laurel did manage to get the kill finally, but he was committed so damn deep. He's surely going to die for this one, and yes, he's going to take out, and that's going to be a dieback. Laurel down. Yutaro back back
has
into
to
it.
make something
Quickly kills
happen.
Taiga. He gets the kill and hops back inside of his base. Refreshes. BCM tried to jump in, but he gets countered. He gets Primal Roar.
You're not a bear,
gets him
son.
down to the low ground and he gets away. Yatoro couldn't get him once again. Kited around the glimpse back. The telekinesis counter is there again, but they have the scythe forward. BCM, blood in the water, immediately pounces, gobbles up the Beastmaster. CM's going to be caught, but a tornado intercepts him. Yatoro cannot kill these heroes. There is just too much counter.
That is not where Collapse wanted to be. Yatoro still has refreshers up somehow. The bear fighting for his life, but he has no friends to help him out.
He's running out of BKBs. He's running out of enrages. There's a rampage for BCM, and he's going to leave the bear for last. Mir's going to buy back, gets the telekinesis, but he's just outside of the kinetic field. Yatoro, tornado, no mana, no health, no cooldowns, and now he's dead.
Double the rampage for the Invoker show BCM. He says tickets for everybody. I'll see you out of these tiebreakers. My God, what an Invoker performance. And what a late game from OG. Whew.
BZM potentially sending Team Spirits out of DreamLeague with a light show and a gift bag.
Yuragi's like, I did my job. That fight was that was absolutely an insane fight. Collapse bought back.
Yeah, what
and
happened?
He got glimpsed.
Oh no!
Like the frame glimpsed him back off his buyback, and he appeared back in the middle of them and went, this was not where I wanted to be.
Oh my God.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
So you're saying he got glimpsed on his first life, bought back, and then the
he
glimpse
bought
landed.
back into the glimpse, and it landed him back where he had, like ahead of where he died.
And he had the minus 30-second cooldown Primal Roar, so he would have been able to get more
contributed. That might have made the difference.
They might have been able to kill BZM at the end there. Oh man, crazy game. The opening match here of our second round of tiebreakers goes the distance between OG and Team Spirit, but OG will walk away with the victory.
Heart racing as we look back at an insane way to start these Group B tiebreakers. Spirit and OG butting heads back and forth. And at the 11th hour, you heard it from Avery. He said, never doubt the potential of an Exort Invoker when it comes late game. And BZM putting on a hell of a performance for all of us to enjoy. I'm in awe.
Yeah, it was like this looming warning the whole game. Cap's like, I feel like Spirit's got this. And Avery's just constantly like, look, listen, I've seen this, okay? Don't count them out.
I've been here.
I've seen this annoying stuff that just keeps delaying. And the game keeps going later and later. And we're talking back there like, yeah, we're probably going to talk about the impact here of the Beastmaster versus the Veno and how it's really taking over the map for Spirit. And then you have all these ideas about what's happening in this game. And, well, then it just keeps going and going.
25 minutes later,
and going.
And going. And now Taiga has gray hairs.
Dying and dying and dying, but it's space, baby.
Force staffing and force staffing and force staffing also. Elements all when it comes to late game. And OG, take it against a Team Spirit in this best of one.
I think a lot of carry players out there, we all suffered from a bit of PTSD on behalf of Yatoro that game.
Oh, yeah?
As I just want to hit people, man. I just want to hit people. They're getting
you got your
staffs.
Oracle. Okay, what are you crying about?
They're getting Wind Wakers.
You're the reason they have Oracle.
I'm getting controlled in kinetic field while my mana's getting burned. I'm alive for so long. And all I can do is just watch everyone around me do things, like BZM getting a rampage as I stand inside this kinetic field. It's a rough one. Late game. Really hard for them to deal with all the crap on the ground that OG had. And at the end of the day, you have like Tiny Ursa. Like these heroes, if you disengage from their initial burst and the fights go long, which they did.
Even the way that Laurel built with the tree volley, again, force stuff, you're out of the circle.
Yep.
Suddenly all the damage is gone.
How many did they have?
I don't know, but I love Force Staff. It's one of my favorite items, or at least it was before I watched that game with BSJ next to me. Every single initiation, he's like, oh, okay, well, Force Staff is going to come. Someone gets Force Staff. There it is. And then by the end of the show, we're all just in the green room saying, we love Force Staff. We love Force Staff.
We submitted this Predator head-to-head at like 25 minutes into the game when we thought the offlaners were still important. DM versus Collapse. GPM was a statistic that we took a look at, but there were a lot of numbers in that game that I would like a closer look at. I want to see some graphs. I don't know if that's possible, but if we could take a look at the scoreboard, because you were also curious about like the healing of Beastmaster.
Well, yeah, because Vino, I'm assuming his damage was off the charts, but then I'm assuming Oracle plus Beast healed like half of his damage over the course of the game, because there were long fights. Okay, let's check this out. How much healed?
Okay, first of all, 868 GPM on BZM's Invoker. That's pretty sick.
There is 35,000 heal.
Look at that Chew heal, though. Look at that Chew heal. 390.
That's a shovel.
Look at that 390.
That's a
and there was not like a DM's damage, 93,000. So I would assume most of the damage they healed was DM's damage. And then if you're thinking about like reductions, right? Because they have like a pipe and the Wraith pack.
200,000 raw damage received.
Oh yeah, that's a great question actually. The actual damage they received that was physical.
Oh yes, for Radiant. So they received, wait, 7.
It's reduced. Yeah.
No, that's okay. More than half physical.
I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, okay, because we thought the Wraith Pact was a bit sussy.
I was a huge fan
no,
the
sorry.
entire
Me
time.
and Trent thought it was a bit sussy, but
To be fair, Yadro was the only one who was taking physical damage. I guess. Everyone else is like all magical.
Scroll back to the items on all these players, because let's count how many Force Fs.
Thank you for this hard work there.
There's only 2.
There's only 2 at
You
the
made
end
me
of the game.
feel like it was 7, Brian.
Well, they kept having every person that got gone on get force stabbed. And then you can't forget the Wind Waker, though. That was clutch.
True.
That is a hard item to like be like, I'm going to surpass
choose Wind Waker.
Acceptor on Disruptor.
And then the last one you wanted to look at was, could we go to the graphs and you want to see...
Wait, quickly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Force boots.
Oh, they did have the Force boots.
They had Force
That was on
boots,
Radiant.
continue.
Oh, no, Radiant had Force boots.
But there were a lot of full stuff.
There was a lot of forcing going on, and you're forcing this discussion in the wrong direction.
Okay.
Can we look at the
Yes.
graphs, and you wanted to see the net worth of which 2 players?
Of the 2 carries, because they both had a really rough lane.
What a polite cat that is, isn't it?
Oh my god, look at this production value.
Okay, so the 2 carries...
Oh, that was the Acceptor from Roche that made that gap. So the interesting part is they were both like bottom of the net worth, like 10 minutes in, but then Doom was like #1 net worth from like all the way till 30 minutes, and then that was when they got the second Roche, and then, I mean, I feel like that didn't tell me as much as I thought it would.
Great. Thank you, Brian.
Listen, they bought Wraith Pact and lost. That's my theory.
That is a graph.
They went high ground. They went out of Lotus.
That's right.
Instead, they had the Wraith Pack.
had the Wraith
Ursa
Pact.
was just getting controlled like crazy, doomed.
And I was
deep,
upset.
or all that stuff.
I felt like that Wraith Pact did nothing. I felt like
Okay.
the Wraith Pact died really easily. Did
I think
nothing the
you're
whole time.
stupid. Shut up.
Thank you.
No, I want to give a massive shout out to Miposhka. Yes, he may have lost, but that was one of the most baller Oracle performances I've ever seen in my life. Like his positioning through the entire game was out of control. I genuinely thought they were going to win the game off the back of the fact that he was never pressured in these fights, and he had a Blink Dagger on top of that to make it even better.
Yeah.
Like the time that they did stumble on Spirit was when they went for that high ground, and Doom was able to find him at the back.
And
get the Doom
Invoker
off.
Blink hexed him too. He got doomed and hexed on
Get that guy now!
Who forced us who then? Huh? Yeah, and even that high ground push was kind of a YOLO move from Spirit. They're like, we have to stay here and push high ground, otherwise we probably don't have a way back into this game.
Yeah, you also, like, the fact that they didn't quite make it through high ground there, and then Yatro, we forgot, this happened so long ago, I almost forgot about it, that they kited out his Aegis at the rune.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He had like 10 seconds on it, they doomed him, and then just like let him drop down to no HP, and then killed him with the Aegis running out. So that was like a really nice play by OG. I think there were a lot of nice plays on both sides. There was a lot of back and forth, barn burner.
Again.
Setting us up for an epic tiebreaker.
What did I say? I said
all right.
Tiger will die 20 times.
That's right.
He actually died 20 times.
She actually said 20.
She said, check the VODs.
He died 20 times, everybody.
This man's a menace, but he will die 20 times.
I'm so. I love his game style. Remember when he just sat on that cliff for like a solid 2 minutes?
That was about an hour and a half ago.
Yes,
Yeah.
he
Can we
was
talk about
the
how
Lord.
off camera she was like, I don't want to bring up that he dies a lot because people tend to make fun of him now. She's like, I was right. 2-0, baby. I was correct. It's okay that we bring it up.
I mean, that's a little
She
too
has
perfect.
no sympathy when she gets points for it.
I feel like if he died 21 times, it would have been not nearly as epic.
I feel bad because everyone sends him a lot of hate, but like the things he's doing whilst he dies half the time is pretty good. The other 10 maybe could be improved upon.
10 good deaths.
10 good deaths.
Listen, if you make it so that you seem never threatening and like it's always like, oh, he's just feeding again, then that time when you're not feeding and your whole team's there backing you up, they have no idea.
You get force staff twice.
They think you're just feeding. That's right. Then the force staffs come out.
That's always my policy in games. I'm always feeding. They never know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. At least in Dota. As for the broadcast, I know what's happening as the Brewmaster rolls in and Team Spirit need to reset because they're going to be going up against Beastcoast once again to figure out if they can remain here in Dream League Season 19. Stick around for our second series in this tiebreaker, Beastcoast versus Team Spirit, coming up next.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Yeah. I don't know if any of that was live, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second tiebreaker of Group B. Are we walking back? Are we standing here while I pretend to...
I can do a draft analysis from the stage.
We can do draft analysis. All right, great.
All right, cool.
You want to tell me about our second series then? It's going to be Beastcoast taking on Team Spirit as the loser of Series 1 has to play again, because if they lose again, we don't even need to play the third series, because 2 slots are available in Group B, and Beastcoast and OG may claim it. Or maybe Spirit have prepared themselves as we get into our second draft. We didn't give you much
I got you.
analysis time.
Can I have a thing?
Oh man, we got the...
Give her the pan.
Give her the pan.
Give me a pen, please.
Bend that far backwards.
We gotta have
I have a tiny little pot.
the cat food bowl.
Cat food bowl?
Did you want...
Wonderful. Can I have a...
Did you want like an instrument there?
There you go.
Okay, great. Who would like to start? Who would like to start talking about the Dota in the meanwhile?
Me!
That's
Great.
the irrelevant
All
part.
right. Listen up. This is what's just happened. You've just played a
Giving her
video
a
game
weapon.
that's gone for 60+ minutes.
Correct.
Now you have to play against Beast Coast.
Yeah.
That is mentally taxing on its own, let alone in this situation. So therefore, I believe we can say goodbye to Spirit now, I think.
Just that simple.
Yes.
Okay. And they also respected the anti-mage of Yotoro yet again. First phase banned out.
Are you suggesting that their spirit is broken right now? Is that what's happening?
You can't do that for yourself.
He couldn't time it otherwise. Brian, give me a little tambourine while you tell me what else your thoughts on this series are.
I feel like Team Spirit really wants to pick Drow here on 4th overall pick. Beast Coast probably knows this, so they go for the gap close of the Tusk.
He's got moves.
Enchantress with the early pressure, probably going to look to roam. Other than that, I don't really know what Team Spirit's going to look to go here, because this is like most likely a support duo for Beast Coast, right?
That's what it looks like to me. I don't think I've seen much core Tusk out of these guys.
I wouldn't know. I
Not
don't have
since
my
last
notes.
patch. I think the shard nerf.
You don't have your notes.
I don't know how to
Would
function
you like
without my notes.
You want to play the iPad? You can go grab it.
No,
real
that's okay. I'm going to work this cat bowl. It's going to tell me everything.
Great.
These are supports.
We've got literally the whole kitchen over here. Chat was
That's
beaming
true.
about it yesterday, but they were not joking. Like, there's actually so many things you could probably cook an entire meal over here.
They can play them also. They're
Yeah,
not
that's
just
what I'm
there
saying.
for
They use them as instruments.
I can make more noise with this. Look at that. I thought this was restricting.
Yeah, you have a lot of options.
Yeah.
You thought it was restricting your creative freedom to have the cat bowl?
Much as how
Just
Team
like Beast
Spirit...
Coast. Oh.
Nice try.
nice tag.
See, most teams, I would say, they have the option of picking Broodmother, but we know time and time again, Collapse apparently is not a big fan of this hero. We interviewed Miposhka last night, and we were like, what was the question that you asked?
I asked him, like, how many more patches does it need before you guys will force Collapse to play Brood? He just said, we hope she gets nerfed because he really hates Brood.
All rim shot worthy moments. Yeah.
Okay, I can be your sound if you want to.
Great.
There we go.
Hey, you can't have sheep in the camera. It ruins my immersion.
You're not the ventriloquist.
Luckily, we were still able to cover the draft correctly. Thank you, Brian, for the draft.
Oh,
You got
the
the
hero
Broodmother.
getting picked.
Well
Very
done.
cool. Nice,
The Dota,
nice
the tournament.
draw.
Why we're here. It's pretty predictable though, because
My other panelists can't hear this, but production is constantly telling him to please be careful with that.
Yes,
and
they are.
and he feels like they feel ignored, I think, because he's
Wha-
consistently
What?
not
I don't
being
have a
careful
talkback
with it.
button. What am I supposed to say other than yes, I agree. It's very expensive.
Oh my god. There we go. Put it down.
Okay, Tsunami is officially fired.
He's banned from music.
Go to the corner.
Go back to your desk, sir.
Can you tell me in the meanwhile why Beastcoast did not pick Broodmother?
Well, you got to make sure we wash that mouthpiece for him, by the way.
Because Beastcoast don't like playing Broodmother. This has happened before when EG and Beastcoast played each other. It went unpicked and unbanned because they were like, neither of us just want to play it, really.
Yeah, just respect each other. Have you ever seen like Quinn on a stream where at the beginning, like last patch, you'll say like, I'm picking Lena.
Mhm.
Somebody else on the other team pick Lena, so it gets banned.
I respect that so
I respect
much.
that too.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Brood is like, you have Sacred on your team, and I think he is good at the heroes he likes and plays often, and I don't think Brood is one of them.
What are his signatures?
Snapfire, Enigma is pretty. Actually, his Enigma's okay.
It's always tough to lose the lead of the band, but sometimes they just gotta go.
Are we gonna disband? Is that the play?
I think we should disband.
Okay, one more.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
That's one, guys.
I didn't break my instrument. That's better than Tsunami.
One more. Y'all good? Oh, wow. My last host was really a bust. I gotta. Can I wait? I need to see him. Oh, my last host was really a bust. All right, guys.
I like that you had to
Are you
repeat
gonna break that too, Tsunami? You wanna drop that one on the ground? Oh, you're not
okay. That's less expensive than the
I've been given permission to break it. That's a dangerous game you're playing, my friends.
You saw what he did without permission.
That's a dangerous stat. That's what I'm learning.
It's almost like there's money invested in like the production value. So
Sign the
maybe
draft.
we shouldn't be throwing stuff around.
Oh,
Neil.
Yeah, we could.
We got
could
a lot
throw
done
Tsunami.
during these drafts. I gotta say, I feel like maybe they could be a little shorter. Maybe we gotta cut some of this reserve time, guys.
Yeah.
Like, what's happening?
I feel like we've been BSing for a long time now. and we are not even through the bands. Yeah, BSJing.
Oh, I forgot about the Sacred Panga. Love to see that one. Maybe not into Drow.
It's a tough patch to make
Undying.
offlane Pango work. We saw it from Aster, and it kind of flopped.
Ooh,
they
that
did
was
it
tough.
as like a flex last pick, where
Yeah.
they moved the Pango that was originally going mid.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, Sacred is just a weaker version of Whisper, to be mean about it.
Dang.
But, like, he plays the offlane Leshracs and stuff, too. He's also a Timbersaw player. Like, that's one of his better heroes, I recall. Back during Arlington, he was popping off of that one.
That's a rough one to be compared to Whisper like that, because Whisper's pretty dope.
I mean, Whisper is just way too good, though. Like, it's kind of hard to be better than him.
Just
Yeah, you
play
can just
like
say
Whisper.
he's a close second to Whisper, where he's better than everyone else.
But that would be lying.
That's what they tell them.
I mean,
Just play like Whisper.
Yeah.
I like watching Sacred play a lot, but I think he is very limited in his hero pool. Like, when you ask me what his best heroes are, it's like I can think of them, but he doesn't stand out in the way that other offlaners do.
He doesn't have his signatures like this. He defines this hero's meta.
Except for that. That's it, right?
There's the Pango.
Oh,
No, that could still go mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe. Or it's offlane.
So, Team Spirit, we know they love the Storm Spirit. Lanes really well against the Pango. Beastcoast doesn't have any hard stuns, and they picked Storm Spirit Drow, I believe, yesterday or the day before. So, wouldn't be too surprised if they go for that again.
The 3-roll doesn't bring out the hard stuns much anymore. I feel like back in the day, the 3 was like you were the controller. You were like, oh, you start the fights. You're the stunner guy.
You were the act.
Yeah.
The manly
The
man.
Centaurs, the Sand Kings.
Yeah. Now we don't do that. Now we buy auras.
Yeah.
So when you've already opened both supports like this, that's when that mid pool can really open. And you can feel safe going for these little fragile heroes like the Storm Spirit. As you
First
said.
Rubik pick of this series. Exciting.
Cool.
Like, I was thinking about it, I'm like, wait, is that accurate? Yes,
best
technically.
of one?
Very technically it's accurate, although Mira did had a standout performance in the previous game. He stole at least Doom.
He stole at least one spell.
Yeah, I believe. Maybe
And he had an eggs, and I believe he stole
Ooh,
2
that's
spells.
a spicy meatball right there.
It's a spicy meatball.
We got a.
No, I was the Invoker.
Okay, I tried to call this the other day because I was.
You
gonna
did.
say-
I remember you were hyping this up.
The clap shaker. It's had its ups and downs, mostly downs, to be honest. It's exactly what you'd expect. There's not a lot of people who are picking offlane shaker.
I saw Nigma play it, mid or carry Shaker? Was it, who played it? Was it Samael?
I did not see that one.
Okay, I feel
but
like I
that is
saw
in his
that.
wheelhouse. That's a classic counter Ember.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Back in my day again.
Interestingly enough, they picked the Batrider and they're saving K1's hero for last, even though they see the offlane duo, but they don't see the mid. To me, that's like a bit fascinating. I think you'd want to pick your carry here because you see the carry matchup and you see your offlane duo.
Yeah.
So now you're potentially setting yourself up to lose lanes. It is a nice Batrider game, and their idea might be like, we're not going to get Batrider,
which is
on
true.
10th pick, which is true. So I can see the argument for that. The one thing I like about the Shaker specifically is that it counters all the illusion heroes like PL, Chaos Knight, stuff like that K1 does like to play, and they're often good against Drow Undying. So I think that might have been the idea behind that pick. I would talk about Batrider, but I feel like we've seen a lot of those. So if anybody has to elaborate.
No, I don't really feel like talking about Bat either.
Me either.
I feel like playing Shaker 3 puts a lot of pressure on your 4 and your mid.
To do what?
It's like to be mobile and to get big spells in the engagements, because Shaker is so just like, he can't really go on first unless it's like perfect. It has to be like the craziest scenario where like you just like go in and he kind of says he's like, I don't know, the way that he plays in a fight, he's not really engaging a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You know, unless he like full commits for everything.
Well, a lot of people, if you talk to 4 position players, they'll talk about like a ranged 4 or a melee 4. That's like a big part. And they say Shaker's basically a ranged 4.
Yes,
because he just plays off of Fissure, and he's never really he's not like a Tusk or an Earth Spirit or a Tiny that wants to go in first and wreak some havoc. He wants the fight to break out first. So the issue I have for Team Spirit's draft so far is they don't have that yet, and I think they have to ban Storm on Beastcoast. I feel like it's like straight disrespect if you don't ban it here, because that's Laurel's hero that fits that description. It's going to be Storm or Puck banned, and then they're going to pick the other. I'm like 90% sure about that.
You guys didn't want to talk about the Batrider, but why pick it this early if you have to start protecting it?
It's because they don't think they'll get it on 10th,
Yeah.
I think. They'd rather have to protect it than not get it.
Yadro, of course, has already shown like, hey, I'll play whatever. So we don't really care if my hero goes late.
You play whatever. How about a carry a baton?
That is a K1 Hector kind of hero.
Yeah, why am I talking about Yadro when it's East Coast?
Yatro's already got.
I swear I'm awake,
Drow.
guys. All right, leave me alone. Hector's hero, of course.
You got kids now.
I was playing the drum.
You had so much energy.
Sorry,
and
I've
you knew what was
lost it.
happening. You're so old.
And Hector has really expanded his hero pool lately and shown that he can play anything.
His
is what
brain
I
power
was
went
say.
into the rim shot coordinating. He was like, drum,
that
drum,
was pretty hard.
drum, drum.
my feet were moving at the same time as my hands. That's what slowed me down in Rock Band. I could never quite get it, you know?
You got better at the boom boom.
Well, you have to like
I
grab
respect
it
that.
after. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I would love to see just a good old K1 Wraith King. That way you don't have to care about the Echo Slam. Just come back. You just come back.
Oh,
that was nice.
That's how it works.
Wraith King's one of those heroes that like, it always, as a carry, you're super excited to pick it, and then you play like the game at 20 minutes, and you're like, I wish I had been anything else.
Especially against a Drow Ranger, I would feel.
I feel bad for him because he is someone who struggles a little bit with hero pool, and I feel like his heroes are all banned out or not that great. You know, like you talk about the Abaddon, I don't think it's very good into Drow.
Oh my god.
Like, no, you got Brian, it's like so good. It's like you're a pro player.
It's almost like he picks the same 4 heroes.
Oh my
All right,
god.
now this is obviously Yadro's hero on Beastcoast.
Yeah.
If you recall, he just played Ursa, so he could just play it again.
He could just do that.
Yeah.
But let's say hypothetically it was K1's
Let's
heroes
just say, in theory, if it was
that we were looking for.
I mean, he likes what? He likes his Chaos Knight, he likes his Wraith King, he likes his Faceless Void.
What does he play
I'm
that's
not
good
a fan.
against Shaker?
That's the thing. I'm like, I don't know. He plays a lot of illusion. He's like his PL. Again, not really a fan
No,
of
you
the
don't want that
Shaker.
against Shaker.
Bloodseeker. What are we feeling?
Bloodseeker's kind of nice.
Okay.
It's bad against Storm.
It's pretty
the
safe.
issue. I mean, I'm down for Faceless Void as well. They have like decent damage to put in it with the Enchantress, but it's like my issue is you don't have any stuns for Storm. I thought this pick was incredibly predictable. I'm surprised. Co-op is really
he's gonna
hard.
pick Sven.
They do the Chaos
yeah,
Knight.
CK.
Yeah.
Out of all the illusion heroes, he's probably the best against Shaker, just because you can play off your shard and and then you also blink in and just BKB. The issue is that Drow used to be really bad against these heroes, but now the shard, people are just buying it at like 15, 20 minutes in, and it pretty reliably clears those illusions when you multi-shot, and it automatically applies it.
Yeah. I think Team Spirit was even the first team to like start prioritizing the shard, or one of the first teams.
Yeah, it's the fact that it gives you farming potential and damage, which very few shards for carries like offer that type of, like, it helps you in fights and outside of fights.
Yeah.
I mean, it screams mad comfort too, as well. I mean, talk about like players and heroes. Talk about like Dark Mago Bat, right? Hector on the Chaos Knight, This is one of the ones that he would go back to in like the first phase anyway in a lot of games because it's just, you know, it's Hector. It's his guy.
Yeah.
So even if the counters are there, you know, they just want it. They just, you know, he says, what do you want in a best of one?
Exactly. These guys will just play full comfort. And I'm looking at their lineup with second pick and I'm like, okay, so they're off lane, like Pango into Drow and Dying. That sucks. They're just going to be like skipping the waves and dragging and stuff. You know, Batrider into Storm, it's like it's playable, right? But it's Storm is
Later
happy.
on, Storm is happy to play this matchup.
And then you have a CK who's, I mean, he needs these other heroes to make space for him. That's what K1 does. He farms and farms and farms, and then he comes out and wins the game.
I think they just win because Shaker's a grief hero.
Wow.
Whoa.
I respect that.
Yeah,
we
that's
talked
my
about
theory.
like yesterday was the first pick anti-mage or the offlane Ursa with a pipe. Which one was more of a grief?
Yeah, no,
And
Shaker's
you
a
when you
grief.
went for the offlane anti-mage, you said that's like
That's a grief.
against
First pick
the law.
anti-mage.
Yeah, sorry,
the
first
pick
overall.
anti-mage,
First
yeah.
overall. I would have to agree that the Earthshaker's a bit sus, but I mean, collapse, like you said, it's one of his specialties. So
I'm hearing cries of disapproval off in the corner. I think Cap has some thoughts on off-lane Shaker. And I need to get back into makeup because I swept through all of my powder when I destroyed an antique trumpet. So for game number 1 of Beastcoast versus Team Spirit, it's Cap and SVG.
That's right. We will not stand for these lies about Earthshaker being a grief hero. Will we, Avery?
No.
Yeah. Tell him. That's it.
What was that? Oh, that was your thing?
Give me the analysis.
What's wrong with
Tell
offlane
me
Shaker?
why Earthshaker is good.
Because he has a big stick and he smacks you with it.
Well, that didn't work out for Laurel last game.
That was a bone. Everybody knows bones are way more brittle.
Wait, what? I've got a bone to pick with you for calling his stick a bone. What?
I think offlane Earthshaker's fine.
Okay.
This is not even the worst game I've seen.
Okay, if it's so fine, let me play devil's advocate. If it's so fine, why haven't we seen it?
Because no one's man enough to play it outside of Collapse. This guy's the ultimate offlane Giga Chad.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? He plays them melee stummers. He goes in, he initiates in a meta that's all about auras with Wraith Pack and Pipe and sitting there and balling up. This guy says, screw you. I'm going to play a Blink Stunner. What's up?
Do you think that idea has hurt Team Spirit? The fact that Collapse does not like the aura offlaners, and I think personally actively tries to avoid playing it as much as possible.
Oh yeah, I think that's probably why they're in this tiebreaker right now.
Okay, there. Well,
It's a tough meta. The problem with the Blink jumpers in this meta is they also suck into the pipe buyers. When you play someone like Mars or Sand King or even the Shaker and you blink stun into a pipe or a ball team, you feel terrible. A lot of times you don't kill anybody and you die in return because you're a committal hero. That's why we haven't seen a lot of these heroes, and I think it does hurt Collapse because that was the majority of his hero pool, and it was his primary role on this Team Spirit team. So I respect that he's still trying to do it a bit. Shaker is a hybrid hero. As
that was fast.
Insta dies on his lane to Stinger. Impetus level 1. Brutal. Anyway, what I was saying is Shaker is not a hero that has to commit to be an initiator. You can play the long range Fidger with the Shard, chain stun him up, and then pick your committal when you want to. It's not as bad as playing like a Mars or Sand King. So in that sense, yeah, it has some playability. Like in this game, the Storm jumps, Laurel goes in, you can Fissure on the follow-up after a pull, Shard stun him with the Aftershock. That's a pretty good kill combo here, or a nice way to start the fight on Pango or Batrider, for example. So in that sense, I can see the pick being pretty decent with the rest of Team Spirit's lineup.
Well, okay. I was going to ask that. Can you expand on that? Well, like, why is it good for their lineup?
They're also playing Drow. So when you play Drow, especially when you first face it, you're basically telling Beastcoast, all right, we're going to play Drow. We believe it's going to outscale and create a gap for anything you want to pick. The onus is on you to deal with this Drow, which means you have to get in her face. Heroes like Shaker and Undying tend to punish you when you have to go into them.
Okay.
Because then you clump. Or you overextend, and then you just get punished with the AoE. Tombstone and all of these fissure blocks are really good tools for Spirit to recreate that gap for Drow, buy Yatoro the space to get off a Hurricane Pike or a BKB, and just take the fight afterwards. Yeah. So I do think the Shaker provides some nice tools here, and I think his lane is going to be Gucci as well. He's laning versus a melee core.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with that.
It hasn't been going super great. He's doing fine in CS, but the Rubik already died. He's been low quite a bit.
I mean, he hasn't died. He's got 11 CS. I consider that a win.
Okay. See if he does die here, or if they manage to pull through.
Gotta be careful of this shard split.
Yeah, this is super dangerous. It's about to pop, and I think he's gonna go for the kill on Mira. Ooh. Double Golem Rock.
Oh, no way! That's why you buy stick. Right there. Let that be a lesson.
Well, either way, Collapse is left alone in lane for a second, and that means they're going to immediately jump on him, do as much damage as possible, even if they don't kill him. Honestly, the damage is already done, but I do believe they are going to kill him. Collapse is going to get as much damage as possible onto Stinger before he dies. Almost gets the kill.
That was way closer than I thought it was going to be. You have the Golem Boulder coming back up here with the body box. Oh, the mini Golem.
See it in front of him. Mira he kills the Golem and then he dies. K1 Hector walk away with a double kill. All right, Beastcoast off to a great start here in this bottom lane at least.
I'm surprised Stinger didn't suicide. I think that's the only thing they could have done better off that kill exchange. Because now he has to run all the way to base or he's going to fly out regen. Isn't that efficient? I still think these suicides are pretty good after you especially get the double kills, 0 XP.
Yeah, 100%.
But that golem did some work. That's probably one of the better mud golems I've seen in a long time.
So this time around, unlike last game, it was the off lanes that were doing so well. And now we've got the safe lanes that are actually kind of destroying. As we saw up at the top lane, Joe Ranger's doing really well against the Pango. I played that matchup a lot, and it is not fun for Pango.
This is an impossible lane. This is a stack lane for Beastcoast. They're just going to throw Sacred to the Wolves. It's a double melee lane versus Undying Drow, and Schofield's not even there.
Laurel, he's committing for the kill. They have the snowball out. The Tombstone's going to be able to help, but he bumped him into the Firefly. Really well done by Dark Mago. Just needs a little bit more, and he does manage to get the kill onto Laurel. So now Beastcoast have won the mid lane as well.
You got to make those Tusk rotations pay off, because Sacred's going to suffer as a consequence. So if you're not getting the mid pressure on this Storm, then you're just losing a lot of lanes here if you're Beastcoast. Offlane Pango can play the sacrificial role. It's what he used to do. I feel like when Zai was playing it on Secret, for example.
Yep.
But I don't feel like it's that good in the current meta. So I'm surprised that Beastcoast have chosen to go back for that offlane Pango for Sacred. Maybe just trying to abuse the flex matchups. This Collapse almost gets the kill.
Optimistic Enchant Totem, but the Fate Bolt almost did get him. Either way, Hector's just, there, get him with the Fissure eventually.
That's why you pick offlane Shaker, boys. Could have mech first doomed on that.
Oh, is he dead? Schofield? Yeah, got him with the second hit. So Laurel gets a little bit of revenge for that movement earlier. That being said, I said Beastcoast won their lanes, but they actually haven't, especially with these kills now coming in the bottom lane. And the CS is all very favorable for Team Spirit.
They're destroying this laning phase. I mean, top is pretty much a guaranteed win for Yatoro. I think Team Spirit are very comfortable whenever they get this Undying opener, because then it allows Yatoro to play whatever he wants and probably just have a good game.
Yeah.
But Laurel getting that kill on Schofield mid really accelerated him off that bad death earlier. And now Collapse is just destroying your safe lane. It's looking a little rough for Beastcoast early.
Oh, they're going to go back to it. The hero dies, then they run back into lane, play super aggressive.
Honestly, I feel like the kills that happened down here bottom were just a product of Stinger not suiciding earlier. I feel like if he suicides, he comes back full, and then he buys regen for Hector and comes back.
Yep.
They're both full in those exchanges, and I don't think he should die there. Just small misplays, but Collapse will take advantage of everything. This guy's a TI champion for a reason, Cap. Respect his name.
Sorry. Didn't put enough respect there. Laurel, not respecting the Bat Rider enough, will die to the level 6 lasso. He was so close to getting his level 6, but he tried to get out of lane, which I think other Storm Spirits would have just defaulted to jungle to get their 6. But he played it greedy.
So he had the minor slip up from Schofield mid, but he gets his revenge as the trade continues bottom. And I feel like these mid ganks were really important for Beastcoast's game plan, because the Bat versus Storm is a matchup that Schofield can influence and abuse, whereas this top lane just doesn't exist. There is no counterplay up here. You just got to get what you can. Tombstone,
TP out, but that's not going to make it. The multi-shot lands enough, and Schofield, he tried to commit for that one. Meanwhile, back to bottom, we pretty much had action at the same time in both lanes. Stinger is blocked in. He's going to take a couple of tower shots, and I think that's enough.
It is. 2-1-1 for Collapse. He's having a great offlane Shaker game.
Schofield. Oh, Dark Mago's actually over here. He's going to help him out here, and they're going to be able to run down Maposhka, I think, as he's got nowhere to go.
And farm the creeps up at the same time.
Yeah. Nice little 2-for-1 special. Laurel does have his level 6, so not much to be afraid of.
They've enacted a peace treaty. You farm those, I'll farm these. And we'll go our ways, sir.
That's nice.
You can also have Maposhka. I'll throw him into the deal. Just leave me alone.
You got to sweeten the pot a little bit.
Dark Mago accepts those terms.
Oh, what a silence!
No way.
That was pretty cool.
What? You can't keep getting away with this. This is why I hate people. I agree, Toro.
Yeah, man.
Now you're speaking my language.
You know we're entertainers for people, right?
Are we live right now? Oh, no. Hello.
Hey, guys. Not you guys listening. It wasn't about you guys.
Yeah, we're talking about the in-studio audience.
Yeah, those guys are assholes.
All right, that was the quickest lasso I think I've seen in a while.
They're going to catch Mira as well as the flame break extends just long enough to get that one.
Nice rotation. It's going to push him up to pretty damn fast bots here for Dark Mago off the mid kills on top of this double kill rotation, where Collapse was having a good time, but not after that. It's also nice whenever you can get kills for this Enchantress and get her the extra XP. Doesn't mean it has to happen in the Enchantress lane, but this hero really wants to connect on kills in the early game, so you don't fall behind on your creep levels.
As long as you have a disable, then they have the follow-up silence. The Pango should die here. He gets off the shield crash, but sadly, last couple of hits will follow him to his death. So, both offlaners getting picked off by the rotations from the enemy mid laner. Laurel had a Arcane Rune to work with, so he can go back to efficiently jungling.
Arcane Rune definitely salvages this move. Otherwise, I feel like that might not even be worth it, resources-wise.
Yeah, especially considering how shutdown Sacred is already.
Yeah, you're just ganking a shutdown hero for an enabled Drow that is going to cost your mid a lot of resources, which just means Dark Mago might have more openings here. Because Bat can just bots the base, refill, run out. It's a bit faster in this early game than Storm. So I think the options here are open for Dark Mago to continue making plays on Spat Rider. There's not a lot that stops him in this early game. You can just run cores down on the lanes. Even just give mid XP to Schofield if he really feels like he needs it. The other thing is, if you keep this bots up on Bat, this side lane pressure becomes a little more scary for Spirit as well. Do you want to make a Storm jump like that if Dark Mago has full resources? Does Collapse want to play really aggressive bottom with the Aftershock points versus Hector if that Bat has bots up to turn that around? Just Dark Mago being up on the map is pretty terrifying during this period for Spirit. And nowhere is safe, even your attempted stack.
Mira is going to be fine here. But Dark Mago still just creating problems everywhere he goes for Team Spirit. Armlet now done for Hector. So his first item is ready to go. That'll speed up his jungling.
And as usual, Hector is quite farmed.
He does that.
I feel like I say that every Hector game.
And Chaos Knight, it is one of his signatures. It's no Wraith King, but it is one of his most successful heroes.
Well, he's
probably
still farming
top
with
10 played.
He's still farming with skeletons, so he's doing a cosplay.
Yeah, it's true.
Stinger cosplays a grave,
a corpse.
Solo Echo. Tombstone doing some work.
Yeah, now the Drow Ranger's here. Oh, nice snowball pickup. Can that save him? He snowballed back into the creeps. Well played by Schofield. That was sick. Laurel is out of mana, so he's got to be careful of this Pango, especially as he comes back. And Collapse is just being kited around right now, pulled back in by K1 Hector. Laurel, see if he can zip out. Is that far enough away? Oh, they try and slow him down. He slips into the trees. He's going to be okay, but it looks like Hector maybe thinking about going more, but he's got to be careful of the Drow.
They'll lose their troll. But the early teamfight presence from Beastcoast is just enough to power through that Tombstone. I thought Team Spirit were going to be able to rally around that. They're just getting sticky and they don't have an answer for the Bat in these skirmishes. Hector's just out. He says, "There's too many heroes down here for me. I don't like heroes. I like creeps."
Yeah,
see you boys later.
Really, he should be the Drow Ranger.
I honestly kind of like that move by Beastcoast too. They brought a lot of Team Spirit back to bottom. Yotaro TP'd back down here after that fight to commit on this tier 1, and they just instantly go to the other two lanes. Just soaking up the farm and creating some tower pressure of their own on both these tier 1s. Tier 1 mid is half HP off this catapult and just some stinger right clicks.
Yeah, and the only response that Team Spirit really has is just brute forcing this tower, but Beastcoast don't care. They were going to lose that tower eventually anyway, and they're getting potentially 2 towers in return.
Nice early play from Beastcoast in this early game.
Yeah, even like Beastcoast farming the jungle backwards limits what those Team Spirit heroes can can do in that corner of the map.
They're getting a lot out of this map right now.
Yeah.
And they're kind of abusing the fact that Spirit's lineup is a bit clunky with this offlane Shaker who he needs a Blink or a Shard to be more active in the fights, and Undyne and Rubik are pretty stationary supports. It's not like a clock or something where you just have hook shot to instantly react. Drow as well. Yotoro doesn't want to join too many early fights if he doesn't have to. So Beastcoast can drag Spirit around the map, shove in lanes with CK illusions, shove him in with a Bat Rider, and then quickly bots to a smoke or something. Could create a lot of really just nice, easy skirmishes for them, where the Enchantress and the Tusk thrive. Like, these supports love these 2-on-3, 3-on-3 types of engagements.
Yeah. It's cool to see that, like, a good move by Beastcoast reflected in the net worth, too. They're up to 2K net worth lead, and that's without the mid tower falling yet, which is gonna fall. It's just like a small little shove will make it topple.
All it takes is a little push.
Another solo Echo to be able to get the kill, but Schofield, oh, he gets another snowball off. Man, these snowballs, they're really delaying things, even when he dies still. They don't actually manage to get a return kill, though. Yotaro is just, nobody can actually get to this hero yet. Does manage to land the Fissure, but he's behind the trees. A little hard to catch Sacred back there.
That was the Blink rush for Collapse. So we're talking about him being more active as an initiator and not playing too greedy. This is what's going to do it. He has Tumbler Toy as well. This Shaker has decent initiation range with the 3-1-3 build. He can also chain stun you. Not afraid to just throw that Echo down. I like this. I think going too greedy on this offlane Shaker might have just punished the map too hard because you're still falling behind in terms of the farm between the Bat and the CK, and that's not going to get better for you in the short-term interval. So you got to make it up somewhere else by creating pressure on the weakened Pango or maybe some support kills here and there.
Or even just putting more threat on Dark Mago, playing so aggressively, right?
That's another option for sure. The downside is you won't have these big auras for the Team Spirit group up. This is very aggressive by Yotaro, but he will get that Bat TP. Unfortunately, Dark Mago has haste. I don't know if he was accounting for that.
Behind them here, so if he gets the right kind of setup here, the lasso already goes down though, and Yotaro's already taken too much damage, especially with the reinforcements coming in from Beastcoast. Both of them are going to be left behind. Collapse will be the lone survivor of yet another good team fight for Beastcoast.
Just an unfortunate haste room for Yotaro there. I think that play is probably fine, just forcing a bad TP getting out. You still have Gust, or you use Gust on the Pango, but haste rune up his sleeve.
And a reminder for just what is at stake here for this game. We're currently in a three-way tiebreaker between Team Spirit, Beastcoast, and OG. OG won the game against Team Spirit. And if Team Spirit lose this game, it means they will be the only team eliminated out of this tiebreaker, and Beastcoast and OG will move on.
This is a must-win game for Spirit.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've gone back to a draft that has done them that throughout this tournament. Just the staple Yotaro early Drow with the Undyne and just team fight around him. Maybe that's where the Shaker doesn't add as much as what they had in some of those other lineups with the auras that can build around it.
Yeah.
But it'll scale pretty decently here. You can shut down the CK in the fights. You can get the big echoes. You have Undyne to set the vision up in the front line for you. It's just a question of can you push through this mid game, because this mid game is going to be terrifying with the Bat pickoff, CK setting up the lanes with illusions that you have to respond to. Meanwhile, you can pick off your own with the Shaker Storm. You just don't have as good of vision mechanisms to get the lanes in your favor.
Yeah.
That is what Team Spirit are struggling with right now.
And frankly, they're going to have worse team fight when that double BKB is up. First one's up for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, that's a fast Bat BKB. These are farmed cores for Beastcoast, man. Dark Mago 5-0. It is reflecting here. Still holding on to a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes faster than the average. That's a huge gap.
If you give up some kills around the river, too, you're just going to lose Roche. Because this is a tag team Pango lineup with CK.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look like the greatest Roche lineup at first, but the secret tech will let it happen.
The forbidden moves.
Denied.
Got him.
Still
all right, there's that second BKB. So, Beastcoast, it feels like it's go time. They've been, you know...
Obs. That is a value obs right there.
Yeah, that is super good. Yotaro's going to die here, I think. He's going to force staff away. Gust out. Maybe he's okay. The BKB committed Dark Mago is going to get this kill. Nothing the team can do to stop it, but they should be able to get something in return. I mean, this is going to take a really long time.
think he's just going to walk it off. I don't know if they're killing him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're trying to go for Dark Mago on the backside because no BKB. This is the bigger kill.
Yes, a much bigger kill. They pull him back inside the tombstone. They get the Flesh Golem hit. That should be enough. Dark Mago is going to die here. Sacred could not get there in time. Back to the slow and agonizing death of Stinger.
Oh, hide on the high ground.
Nice move by Laurel there.
Meanwhile, in Stingerville, and meanwhile,
in Roshan
in Hectorville.
All right.
That's one way to use that space. It took them so long to kill Enchanters that Hector killed Roshan.
I actually think that Beastcoast is outmaneuvering Team Spirit heavily in this game.
They really are. Like, a lot of these little moves have just been way more efficient for them.
Yeah.
Even though the game isn't going terrible for Spirit, I still think they're in a fine position. Beastcoast definitely are reading the map pretty well and taking advantage of even the little mistakes they're making. Making up for them elsewhere. That's a decent sign. If you're looking to just build momentum off the CK's net worth and plow it into Yatoro at some point, which seems to be the game plan. Because this Chaos Knight is out of control. He is actually just out of control in the net worth department.
Yeah, the farm difference between these two carries is pretty massive. And it's pretty awkward, too, because they were talking about how the shard pickup for Yatoro, that Drow Ranger could, like, it's really effective against the Chaos Knight, but when you're behind in net worth like this, it feels even worse to go back and buy a shard, you know?
And it's also more EHP to cut through. This CK is freaking tanky, man.
Yeah.
Got 2,500 HP already with a Mage Slayer, 50% resist across the board. If he lands a hit on the Shaker or the Storm at the start of a fight, you're also taking a lot of their aggressive magic damage out of that engagement. Not to mention he has BKB to just cover it regardless. This is the time for Beastcoast to strike on the map. Any fight is probably favorable for them right now if they can find the jump. All they're missing is that Schofield Blink, still 200 off. And maybe their tower push is the one thing holding them back. Like, you can Phantasm and just hit at tier 2, but it doesn't feel great. They'd rather get the engagement going. And high ground ward for Beastcoast. This is a bold move by Vaposhka, and he agrees. I'm not going up there. You go up there, man.
Laurel spotted as well, but he pulls the creep outside of the vision. Beastcoast not able to find that opening, so they just hit the tier 2.
Meanwhile, neutral creep on neutral creep bottom. The Centaur versus the Hellbear.
Oh,
run, son.
Get out of there.
Stolen creep by Mira, pushing the lanes in. Every little bit matters. See the tip? See, you wouldn't have known what that tip was for unless I pointed out this epic duel.
Oh, see, this is what makes a good analyst right here.
I mean, that was an epic duel.
It's the little things. Okay, so they're going to use the Phantasm to finish off this tier 2. I mean, it's pretty decent because they get the outpost. With the outpost, they get control of second Roshan.
They're all frost armored up as well off this ogre, so you got a fight going now. That's even better. And they're going to TP back, probably try and catch, or I'd imagine you smoke pretty soon. Blink flies out for Schofield. This is your hit squad. They're letting Spirit get away with this Aegis period. It's still a 2k net worth lead, and you haven't gotten that fight you wanted. I really feel like Beastcoast are just missing the window here. Not that it's necessarily easy, but if Spirit are going to dodge you, then you need to extract more out of the map. You need to get some deep vision out, invade their triangle, try and catch a Toro with a 2-man smoke while the rest of you are showing top. Something like this. I feel like this is way too complacent. And here will be the smoke.
The 3-man smoke with Chaos Knight showing mid. Dark Mago, he runs into Vaposhka. I mean, it's a kill, but it's not an amazing one.
Nice snowball across.
Yeah, that was cool. And Vaposhka's going to make him work for it. But Team Spirit do get a lot of farming time in the side lanes in the meantime.
Who is the famous Shadow Amulator? It's a Chappie?
Yeah, Chappie.
He's been studying the arts of Chappie.
Shard, Mira still gets up to the high ground before Hector could close the gap. Going for a second tier 2 because they have a minute left on the Aegis. As you said, they kind of need to get something out of this. And I guess without actually catching heroes during the smokes, best just to get tier 2s.
I still don't really like how Beastcoast played this period. I think they should have abused the bat pickoff threat and the fact that he has bots and he can join them. So either he's shoving waves and they're taking over triangle, or he's looking for a kill while they're pushing top. Something like this. It ended up being too clumped, and I don't think they got as much net worth out of this period as they wanted to.
Which is kind of funny because they were so good in the first 15 minutes of the game of being split and very efficient in that regard.
Decent punishing moves.
Yeah.
This period just didn't really work out for them, and Spirit got a decent amount of gold. They're going to be able to put up a fight when it comes. The big question is, do you have enough damage? That's what I feel Spirit might lack here. This Shaker is not going to do a huge amount in terms of raw damage output.
No.
I mean, he has Aetherlance, he has Shard, he can chain stun some people. Maybe you get a big Echo that finishes off like a support or something, but it has to come from Yatoro. And you kind of want the Tombstone to live. Those are the two big things for Spirit. Aegis is running out. They say it's time to smoke. Probably looking for a high ground Tombstone fight, a Spirit classic. Beastcoast would be wise not to give it to them, as they just farm the jungle out and retreat.
Is Hector going to get caught, though? They're going to spot him here, I think. Close. Oh, no! It's the Blink Dagger's being stopped by the Tornado. It's fine. Hector's going to farm another wave. He's going to be greedy, and they're going to burst him down nice and quick with that Echo Slam.
Really good find.
Very easy, and I wonder if they saw that Sacred actually used the Rolling Thunder here. Yeah, they definitely have now.
Those smokes have to land if you're Spirit in this game, because that's how you get back in this game into a dominant position. You shut down the biggest core in that Chaos Knight. Hector has not gotten a fight out of the last 10 minutes in this game.
Yeah.
With all his net worth, all of his power, he has nowhere to throw it.
The creep wars continue. Enchant and enchanted creep. It should stack the enchant bonus every single time.
You know, you just get a mega creep.
Yeah.
Walks up and
it
hits
back
you
and
for
forth.
1,000. Sounds balanced. I feel like this game is Spirit favored. I think after that kill, it switches a decent amount. After that Aegis period, you lose a lot of momentum here if you're Beastcoast. The later this game goes, I don't think it's favorable, because you're going to get kited as Dark Mago.
Massive kill!
Dead.
Oh, they got him! That final Force Staff hit was so key. Yatoro gets another massive kill, and that'll put him into the BKB territory. With that BKB, Beastcoast, I think they're going to run out of ways to be able to kill this Drow Ranger.
And the problem is they're just down a core. Offlane Pango is pretty much offering you nothing at this point.
Yeah.
He's a walk-in blink ult with no damage, no utility, no auras, no basher, no scale. I can tell you,
Trent, Pango. Offlane Pango is the grief pick.
Oh, I could have told you that.
Enchanter is perfectly fine. It's sad. It's
multi-shot.
So much damage. Laurel! Oh no! Caught by the Rolling Thunder. Chain stun perfectly. Beastcoast. They bounce back. They're going to be able to deal with the Tombstone while the Rolling Thunder catches some more heroes here. Both the supports going to be slowed down. Yatoro playing for it on the low ground. Dangerous.
Mago's back.
Gets lassoed almost immediately. They do manage to get a decent Fisher off of it, though, and he still has the BKB. Mago is slowed down, but Yatoro doesn't really have a whole lot of room to work with, and they have the Flesh Golem stun. Snowball pickup. It went over to the Rubik. The multi-shot's going out. K1 Hector's low enough, and he is going to fall. Yatoro, they've run out of damage to kill him now with the Fisher landing onto the Bat Rider. Chain stunned out, and bam!
The utility paying dividends for Spirit here. Glimmer Capes, 4 staffs. Multiple saves from this Undying in terms of the heals. That Laurel jump, unlucky. What can you do? You know, you're trying to jump in and insta-jump out. The roll was just too fast from Sacred, but still a great team fight from Spirit, and these open engagements are just not favorable for Hector. He doesn't even have Phantasm here because he was using it to farm. If you have Phantasm here, I think you wipe Spirit.
Yeah.
So this is, once again, Beastcoast has just been desynced in this game for a while, and they haven't been able to get it back. We've not seen a single fight where you have a Phantasm into starting the fight on your terms. And your entire lead in this game is completely gone. You have an offlane Pango liability at this point. And like you were saying, that BKB Drow is always going to be able to stand there and fight you. Don't have an answer for him.
Yeah, when they got the lasso, I thought maybe they would be able to get the chain stun, but K1 Hector not close enough and was going for the Earthshaker. They're going to chase after this.
Yeah, they know he has no BKB. It's just an overstay from Yatoro.
But maybe
pay the price.
He's playing into the trees. Think he's going to be caught here. Mira is also dead. TP away. Oh, he did manage to get it out. The lasso was not up yet.
I thought Schofield would have stayed with them on that Drow because he's their stun.
Yeah.
But I guess Mira has sacrificed himself.
Man, that is a super awkward overextension and very bad, I think, from Spirit. It could have been so much worse, but... Oh, what a Fisher. I was just about to say, Roshan could be up. The potential spawn time is right now. So.
That was, I think, a theoretical throw from Spirit, but they did not get punished.
Yeah.
Yatoro, of course, theory is only worth so much, Cap.
Once again, the Fisher. Oh, Lincoln's protecting him there from a lasso.
Probably the reveal there for Dark Mago. Won't make that mistake again, but it's going to be a hard Lincoln's to proc through, and Laurel can just be jumping around. And this is that Storm Shaker combo that we talked about in the early game that's pretty hard for Beastcoast to deal with because they don't have anything that outranges it, and the poke is just free.
Yeah, and it scales pretty interestingly, too, because Laurel is going to get an Aghanim Scepter, so then you've got sort of the AoE vacuum with the AoE stuns of Earthshaker.
Oh, if you get pulled into an Echo, not only are you losing that fight, not only are you probably losing this game, you're giving Collapse another highlight reel. This man doesn't need any more. He's got a whole trophy rack.
That's true. Beastcoast, they got to figure something out, and they got to figure it out quick, because they lose this game, they still need to be on their A game, because then after this, they'll match up against OG. And if they can't win that game, then they are going to be the team that is eliminated, and Team Spirit and OG will be the teams to move on. If they do manage to win, they lose this game and then beat OG, then we will repeat the three-way tiebreaker. And we'll go late into the night with some good Dota. Okay, how do we get this Roshan? How do we set it up? Do we go some sort of smoke movement? No. You try and disguise it? No. You just walk into the pit and hit him.
They're going to smoke the back line. They have a lot of save for Yatoro. It's pretty hard to jump him, especially with no lasso for 20. Dark Mago's not
the
even
Lincoln's
there.
on him too.
It's just gone. And it's another fight where Hector just doesn't get to play his CK. He has Blink, he has AC. These are the timings where you want to be in those skirmishes with Chaos Knight, taking it to the Drow Ranger before this goes ultra late. I think you missed the whole window. You missed the whole window and went through the door. What was on the other side? It was Yatoro with 4 slots and an Aegis. Coming with your delivery. Amazon Prime.
What is he delivering? NL?
He's delivering a shellapping.
Hand delivered. Had to get a signature for it too.
I was going to say milk, but I don't know why I thought
Thinking about the milkman?
Here's a carton of milk. What was in the carton of milk? A shellacking.
16-18, a 3,000 net worth lead. We're talking about how Team Spirit are pretty well favored here, and Dota Plus does agree. This isn't just Avery going off on some weird tangent. It's 20-80 right now, favored to Team Spirit.
I mean, I do know what I'm talking about sometimes.
I mean, I'm just saying Dota fans are very, very big skeptics. So sometimes you got to give them the hard numbers to back up the brilliant analysis that you bring to the table.
I feel like if I've done anything over the last year, it's convinced people I know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's a little delusional of you, but sure.
And I made a couple friends along the way.
Yeah, who's that?
They're out there somewhere.
Anybody want to be Avery's friend? Press 1 in chat.
No, don't. Please don't ask these things. I don't want to see all the 2s. They make me cry at night.
DM Avery if you want to be his friend.
Don't DM me.
He wants to play Dota with you.
Don't read any of them. There's a lot of pictures in those DMs I don't want to see. Collapse has a refresher.
Yeah, he was thinking about that one pretty early on, and he could actually get the chainsaw. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need the refresher. Laurel had to follow up there to be able to get the kill. And with the Batman,
The Batman. Oh my God, the Batman.
Gone, and Joker Yatoro is here to take over Gotham. With the Bat Rider gone, the initiation is all gone. That's what I wanted to say. No Rolling Thunder, no Bat Rider, no initiation mean no good for Beastcoast. Wow, that I don't think I've ever made you laugh so hard.
It's just so stupid.
Yeah, I'm glad my stupidity can make you laugh.
Do you need help dealing with the Batman?
Oh, there's the echo, the double echo. Damn.
Oh.
Collapse is not messing around. He says, I am in this goddamn tiebreaker, and I'm going to stay in it, at least for a little while longer.
Yeah, he just dunked that panel's analysis straight into the gutter with that one.
Grief picked my ass.
He's just Fisher in the air. I mean, these team fights are impossible. Your CK illusions are getting melted by a single multi-shot. You can't deal with the tombstone because you don't really have a tomb hitter. Collapse is just sitting here poking you with infinite stuns.
Boom!
The insta double echo. That's how you know it's BM, right? He didn't even wait for some chain.
Yeah, he could have like chained the stun a little bit better. Nah.
He just unleashed both barrels of that shotgun. Bam. Even the Batman can't withstand that sort of nuclear pressure. All right, if Dark Mago's the Bat, does that mean the Joker's winning? Is Collapse the Joker?
Yeah, I said Yotoro's Joker.
Oh, Yotoro's the Joker.
Yeah.
Who's the Penguin?
Jokoro.
Who's the Riddler?
Well, that would be the Rubik.
That would be Mira, yeah.
Yeah, Mira, 100%. All it takes is one bad team fight.
Let me show you how I got these rings.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's a double damage Yotoro with a butterfly.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
With 3 items in his backpack, he'll probably never use again. He'll use the bottle. Like, sell the Wraith Bands, man. Come on.
I forgot about this.
Oh.
I forgot about how triggered you get about the. Can we see the what is it? The addition, the gold that everybody's holding. We have a stat for that. I think it's really cool. Yeah. But I'm saying that stat that they have, unspent gold. Thank you. That isn't including the Wraith Bands. So that means he's holding on to 2,000 gold plus the extra bit. Oh, item net worth. Oh, we got item net worth and unspent gold. I'm not gonna lie. I'm too stupid to be able to understand all of this at once, but maybe somebody in chat will understand.
Basically, it's saying Team Spirit have 14k more in items.
Okay. Cool.
I think.
That's an even better stat than 10k net worth.
That's the whole point of that stat, not the dumb crap you were trying to point out.
All it takes is one.
The Batman. Well, Stinger.
High ground tombstone.
It.
The Team Spirit Classic.
It really is. Are you fighting this? You gotta find the back line.
Oh, Hilgar Steel totems away, but the illusion's gonna be able to catch him. Schofield tried to catch Yotoro. Not a chance in hell. And the zombie apocalypse is raining down with an electric storm on top of it. The double on the supports, but the cores are getting away from Beastcoast. I say that, but Collapse has just caught himself.
Where you going, Hector?
Hit him with the echo. Hit him with the double Fisher. Collapse now is gonna be lassoed. K1 Hector has his BKB going, so he's gonna stop, kill the Earthshaker. But what about Yotoro? They've got to get that kill and get the hell out of here.
They're just evacuating.
All right, they got out.
That somehow wasn't that bad for East Coast. Hector sent in all his illusions to tank up the Drow for some time. They retreated, tactical retreat, tactically baited all those spells from Collapse. Turns, kills him, blinks out. Not a bad fight, because you're not fighting around that high ground tomb. There's no way. You even got him a Poshka buyback.
Team Spirit might have stretched out a little bit too far for that one. Specifically Collapse.
He got a little over anxious, but that's offlane Shaker, man.
Collapse
Start throwing down those
Collapse
spells.
is Juggernaut for sure.
Like bam, bam.
Or no, he's bam,
bam.
He's bam.
Yeah, with Juggernaut. What are we?
Yeah, sorry.
Mixing universes. You want to do a Bane impression? Collapse Bane impression might make or break your career right here.
Oh, that much pressure? No, I don't.
There's so many good lines, though.
That's a big Fisher for you. It's gonna go Arcane Blink, so his refresher shenanigans are even more potent.
You think the ancients are your ally? All right, that's the only one I'm doing. That's it. We got to get back to this game. As Team Spirit continue to fight for their life in this tournament. Batman be damned. This is 5-slotted Yatoro. He's got BKB, he's got Daedalus, he's got Butterfly. He's ready to end this game. Even the Blink Dagger. Now you have to think about these initiations. If he gets a Blink out on a Chaos Bolt or that Bat Jump, that's another hard reset on this fight for Beastcoast. You just don't really have the damage outside of Hector. And Hector can't find people. He's trying. He buys out for Bloodthorn, so there's some extra damage that they need.
I mean, if they get the initiation, if they somehow get through this Lincolns, get the stun, they can burst down Drow Ranger. Up, collapse! Oh, Schofield reacted faster, though, with a snowball, but there was the cover from Yatoro. Sacred's going to follow that one up with the Rolling Thunder, but he's caught inside the shards. Oh, no!
You refresh blinked!
Collapse, refresh, blinked out of that?
He did?
That's crazy. Sacred still chasing after him, though, with the Rolling Thunder that's still going on. Hits him with a shield crash, and the finish not quite there. Oh, but the Flame Break is going to take him out, surely. Or maybe Hector, he's going to fall either way. He actually hits Yatoro, turns around, multi-shot, dodging the multi-shot, though, with a blink forward. Hits him with the 4-second stun. Hector.
Stolen lasso, but not in time.
Oh, a little bit too late for that one. Hold up. Team Spirit, that's an awful lot of heroes dead with no buybacks. Laurel trying to go for a sneaky, quick kill. Got Bloodthorn, though. Oh, that was so greedy, Laurel.
Nice Lotus. Bail him out.
Lotus bails him out. Thank you, Mira.
Mira, the unsung hero. Those blinks in those fights
are so clutch. That was crazy. So he refreshed, blinked out on the side of Collapse, and then Hector blinked out of the multi-shot to be able to hit that 4-second stun on the Drow Ranger. There's a DD in the top rune area. Ooh.
And Roche is up. You could not have asked for better timing on this Chaos Knight fight that you finally find here. I think Lincoln's popped that lasso again on Yatoro as well. But that blink was just beautiful. Read him like a book.
Really did. Oh, Laurel's jumping into the pit. Back inside the game, he zipped through the pit.
Could go again. Still has Lincoln's up.
Yeah, if he really wants to go for it, he's going to drop his clarity. Goes in for it. A little bit too late. Any items?
He didn't get anything?
He didn't get anything, and he dies. I mean, that was so bold to try that a second time against Pango, especially. He could just cover the whole pit with Rolling Thunder.
And that was good that Sacred did it, because they needed that cover.
Yeah, they did.
Where did everything end up going? They got Aegis on Hector. They got Refresher Shard for Schofield, but he'll probably give it to Dark Mago. He will. So all of a sudden, your Bat's scaling a lot better because he got this Shard off the Roche, and he went Octarine, not Refresher. So you have double Lasso, double BKB. It's pretty big for Dark Mago, who was struggling in those fights to find the Lasso targets through these Lincoln Spheres. That's a really big grab for Beastcoast. They are clawing their way back in this game that I thought was going to be really difficult. But something to point out about that fight, when you fight on the sides of the map like that, it is one of the most unfavorable positions to take an aggressive fight. So in other words, when Team Spirit from Dire go to Radiant's edge of the map in that tree line, that is like one of the worst places to fight. If you look at statistics for Dota, that is one of the lowest statistical places you'll ever win a team fight.
Why is that? Is it because the high ground ward, or is it because of the tower?
The enemy team almost always has better vision on you. They almost always have better buybacks to a tower on you. They almost always can play around the tree line in a defensive position better than you, and you have to overextend into them. It's just brutal. I have no actual stats to back that up, but I can guarantee from personal experience.
You know, you kind of spoiled the illusion there. I was like, wow, that's really cool that he knows that.
No, it is actually one of the worst places to try and take a fight. And so Spirit just pay the price. I mean, what happened there is, like, Collapse goes on Schofield in the tree line, and then Spirit have to catch up to him into a bad area.
Yeah.
And suddenly you have all the vision if you're Beastcoast. The Tombstone isn't that effective because you had to chase into them. It's just very awkward. You're giving life back to a Beastcoast squad that was on life support.
Yeah, and the life being drained out of Team Spirit, who had a chance at a second life after losing to OG. If they could just beat Beastcoast here.
The Batman's back for a sequel.
Yes.
Better call up Falcone. Need extra support. All right, I'm done. I promise I'm done with the Batman puns.
This is a good supporting character on the villain side. Poison Ivy?
I knew you were going to say that one.
That's the Undying for sure.
Let's be honest, though. The real villain in Batman is capitalism.
This billionaire going around.
Yeah, like this Joker guy. Okay, he's kind of scary. But in the end, well-funded social programs would have fixed a lot of Gotham.
Instead of buying all these paramilitary toys, Batman, maybe you could, could
have just
help
built
out
a
the
library
inner
or
city.
something. Remember, kids, stay in school. Don't be a Dota player.
Yeah, don't. It's not a good career choice, guys.
All right, once more, we are in a period where Beastcoast have Aegis, but they are unable to use it and unable to find the catch in the fight that Spirit are not giving them. Probably a wise decision here. I don't think you're too scared of going late game here still if you're Spirit. I don't think that paradigm has changed too much. And you just don't want to fight this Aegis. If you ever get a good Ags pull off this Storm too, it's debilitating because Laurel has BKB now, so he's not as scared to make these aggressive Storm jumps. He has Shard on top of it. You might just get a good Ags pull into overload charges into the game explodes off some Fissure chain stun. So you cannot clump if you're Beast Coast. You can never clump. Good little pick off.
And if you don't clump, you stay spread, you get pickoffs like this on Mira, who dies underneath the same ward that
he probably
they
thought
lost
it
that
timed
team
out,
fight from.
which it just did. Read it a little wrong.
25 on Drow. How big is that? That's the marksmanship chance, right?
It's pretty big.
Okay. Versus the 25 on Chaos Knight, which he got the Phantasm duration.
Also pretty big. Actually, this one's not that big because I feel like his illusions are kind of just insta-dying.
Yeah.
But normally in a game, it's pretty good.
Okay, this is a bit of a damage test for Utoro. He wasn't going to kill the Chaos Knight. He's got to make sure he doesn't... Oh, used the BKB there. Collapse, searching for a stun. Hits it on Hector, but with the BKB now on cooldown for Utoro, Team Spirit cannot feel good about any fight.
This Pango's starting to become annoying, honestly. I thought he was going to be kind of a non-factor this game, and he was for a long time, but he's caught up in net worth. He has a Shivas, he has a Halberd, Aeon sitting in the backpack, ready to come online. He's pretty much just a damage soak, but he's a really obnoxious damage soak because he's going in and giving vision for the Bat and Chaos Knight initiations. He's slowing down your Drow's damage. Like, even there, it forces a Lincoln's being thrown on Yatoro and an early BKB. That didn't cost Beastcoast too much. So this Pango's starting to get up there, and he's becoming a factor.
He's got that 20 talent, which means if you hit 4 heroes, it's 100% damage reduction.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit. That one, not taken so often because obviously nowadays it's usually Pango mid, which is a damage build. But you can see the support, utility Pango is still okay.
This is a quintessential battle of the Agi carry versus the strength carry. The Butterfly, Swift Blink, Drow Ranger, Masked in Mystery versus the Heart, Strength Blink, Chaos Knight. Shrouded in grit and muscle.
Which will win, speed or power? That is the battle between Beastcoast and Team Spirit right now. Drop a 1 if you're a speed fan. Drop a 2 if you're a power fan.
What are these polls, man? Who are you polling?
I literally only did that because I knew it would piss you off.
Oh my god.
I'm going to do more of these.
You just like them because then you go and you watch the VOD later and you're like, oh yeah, look at all
you know what the
these
funny
ones
thing is?
got.
I always think to myself, oh, I'll go back and watch the VOD. That'll be funny. And then I never do.
Yeah, and you go back and there's like one guy who's like 1. Everyone else is like, you're dumb, Cap. There's a poll.
No, I know it's being spammed.
If Cap's obnoxious, press anything. There's a poll.
Type literally anything in chat now. All right, the 4-man smoke up from Team Spirit into the high ground ward. This is very dangerous. Maposhka, they kill the ward. Laurel gets stunned once. Telekinesis do another stun as
no
well.
Damage
the
here,
Fissure, though, blocks out the Rolling Thunder. Okay, that gives Laurel a moment to be able to get away.
Double lasso.
Pull up the Aghanim Scepter is grabbing Utoro as well. He gets the BKB. He breaks. He gets the first time away, but he gets another double lasso. Pull back in, Heck. Pull back in, Utoro. Pull back in, Laurel. They're both going to die. Hey, a third lasso going to be used here.
Can you chain stun him?
with the buyback of the Undying.
got pulled out of range.
He's got a refresher. It's so close. They're going to be able to kill him, and he blinks away. Ooh, fast reactions, but the damage-dealing cores are dead.
With no
Hector
buys.
has no one to stop him. This could end the game.
They have no buy on Drow or Storm.
140 gold for the Drow Ranger.
I think they're just going to Megas him here. I don't know if they want to go throw him because they think they have buys, but they actually don't.
I mean, at some point in time, when does it start going, hey, they're still not buying back? Maybe we just end it.
K1 still has a phantasm here.
Look at Mira right now. Look at Mira. He's searching for bounty runes.
Oh, they're not
he's
there,
like,
though.
Where is it? Where is it? It is going to spawn in 20 seconds, but he's going to TP back.
I mean, you're ticking up here if you're Yatoro. You have 50 more gold to go. But by 50 gold, your base might be gone here.
I mean, Sacred just is like, okay, I'm going to Rolling Thunder on in. I'm going to expect some sort of initiation buyback situation, but there is no buyback, so there is no initiation.
This is going to be really close right here.
Oh,
buyback
it's coming
in
out
one
of the
gold.
wire. The buyback is up now, but they need 10 seconds for Laurel. What's the point of the buyback? They get the Echo Slam. Collapse are going to go for it. The stuns are there, but the Glimmer Cape, the stun, the snowball pickup, not needed. Utoro resets, goes for the kill on Schofield. They have one building alive. Beastcoast trying to get out, but Collapse is going to chase after him. Goes for the lasso on him. Jump around is Laurel. Still, though, the BKB TP out from Hector. He gets away. Mago went the other direction. Collapse. Hunting in the dark, fishing for a kill anywhere, anything, but nothing is going to be found. Beast Coast, they don't quite get megas, but they get the next best thing.
Yatoro buy.
A Yatoro buy, not losing a whole bunch of their heroes. They don't have to buy back.
Well, honestly, they did, though. They used Schofield buy and Dark Mago. That was honestly...
Dark Mago buy.
Yeah, he bought to get in that to try and bail out Hector on the retreat.
Ooh.
Which kind of helped, but maybe it ended up being unnecessary. That was an expensive push for Beast Coast. I mean, they got 2.5 lanes, but they did not get the megas. That melee barracks is standing bottom. I don't know if that was worth... I mean, this is all about the next fight into Roshan.
And it all would have been great if Roshan was an early spawn, but it's a late spawn. So Beast Coast went into the pit, hoping, praying that it was there. They could do it really quickly. But Team Spirit will have a chance at a rebuttal here.
And we still haven't seen some big storm initiation for Team Spirit. I feel like that's what's missing.
Yeah,
the either hit
right?
BKB or he's getting lassoed by Mago. And Beast Coast have done a nice job of just not giving it to him either.
Smoking out Sacred. He's on the trees. As he sees the ward die, he jumps out.
I thought this late game was going to be a lot more favorable for Spirit. The Beast Coast are just outplaying them.
Yeah.
They're splitting up in the fights, not giving them clear angles to use their AoE, finding the right targets.
I mean, if they can get to 25 on Laurel, don't you get the overload attack bounce, and then you also have the shard? Isn't that like crazy with the Drow Ranger?
The thing is, he just hasn't been getting the pulls. This is the biggest problem right now. You've got to get good storm pulls at some point in this game.
But who front lines in order to like get the vision?
That's
to
the
be
question.
able to see that initiation.
None of these cores want to. Maposhka's kind of tanking these jumps, but
yeah.
Again, Beast Coast are just not overcommitting. 5-man smoke. Sacred in the pit. He's going to pop it. He's going to roll.
Once again, Sacred. He's going to roll onto the two supports. This is great. Mago's going to be able to grab him back. Laurel's going to be able to grab him in return. Yatoro jumped forward, but he got stunned up for a second. Now he's on the low ground, which is a very dangerous position. They have the tombstone out, and they're fighting back. Collapse is going to run some interference. Nice fish. He jumped forward. He finished off the Bat Rider and forced that back up to the high ground. Beautiful stuff. Yatoro, meanwhile, finished off Schofield. So 2 deaths on the side of Beast Coast, and those heroes don't have buyback. And Sacred's in trouble as well. Rolls up, blinks away. Nice fast reaction. A fishing fisher, not gonna find it. Sacred managed to skedaddle on out of there.
And Roche spawns. That's the biggest thing here for Spirit, because they did not have buyback on Yatoro. Instead, they get the dieback on Dark Mago, who's out for 100.
I mean, surely they're gonna go for that Roshan, right?
I mean, why are you farming Wildikins right now? That's the bigger question.
I mean, if they
trying
get
to
the
finish
pick-off right now, this is
finishing Lincolns. Yatoro wants Lincolns. I think he just wants to end the game. Screw Roche. They know Bat has no buy.
Oh my god, that is such a bold move.
This is insanely bold. Lincoln's into high ground push. Sacred is behind them right now. He's just messing around, going back to base. But this is a game ender because Roche is up.
Yeah, but there's a tier 2 up at the top lane, so they can't get megas. They would have to go for the throne. But they're going for mid instead.
I mean, I guess you can Rax and still go Roche here with the time.
Yeah.
But wouldn't have been better the other way around.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, you guarantee like position-wise on the map, maybe it's better to be in the Roshan pit around this time of Schofield respawning?
Actually, this is the 30-head play, Cap.
Okay.
You don't Rosh first, because then you're starting that Aegis timer while the Bat's dead.
Oh!
Instead, you take the racks, you go back, you start the Aegis timer when Bat's up. As long as you're
but what if you don't get the Roshan? What if the enemy team gets there? What if Sacred stops you from being able to grab this? Oh no! He's right in the pin right now. The Roshan's right about to fall. Can he finish off the Roshan and grab this all? He hits them both. Roshan's about to die. Sacred, can he get it all? It's all on the pin. Laurel picks it up, but Yatoro dies. No Aegis for the Drow Ranger, and she's dead for 2 minutes.
It's a disaster.
The 30-head play becomes a negative 30-head play. Oh no! 2 heroes with no buyback. They're going to catch somebody else too. Moposhka hiding behind a single tree.
The tree cosplay works. Laurel finds 2.
He's trying to make some crazy play right now. They have the Echo Slam. They're trying to hit him with the chain stuns right now with the Fisher going out. They have to stop Hector while killing these supports. Moposhka drops the tombstone. The cheese is eaten by Stinger. Collapse gets another round of stuns that does finish it off 1, but now the lasso pulls him back in, and Hector will finally have his chance. Collapse doing what he can, but there's only so much left in the tank. He already used every single ability he had. They can buy back on the Storm and the Earthshaker, but they don't have Echo Slam.
They don't have Yatoro.
They don't have Yatoro.
This might just be the game. I don't know if you can defend base here.
Oh my god.
That 30-head play just backfired immensely. Imagine you just have Aegis on Drow in this game.
Oh no.
This is all up to Collapse, but I don't think Collapse does any real damage here.
Okay, Sacred.
Your throne is going to die fast to these Phantasms.
Yeah.
You got to take the fight with the next Tombstone. 8 seconds for that Tombstone. You got to start going in.
Yeah, they got to start focusing on these illusions, slowing them down. Fisher is going to be super annoying, but okay, Undying, dead, Tombstone, quickly dealt with, thrown, half HP. Gotta stop it now. They gotta be able to get in there, but they just keep on hitting the throne. Nothing is gonna stop Hector. Pops the BKB, and that is gonna be Beastcoast eliminating Team Spirit, and they will stay in Dream League for another round.
That was not a game I expected them to win in those late game scenarios, especially versus Team Spirit, who are known for their late game decision-making prowess between these big core names.
And they won the biggest tournament of all, TI-10, off of their late game decision making and a play that could have been so cool, but just seconds separates them from being able to get the Roshan and get the second life for the Drow. And just the perfect timing. The perfect timing.
Destroyed him in that pit.
Sacred hit him with he rolled up, ran the distance, blinked into the pit. And just kicked.
And if you remember this game, Sacred had the roughest game of anybody. I thought it was going to be an absolute non-factor, and somehow, out of a non-factor game, he comes back and makes the most clutch play of the whole game to stall the Roche into the kill, into forcing Laurel to take that Aegis over Yatoro. It just ends the game right there. Let that be a lesson. Let that be a lesson for why you never give up, no matter how rough or bleak it looks. You can always make something happen.
Beastcoast, they're going to be moving on. They're going to be staying in Dream League. They will be heading to the second group stage, as will OG, as we finish out the day nice and easy.
Nice and easy for Beastcoast as they are able to win just one game to bring them moving forward in Dream League Season 19. Yeah, that'd be my expression too for Team Spirit. 2 late game situations back to back against OG. It went post 60 minutes, and this one, it was down to last minute decision making. Do we take Roche? Do we take Raxes? When do we buy back? Do the enemies have buyback? Do we even have buyback? So many computations had to be processed, and even for Beastcoast, I wasn't sure if their math was on point at certain occasions, but at the end, they were able to successfully finish off the Drow Ranger, and that was the final nail in the coffin, despite Laurel trying his damnedest to keep it alive. Couldn't do it. Laurel! You can't do that, Laurel!
That's the green room audio.
Yeah, just a lot of Laurel! Shout out to the boomers who are getting that one.
Yeah, I can't believe Tsunami just said Beast Coast and maths in the same sentence. They do not do that. They simply team fight until they can't team fight no more.
That was so funny.
This was like a perfect environment for Beast Coast to win a game. Laurel, no. He went for the steal. He tried his best. He got it. He didn't get it some other times.
So why was Laurel struggling, guys? Like, why? You know, I heard Avery say, like, you know, man, he needs to find a good pull. He's not finding good pulls. What's going on with Laurel? You know why? Because his offlaner griefed his game. Because Laurel had to jump in first every single fight.
Yeah.
Because this collapse guy's just sitting there waiting.
Wait, so how do you feel about the Earthshaker?
Oh, I said it's a grief. They got griefed. Okay, they almost won the game.
Tell me how you really feel.
Slight memes, a little bit.
That refresher build was also really fun to watch. Whenever he got the double slam after they sieged bot racks, I thought that the game was in Spirit's favor.
Fun to watch is often over here, and winning the game is often far on the other side of the equation.
We've learned
you
many
should
times
all
in Dota
know that from
the
playing
word
Dota.
Fun and victory do not use the same letters.
No, couldn't do
I just made that part up, but the fact is,
it is true though.
You can only win or have fun in Dota. You can't have both.
Business and pleasure, and Beastcoast were all business in this first game and only game against Team Spirit, which means that Team Spirit are now eliminated, and Eastern Europe as a whole are now eliminated from DreamLeague Season 19, and 2 South American teams, both of them make it through, Evil Geniuses in Group A and Beastcoast in Group B.
So what I'm hearing here is we should take away Europe East and DPC's major slots and give it to South America.
The Southeast Asia is also fully eliminated out of DreamLeague
We should take one of their slots as well.
Didn't they lose a Western European team too?
We should take everyone's
It seems
slots
like
and give them
all
all
the-
to South America.
Yeah, all the SA teams made it.
Wait,
That's
what about
I'm
the
understanding.
other America? How'd they do?
They did
The
also
other one
quite well.
of the northern variety?
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we lost 33% of them.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's better than Eastern Europe.
That's right.
Zinger.
Math checks out.
Lost 100% of those. Laurel! Trying his damage. We are memeing about him quite a bit, but his Storm Spirit performance was quite good. It's just, I'm with you, Trent. I think that he did not have the +1 of the offlaner. It was either Collapse would initiate or he would initiate. It didn't really seem very much in concert with one another. And for hero damage, I can't believe I'm starting to have to respect Batrider as being a late game damage dealer.
Yeah, that Ag Scepter. Was that from Roche? That was from Roche, right? That he got the Ag Scepter? Because he got a
There was a lot
Refresher
happening.
Shard as well.
Yeah, I'm not
I think it was like a different Roche, but either way, he had multiple 2-man lassos. He had multiple times where he was like solo killing people. And that's like a BKB piercing disable that is also solo killing you, which in the late game is insane impact. And Laurel didn't have the primary initiator, so what can you do? Hector, though. Probably the only player I think would have won that game on CK. That was a really hard CK game. Overall 10th pick. I was kind of bashing, like, you can't just pick a bad matchup on 10th pick. But if you're Hector.
You're Hector. He nearly, honestly, in a way, his playstyle nearly threw the game. There was like a bunch of mid-game decision making where he was like, I'm gonna ult and hit creep. And then like they had to give up the Roshan, like they couldn't take some fights because of it. But my God, it worked out. 867 GPM. That's my boy. I think he has the highest average GPM of all carries in this tournament because he knows how to hit creeps. Sometimes to his detriment, sometimes to a win. That's the way.
In this case, it was the latter for sure. And Beastcoast as a whole, I think they are going to be claiming our other spot along with OG, which means that we don't have to play the third series, which would have been Beastcoast versus OG, because seeding does not necessarily matter. All these teams, it was the top 4 of Group A, top 4 of Group B, mixed up. And one 8-team group will be the second stage of DreamLeague Season 19.
Well, that's it? No more infinite tiebreakers?
No more infinite. Well, we could have that for the second stage.
My God. What would I do without infinite tiebreakers?
What would you do?
No more games today?
Time. No more games today.
No more Dota?
No more Dota.
We all gotta go play Dota?
We can go run a pub right now.
Go run it?
Just leave.
We will have an interview with K1 soon.
Oh.
So we do get to talk about a little bit of Dota, but we can just revel in his glory in the meanwhile.
It was pretty glorious.
I love hearing the last hit sound. When I dropped that mouthpiece, it sounded like the last hit sound. It was not as satisfying in that context.
But it was the money coming out of your wallet to replace the...
That was the buyback sound.
He has received the itemized bill, guys. It's not looking good.
Yeah, poor invoice.
Yeah, it's tough times.
Fun stuff, though.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Of course
Beastcoast
you
won.
are.
I'm super glad.
No
Beastcoast
bias
won.
here.
None bias at all. I just think they play more fun Dota. I mean, Spirit I feel kind of bad for, though, because they have, like, if you look at last year, it was sort of the same situation where they were on like a decline and people weren't really sure how to feel about them. Then at Arlington, they kind of came back and they established themselves into a disappointing TI performance. So it feels like they have like moments of goodness where they figure out what they're doing. Usually when they make videos and talk about it as a team and they're like, okay, like our issue here was burnout, or our issue here was like we had poor communication in the team. Like they'll have like issues where one player wants to play a certain way and the rest of the team don't really support that play style, and then they'll talk it out. Like usually they have moments where they'll talk things out in a meaningful way and then they overcome those issues. I kind of hope that happens again, because when they're doing well, they're one of my favorite teams to watch.
That sounds very mature for Dota players.
Yeah, well sometimes it doesn't work and you kind of lose a player and they leave the team.
Oh yeah, that's true, I guess.
Then you get Laurel.
I do think this tournament gives a lot of these teams like an opportunity to adjust before the major.
Yeah.
I think when I see a team like Talon, I think of like they didn't flex their picks. That might be something they have to consider. When I see a team like Team Spirit, they were one of the few teams that were first rounding their carry pretty much every single game. In the first game that Team Spirit lost, they third picked Ursa in the second round, but it had 2 counter picks immediately come after. And I do think Yatoro having like not the best matchups late game, like the CK jumping the Drow, the Ursa against the Venomancer. This is the kind of stuff that I think made their games a bit tougher. So maybe like consider putting Laurel's pick earlier on. Like I'm not trying to sound like a genius. I could predict his hero every single game because he picked the same thing.
Pick a Brood, maybe.
Another hero that we oftentimes criticize for picking the same thing, K1 Hector. Welcome to the stream. On the topic, though, so you had Chaos Knight for this last game. We wonder, how much of that is you just loving Chaos Knight as a hero, and how much of it is you thinking, oh, this is a good game, that CK is a good illusion hero for this?
I love so much that CK is one of my best heroes, and I think it's good game of CK because it's a strong laning versus Day.
Okay. Reasonable justification. Sheep, any questions for K1 Hector?
Ooh, I noticed during Lima you were busting out the Nature's Prophet for the first time, and it looked really... it looked amazing, but now it feels like you guys aren't really prioritizing the hero again. I was just wondering what your thoughts on the hero are.
Tradúceme un poco sobre, no entendí algunas cosas.
Durante Lima Major estuviste piqueando Nature's Prophet, pero parece que ahora han desistido de piquearlo. ¿Cuál es la razón por eso?
It's not meta anymore, I think. It's not the strongest like in Lima Major.
Okay.
I would just ask, how do you guys think you're going to do in the next groups? Like, how are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. We play against good teams, and we know that teams. We know EG, we know TSM, we play Scream versus Day, so feeling good.
I just want to follow it up with, what do you think about the fact that both SA teams and 2 NA teams made it through, and Eastern Europe's gone, SEA's gone? What do you think about the regional balance for this tournament?
America is a good region. The people underestimate it. I don't know why, but America is a good region.
That's right.
There you go.
Heard it straight away here. Hector, we've been talking a lot about the patch. I'd like to know, what do you think? Is there anything that you would like to see in the next patch of Dota? What are you looking forward to?
I want the life stealer comeback because now sucks.
Okay. Good answer. My man.
Can I ask one more?
Go ahead.
What is your favorite thing about Dota?
Traduce solo, no entendí.
¿Qué es tu cosa favorita sobre Dota?
Just play. I like play because it's infinity possibilities to win a games.
No 2 games ever look the same, and this is just another example of that. Congratulations, K1, for this victory against Team Spirit, and looking forward to how your team does in the rest of our tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, K1 and Solicorn, for the translations as we wrap up a thrilling 5 days. Well, I guess 4.5 days.
I loved how direct those answers were. That was awesome. He just like, boom. He just knew exactly what he wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I actually think it was interesting that he thinks Nature's is not meta anymore, because I guess we have seen a little bit of a decline in his pick rate this tournament, but there's still teams that have been running it, like since the patch change, like especially like looking at Liquid, who have been probably one of the most dominant teams. They love that hero, you know? So I'm curious why. I would have wanted to ask more. I guess.
I'll just try to guess what he would have said.
All right, cool.
And I'll just say, as somebody who was like trying to learn Nature's Prophet last patch, I think now it's like if he fits your team's playstyle, he's still strong. Like the way he operates, you can capitalize on his early momentum, global presence. But if it's not like your signature for your team, if it's not like one of your best heroes, I think he's been nerfed enough to like kind of fall off the radar.
But why? Why?
They just nerfed his stats. Like they just nerfed the way he scales, his stat gains, his like early damage with his ult. Like the hero's just not as good. So
He's so mesmerizing. Now I understand why they pay you for coaching.
God, I love listening to BSJ talk, and you can listen to it more on his YouTube channel, BSJ Dota something or another.
It's Banana Snap Joe. She doesn't watch my YouTube.
Exposed.
Okay. You're here to watch Dream League Season 19, and we have two groups that hopefully you've been keeping a very close eye on that have been fully resolved. So let's take a look at the standings. Group A resolved itself earlier today, where TSM came out on top of their three-way tiebreaker.
Sorry, could you please use the correct name of the group?
Group America.
Thank you.
Group America comes out on top. Evil geniuses, South American pride and joy. Damn gladiators.
Quinnell.
The El Cabe Zone coming out on top in second place. Shopify Rebellion. TSM closing out Group America. Group B.
What does that stand for?
No way.
Bottom. That's where our American
bottom
team
of
is.
next group stage.
Team Liquid was the only team to be locked at the end of our day number 4, and tiebreakers had to resolve and Tundra actually. Tundra and Liquid were both locked, and tiebreakers had to resolve our final 2 slots between Beastcoast, OG, and Spirit. And rough for Spirit. Played the first game against OG, 60 minutes plus, ended up going down. Had around 15 minutes to recover from that. Play a whole different team with a whole different playstyle, and it went down and got eliminated by Beastcoast, along with Talon, Enigma Galaxy, and Nouns. So now our cumulative standings, where we are on the second half of our tournament, is another group stage.
And we're going to do it again?
We're going to
take 8 teams, we're going to cut them in half once more, we're going to slam it into a little bracket, and that's how we're going to finish out this tournament.
Half it again, although these will be best of 3s, though.
That's right.
Oh,
Different.
boy.
We're getting out of the old 2-game series.
Now we'll finally see how TSM fares. No more 1-1s.
No more. TSM is the exact team that came to my mind also. That was like, would they have won most of these series if it was all 2 games?
Wait, we're going to start that tomorrow?
We're starting it tomorrow,
There's not even a break?
There's no breaks on this train.
There's non-stop amazing content here at Dream League?
Can you believe it?
I can.
I can. Because
I feel like he can't based on the tone.
You sound incredulous, but I have the reality in front of us. We will start off tomorrow with Game & Gladiators versus Team Liquid. A classic Western European showdown. What way did it go during DPC, Sheep?
Well, I don't remember. Actually, I
Game
do
and
remember.
Gladi-
It was Game and Gladiators.
The only series that Liquid lost.
Yeah, that was their beginning of their DPC run. So they had like some weird experimental stuff going on. They were like, we're never picking Primal Beast again after that one.
And Boxley was still recovering from...
That's true, yeah. So this one, this is the one for real. This will decide who the cooler team is.
On God.
So finally, Game Gladiators can be the best team in the world if they win this? Do they actually get the title?
They're already the best.
It was Purge who was doubting that originally.
Yeah.
That's right. So
I mean, this will dispel the haters.
He's not the only hater, though. There's more haters.
Okay,
Yeah,
the haters
Will
and the
this
doubters.
remove the asterisk?
Yes.
from the major win? Because that's what Purge was saying was the asterisk.
Yes.
Because Boxy was sick.
Yeah.
And then for our second series, we also may have to add an asterisk because Tundra are not going to have Saksa. But I was told, I didn't get to catch the game, but I was told Aramis looked like a pretty smooth upgrade, or not upgrade, but smooth.
Slow down.
Smooth transition.
Yo.
It was effortless. But yes, it would be very hard to upgrade from Saksa, but it's
he's
good
very
practice.
tall.
He's very tall. You can't upgrade past that.
That's very tough.
Yes. Fun stuff.
We forgot on the other 2 matches.
Yeah. Production is
Bring it back.
Can we talk about
It's not like we forgot, but I think the
Can we talk about
stream
Liquid
could
and
use
Gaming again?
The visual aid, the stream.
I've got the memory of a goldfish.
Yes, sir.
I only remembered Tundra. I think it was OG.
And there it is.
All right, so as you can see, we
Charm.
have Gaming vs. Liquid for the first game of the day, which is just going to be another one of Quinn going, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson,
that's
old
right.
man?
And then for the series that we did ask them to bring it up for, we got Shopify versus OG. Shopify surprisingly looking like very convincing with a stand-in. Mikey had been playing the whole tournament so far because Abed couldn't make it, and then we got EG versus Beastcoast, the SA Showdown.
Oh, the
I can't believe
rivalry.
we have 3 hosts now. This is hype.
Oh, I know what happened.
I had to step
here,
it
right?
up. I had to reel it in.
EG's the best team in the region.
Yo.
And then they lose to Beastcoast, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
No, EG loses to Beastcoast online, and this is technically online, so this could be a Beastcoast win.
Could be. Because EG beat them in the previous in the Lehman Major.
Yep. Science.
Yeah, EG clapped.
But does this count as a LAN or does this count as online?
Well, they're not in front of a crowd, so I think they might be able to actually retain their wit.
What?
Yeah. Is that, you know, the game did kind of turn when you started whistling in the
That
green
was
room.
so funny. When we were in the green room and Hector was getting ganked, Sheep starts whistling.
He did die.
Dude, he started running after I started
She's like,
whistling.
he
I was
hears me.
"It's working."
He can sense it. We'll see which team ends up coming out on top. But it's going to be a full round robin, full best of 3s. Every team will get to play every team, which the other grudge match that I'm looking forward to, which I guess has now been established, is TSM versus Gaming Gladiators after seeing Moon Meander's interview. He's got a bone to pick of his own. So
That's right. You know, he's an angry guy. Just wants to. He's trying to fire up his team. Okay, you know, he can't do it as much in the game. He doesn't get to throw out the sprays and the taunts. So when you get him on that camera, he's got to let it all out.
I like Moon because he's one of the few people that we hear all the teams shit talk each other behind the scenes all the time. They'll say like when we're in the moment, we just tell how bad the teams are, so we can feel better about ourselves and like hype ourselves up. But Moon, he just does it in the interviews.
And it works. I'm excited for it now. And I hope all of you have been very, very excited about all of the Dota that we've been bringing. It will just be a one stream moving forward, so if you felt that you've had to squat it up and move around, well, don't worry. Everything was going to be consolidated right here for you for the remainder of our tournament. Another group stage, and then playoffs after that, and then the Merlin Major. Nothing but Dota back to back to back here. I hope you all have been enjoying DreamLeague Season 19. And for one last time, it's the Quiet Pandas.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Dream League Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.